Whole. Carl Gustav Jung, founder of analytical psychiatry. Wednesday, the 22nd of January, 2020. Barnes & Noble, 5th Avenue, New York City. 1. Space Invaders. Arm over spill, leg over step, sole of shoe overhang. 2. Woman on her phone coming out of Sephora who barged into me and told me to apologise. Have wheelchair, must have attitude, it seems. 3. Cab drivers who stink of beefy crotch sweat. 4. That jowly cook news guy, Guy Majors. 5. Grandpa Joe. You lazy, lazy bastard. You can smell Brian coming. He's the store manager. He bounds onto the makeshift stage with all the elegance of a dying rhino. Grey trousers at half-mast, stain on hurriedly bought tie, pustules along his chin, greasy hair scraped into an elastic band by fingernails caked up with newsprint and old cum. We're on the mezzanine. 20 lines of chairs in the endless biographies section. It's standing room only. I'm at the back, facing the aisle between a woman with a bulky handbag and a MAGA-capped Hulk Hogan lookalike with more earrings than actual ear. At the front, behind 2 vacant stools and mic stands, is a huge poster of the book cover with my face on. The Sweet Pea Killer. The True Confessions of Rhiannon Lewis. They've gone to town on decorations. Paper lei garlands draped over bookshelves, fake roses dangling from jutting Barbara Streisand memoirs, fake petals scattered around the carpet. Everyone on seats or standing is carrying a copy of the book. My book. Wow, 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 fellas. Look at the old girl now, fellas. They're giving out iced biscuits, too. Flower-shaped. Nice touch. The tray is empty by the time it gets to me, of course. Typical. God forbid someone nips out the back to open another packet and refill it. I spent the best part of my 20s trying to get a book deal, and now I have a best-selling book out with my face on the cover and my story within the pages, and it's been at the top of the non-fiction bestseller lists for the last 4 months. The only problem is, I can take none of the credit. No glow radiates on me. Opportunity has knocked, and once again, I'm fucking out. Not one of those Best Book Awards or Author of the Year Awards or invitations to New York Fashion Week has my name on it. They all have his name on it. Freddie Littoncini, the man whose name is on the cover above mine. He is the author. I am merely his muse. Hey, everyone. Thanks so much for coming out on this freezing night. Brian laughs nervously into his mic. A few more minutes and we'll welcome our special guest to the stage. He reads out some fire regs and notices of upcoming events with Michelle Obama and that owl who saved the kids from the barn fire, before bouncing off, black t-shirt patchy with sweat. Clearly there's an issue. The star turn has thrown a wobbler over the blue M&Ms or the wrong puppies they got him to play with in the green room while he waits. Nevertheless, all gussets throb with anticipation. Freddie asked me once why I wasn't milking my fame more, back in the days when Craig had just been banged up for my crimes, and I found myself basking in his reflected glory. I'd been offered a shit ton of telework and magazines to tell my story as girlfriend of a serial killer. Could have earned thousands. He said I was a headliner. I should be centre stage, like Dolores Van Cartier in Sister Act. And now, here I am, centre stage, and everyone's throwing flowers at my understudy. I couldn't answer him then. I can now. Brian gets a message and bounds back on, and through his sheen of sweat announces, "Okay, we're ready now, so please put your hands together for tonight's guest, We are so privileged he's been able to stop by on his tour of the States, and he's fresh from a recording of The Ellen Show too, I'm told. Cue the chorus of woohoos and palpable hum of excitement. And he has to fly to Chicago straight after this event. Woohoo squared. Mr. Freddie Lytton Cheney. And on he bounds, with infinitely more elegance and poise than old cum-nails Brian. Freddie's in his highly polished Tom Ford loafers, a tailored cream suit, and trousers so tight you can see the dead presidents on his pocket change. His grin is predictably shit-eating and as nickel-wettingly seductive as ever, and I can almost hear the distant explosion of 1,000 ovaries. No wonder he's a star. Oh, thanks so much, everybody. He nods with a polite British wave before manspreading widely atop his stool so the bulge cannot be ignored. Every one of us is now pregnant with his child, even the chairs. He shakes hands with Brian, poor bastard, but to his credit doesn't wipe it off afterwards. Hulk Hogan next to me and a couple of younger women further along are fixed on Freddie's face, awestruck. That's the expression. After all, the man they are looking at is the man who has met a serial killer. The man who has hugged a serial killer. The man who has the #1 best-selling book about said serial killer. And that serial killer is little old me. So, Freddie, how are you enjoying New York City? Asks Brian, slurping up some rogue drool as a few dandruff flakes float from his thatch. Oh, it's great. I've been well looked after by my publisher. Freddie informs the crowd that he has already done a tour of major news networks, which produces a third woohoo from a woman in a neck brace on the fro. He has quite the following. A whole herd of leather trousers gaze up at him, all snap-happy with their phones, all hair did specially. The fact Freddie has been happily married to another man for years, with whom he has 2 children, doesn't put them off. Every hand gesture, every hair flick is to be admired. Every time he says something mildly suggestive, they yank off their knickers and several sodden tenor ladies fly at his face. Okay, that's a lie, but I'm sure they're one neat vodka away from doing so. You've heard all about the book already, of course, he says, but part of the reason why I'm doing this tour, international fame and a fat stack of cold hard cash, is that I want to give people the chance to ask me any questions about it, about Rhiannon herself and the time I spent with her. Oh, I choke back a guffaw. He doorstepped me twice and bought me 1 ice cream. Our conversation ranged from our favourite donut to reasons why Back in the Habit is the best Sister Act movie. We're hardly besties. I'm interested in what everyone's views are on Rhiannon and the whole story, having read the book. Have y'all read the book yet? I don't know why he's saying y'all, like he's some hickory-smoked banjo strummer from the Bible Belt. He's from Torquay. Anyway, a chorus of yeahs follow, and he grins. Once upon a time, that grin could have suplexed me into a mattress and skewered me like a kebab. Now it just irritates. Brian invites Freddie to do a reading from said book, and I have to stand there listening to him putting the emphases on all the wrong words so my jokes fall flat. And it's all I can do to stop myself getting up, grabbing the mic and doing it myself. Oh, I can't bear it when people tell jokes ineffectually. After the reading, Brian asks a series of tedious questions, which are basically segues into his own book about serial killers and his time working with them. He'd visited Ted Bundy's cousin's niece once in jail or something. Ugh. I drifted off to a nearby shelf to flick through a Patricia Highsmith biography, only half listening. I perk up when the convo swivels back to me. The British media dubbed Rhiannon Little Miss Vigilante and Ripperella. Are those fair nicknames, do you think? Yeah, I guess so. Freddie smiles, teeth are twinkling, and you can almost hear the elastic snapping on each pair of knickers on the fro. I think Rhiannon would have liked those names. I didn't. A lot of readers have reported that they found themselves rooting for her as they read the account. Myself included, actually. Oh, yawn. Nobody cares, Brian. Did you root for her as you were reading her diaries for the first time? Yeah, for sure, says Freds. I could see why people took to her. She was kind to animals and children and the vulnerable. She once saved a woman from being raped. She's extremely popular in the UK, still is. There was a survey on British TV not long after the story broke. 90% of the respondents said they wouldn't call the police if they met her. Oh, that's extraordinary, says Brian, with no meaning behind it, because he's too busy getting lost in his notes for the next question. But there were a few particularly shocking killings, weren't there? Dean Bishopston, for sure, yeah. He was merely a taxi driver in the wrong place at the wrong time. And A.J. Thompson, the father of her baby, he was only 19. They did nothing wrong. But just because the other people did do wrong, the guys in the van, the old pederast, it doesn't mean they deserve to die, does it? A hush descends. My eyebrow involuntarily rises, as though it's trying to grow an extra ear to hear Freddie's answer to this one. Nobody deserves to die, of course, he says on a long exhale. But in Rhiannon's mind, sex offenders and paedophiles were fair game. Was she raped herself? Asks Brian, escalating the chat with admirable aplomb. Was that why she held sex offenders in such particular disdain? If she was, she never mentioned it in the diaries, replies Freddie. It could explain a lot, but I have no evidence to suggest that, no. What about the grandfather? Calls out an achingly thin woman with red hair, 3 rows from the back. The one she watched die in the river? Freddie looks in the woman's general direction. That can't be proven, madam. She certainly didn't divulge such information to me. What kind of vibe did she give off? Asks Brian. Were you scared in her company? I didn't know what Rhiannon had done when I met her. I thought she was simply Craig Wilkins's girlfriend, and he was on remand for multiple murder. I thought she was a victim. I felt sorry for her, but no, I wasn't scared of her. Brian's practically rubbing his crotch by this point. What was it like when you got that mail with her diaries in? It was an ordinary morning, a few days into the new year. My husband had gone off to work. I was taking our kids swimming and the postman rang the door. I had a parcel and I left it on the dining table. You didn't open it up right away? No, I assumed it was some books I'd ordered for my husband for his birthday. They were coming from Australia. Oh, right. 2 mentions now of the husband, but the fro don't seem to have noticed. One brunette is visibly unbuttoning her blouse. When I got back, I made the kids lunch and we settled down to watch a film. Coco, I think it was. I put the parcel in the wardrobe and forgot it. Cue audible gasp. I know, it's crazy, isn't it? But my husband's birthday wasn't till February, so I thought I'd wrap it up nearer the time. About 2 weeks later, the parcel fell out of the wardrobe while I was packing away some blankets, and I opened it to have a look at the books. Instead, it was these 2 handwritten diaries. On the front, it said, The True Confessions of Rhiannon Lewis, aged 27/28. Another audible gasp. And it began on New Year's Eve 2017, with her realising her boyfriend Craig was having an affair. It went on to talk about her life in minute detail, and included the murders of various people. Planning it, doing it, covering it up. Oh, I couldn't believe what I was reading. Wow, that's completely amazing. Well, I read them in 2 days. I barely slept. From the first chapter, when she killed that guy by the canal and sliced off his penis, I was stunned. Oh, that bloody penis. It never stops coming up. The media's always obsessed by that, even though there was only one. I haven't severed a cock since. But even so, some magazines still insist on calling me the Slicer, which sounds pretty cool. But others call me Lorena Bobbitt 2, Cockadoodle Daisy, or Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which doesn't even work. The first thing they always mention is that fucking dick. I have done other things. Ugh, now I know how Daniel Radcliffe feels. So was it just the diaries she sent you? The full confession we all know? And a postcard, says Freddie. What did it say on the postcard? Freddie smiles, a secret smile. The postcard said, when you're shoving your foot in the door, make sure you're wearing a big shoe. There follows a light-hearted but confused murmuring in the audience. Freddie explains. It relates to the last conversation we had. I told Rhiannon I was leaving the Plymouth Star, the local newspaper I used to work for, but that I still wanted to get a foot in the door of journalism. So she helped you? Asks Brian, swatting away a fly that seems hella interested in his left ear. Probably a donut parked in there for later. Rhiannon Lewis has changed my life, says Freddie, and the room goes silent. So quiet you can hear a fake petal fall. She wanted her story to be told, and she assigned me to tell it. My husband said I should take the manuscripts straight to the police. It was evidence, after all, and there was her ex-boyfriend, Craig Wilkins, looking at a life sentence for the crimes on those pages. We had an argument about it because I was so keen to get the story out there and make shitloads of money off it, but in the end, I did the right thing. I gave them to the police. But not before I'd made copies. I couldn't do anything with them at that point because I'd fall foul of subjudicial procedure, but as soon as the CPS made the decision to charge Rhiannon in absentia, I took the risk. Brian scratched his temple. They had a trial in the UK, didn't they? Yeah, they had a trial with the jury and they sentenced her to life, with a minimum 40-year tariff. They issued a warrant for her arrest, but they never found her, Brian clarified. Quite. I don't get how they had evidence to jail her without her being there to go to jail, said Brian, like it was the most ludicrous thing he'd ever heard. They had enough evidence, a written confession in her own handwriting, bearing details only the killer could possibly know. They just didn't have her. Ah, right. So eventually you were allowed to release the book? Yeah, once she'd been confirmed as deceased, there was nothing stopping me. The rest is history. He beams up at the humongous poster. Her story, you mean? Prick. That's incredible, says Brian. So your book went on sale globally in September, and it's skyrocketed, hasn't it? Yeah. It's caught fire. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's been published in 34 countries, is that right? I believe it's 36 now, and we've sold the film rights too. Oh, wow, says Brian. Cue gasping, flailing, and a rapturous applause. Yawn. It's been life-changing. I can pay my bills without worrying now. Myself and my husband have new cars. Our kids are in good schools. Freddie talks with ease, enthusiasm, and occasionally expressive flourishes of his arms. Piano player's hands. Creative fingers. His eyes are alive and passionate about his subject, which, in this case, happens to be moi. 20 hands shoot up into the coffee-thick air of the bookshop as we come to the Q&A. How do you think she got out of the UK, Freddie? Whines a Roseanne Barr-esque woman with purple hair, 5th row from the front. I don't know for sure, says Freds. Neither do the cops, a Metallica-beard dude shouts from the back. Well, quite, Freddie chuckles. According to the police, the last phone signal that came through on her mobile bounced off a transmitter on the Western Esplanade in Southampton, which suggests she left from Southampton docks, doesn't it? But there was no record of anyone called Rhiannon Lewis boarding a cruise ship at the terminal. She simply disappeared. Did she catch a ride on some smaller boat? Suggests a small guy near me who had been watching videos of himself dicking about with his cat on TikTok before the gig had got going. There were theories that she was hiding in Portugal or Spain with one of her dad's cronies. There were sightings of her in Africa, Thailand, Buenos Aires as well, but there was no telling what was true. Old lady Chunky Blue Heels on the aisle shoots her bingo wing up. Why do you think made Rihanna murder in the first place, Mr. Cheney? Rose West fucking wept. My name's on the cover of the damn book she's bought, and she still can't say it right. Could be any manner of things, says Freddie. We could speculate that it comes from the brain injury she suffered when she was 6. Her father was a vigilante, and she used to watch him at work in wild fascination for his violence. And this was from an early age, remember? Cue serious faces all round, one batting of eyelids, and several lost little headshakes. Poor kid. Poor Rihanna. Studies have shown that children with weak or dispassionate relationships with their mothers often lapse into patterns of violent crime. He's talking like a criminology YouTuber. I'm briefly impressed. Or you could surmise that she was just a bad seed. Amen, says old lady Chunky Blue Heels. A woman with a beaky nose and pot noodle perm gets the roving mic. Did you get to interview her sister? Do you know how she feels about it all? No, she wouldn't talk to me, says Freddie. She wanted no part in this story, which is ironic when you consider her role in it. Another Texan throwback pipes up. I read that most serial killers don't just stop killing, that there may be a cooling off period, but that they never stop because it is a predilection which cannot ever be curbed or rehabilitated. Now, what I want to know, and what you might be able to tell me, sir. There's always one. It's as certain as the scrawny autistic kid will win Countdown. The guy who takes as long as he pleases to ask a question. In your opinion, do you think she carried on killing people after she left the UK, sir? Because we don't know anything about what she did after killing that woman at the farm shop, up until the point she... Freddie butts in. Yes, I do. I do think she carried on killing. The lesser-known carry-on film. Rhiannon Lewis is a killer. That's what she did. That's what she enjoyed. I've spoken to a number of criminal psychologists while working on the book, and they're all in agreement. There is no way she stopped after Sandra Huggins. She got better at hiding it, that's all. And herself. Another arm shoots up. Guy with big cheeks and a stained Jeffrey Dahmer t-shirt gets the mic. His hand's been up a while. He'd cream his jeans if he knew I was in the room. Why do you think Rianne left her story for you to tell, Mr. Lytton Cheney? I think I got lucky, he replies. If it hadn't been me, it would have been someone else. Maybe at the newspaper office where she used to work. No, he has me wrong there. I wouldn't piss on anyone in that office if they were thirsty, let alone give them the scoop of the century. Woman in yellow coat with 2 red lipstick and smoker's mouth creases shoots up a hand. I didn't appreciate all the cursing in the book, she complains. Was that your input or hers? Oh, some of it was quite disgusting. It's all hers. Freddie smiles ruefully. Why does she have such a filthy mouth? The old bint quacks on. Freddie laughs. I don't know why you're more offended by that than her killings, madam, but I guess the amount of rage Rhiannon carried around with her could help to explain it. A chorus of giggles follows, like he's offered a wittier bon mot than Oscar Wilde. He hasn't, the malodorous cockswerve, getting my laughs. But I might rescind that insult if he defends me again to one of these knobs. Old man hand goes up. He's bought a stack of books about the Civil War and hasn't bought Freddie's yet. This is clearly a subject too beneath him to spend good money on, but he was in the bookshop anyway, and it's a free event, so he thought, why not?
That last murder in the dairy, why was it so disproportionately brutal, do you think?
It was a farm shop, but thanks for listening.
Well, she had just given birth, says Freddie. I think it may have been a hormonal surge. She'd been tracking Sandra Huggins for some time.
My chest clenches with the mention of the birth, but I sweep it away quickly, thankful that one of the fro blondes, who's had so much facial surgery she looks like she's been set on fire and stamped out, finally gets her time to shine.
Hey, Freddie.
Cute, inexplicable giggle.
It's so great to meet you.
Another giggle.
We met when you were doing a signing in Austin last week.
Oh, yeah, I remember you. Thanks for coming along.
He clearly doesn't remember her at all. I'm better at reading people's real meanings now. His tongue paints the lie, while his eyes shield the truth.
Could you tell us what you're working on now?
Another inexplicable giggle.
I have a few ideas in the pipeline that I'm working on, but to be honest with you, this one has taken over my life somewhat.
He scratches his eyebrow.
There's so many people who want to hear Rhiannon's story, and in lieu of Rhiannon herself, it has befallen me to tell it.
Chin rub. Sounds disturbingly like he's run out of ideas. Hardly surprising, since I was the one who gave him this one. I want to ask him a question, but refrain from doing so because that's who I am now. Reticent, quiet, calm, as invisible as mist. There, but not there. Pretty soon the Q&A comes to an end, and Brian announces where Freddie will be sitting to sign books. Everyone rushes off. A tall Trump pout-alike, with tits to her knees, pushes me out of the way to get in front, her two fat-for-rings fingers clutching my story like a portable life support machine. I retrieve my bag and my box from under a table of half-eaten iced biscuits and pass a stand with the few remaining books on. I pick one up. On the central pages, there are pictures. Me and Craig on some night out. Me with the Pixos, people I can't shake off. Me looking bored next to Elaine at some prayer evening banging a tambourine. Joining Wombat, the women of Monk's Bay and Temperley, had been a brief and ill-fated attempt to get good with God. I didn't last long before they kicked my ass out. A line snakes back from Freddie's signing table. I take the book to the tills. And I wait, listening to the chatter, theories, opinions. Did my mother hit me? Did I actually kill my own dad? Why did I use so much cling film when I chopped AJ up and buried him in the flower beds? Didn't I care about the environment at all? I watch Freddie, sipping his Huel, interacting with his fans, posing for selfies, kissing cheeks, baptizing babies, curing cancer. My turn comes. I stand before the table and slide the book towards him.
Hey, thanks for coming.
He smiles easily, looking up briefly before opening the front cover, readying his pen.
What name was it?
I clear my throat. Dolores.
Dolores,
he writes. Van Cartier, I add, in my best American accent. He slowly looks up at me, his smile vanishing as colour drains from his cheeks. His pen hovers, but after a moment, he hands the book back, trying not to look directly at me. I don't take it from him until our eyes meet. He stares until he blinks. His brow sweats. Gotcha. Thank you, I say. Fancy meeting me for a drink, if you've got time. His mouth hangs open, but snaps shut quickly.
I have a flight.
Ah, no worries. His fingertips press down on the page he's signed. Hey, be careful. Don't smudge the ink. The lady behind me giggles, gazing at Freddie adoringly. She doesn't hear our conversation because my voice is set to a volume only he can hear, and everyone else is gossiping too loudly. He reaches for his drink again. There's a bar down the street. Sluggers. I'll be in there. He nods as the giggle bitch urges me out of the way so she can have Freddie to herself, starting with some interminable anecdote about how she's making a special pilgrimage to attend every event on his US tour. She asks for a selfie and a cheeky smooch. She's a Brit. Ugh, they're everywhere. Freddie stares at me as I walk away from his table, a trickle of sweat snaking down his temple. I wouldn't have been surprised to see a trickle of piss escaping the confines of those tight trews. I head straight out into the icy wind howling up Fifth Avenue towards Sluggers, which is dark but atmospheric, and I grab the last booth, furthest away from the TV monitors, booming out some baseball game. The Cincinnati cocksuckers versus the New England bollockheads or something. I don't have to wait long. As sure as huevos is huevos, Freddie walks in half an hour later, breathing heavily as if he ran here. That was quick, I say, as he approaches my booth. I close his book that I've started reading and push his beer towards him.
Told Brian I wasn't feeling well.
He slides in opposite me. He hasn't taken his eyes off me. Take your coat off then, if you're stopping. He wriggles himself out of it with some difficulty because, like everything he wears, it's a size too small. Still can't catch his breath. His eyes drift to the square box beside me, to my bag, my folded-up coat, back to me. So, how have you been? I ask. It takes him ages to speak, and when he does, it's almost too quiet to hear.
You're dead. You're dead.
I check my pulse in my neck with 2 fingers. Nope, still here.
They identified you. Seren identified you. They shut the case, but you're here.
Yes, Freddie. I remove Richard E. Grunt from my pocket and make him do a wave.
I'm here too, Freddie,
Richard squeaks. Freddie's eyes go too wide. He still hasn't touched his beer. I didn't drug it, if that's what you're worried about. He nods, looking down at the bottle.
I don't understand this. You look like a different person.
I pocket Richard and sip my cocktail. Yeah, I kind of am. He peeks under my Yankee cap, looks around my face, down to my denim dungaree dress and roll neck.
I didn't recognise you.
That's the general idea. Freddie goes into the kind of blink overdrive you only do in a sandstorm. I sip my drink.
This is lovely.
It's called a Pink Panther. Vodka, pineapple juice and grenadine. Did I tell you about the time I was on the dole and I got a job dressing up as the Pink Panther, giving out leaflets on Western-super-Mare seafront? Only lasted a day. £5.57 an hour to climb into a sweatsuit a million nonces had wanked in. So not worth it. No. Don't speak the name that shall not be spoken, Freddo. He leans in as a home run is scored and loud booming cheers go up around the bar.
How did you do it?
How? Wouldn't you like to know?
I have money from the book. I've put it to one side. I did everything you wanted me to. Changed your friend's name, your solicitor, your dad's friends.
It didn't matter anyway. They still arrested Heather and Marnie for aiding and abetting. Never caught Keston, though.
No. He vanished.
We're good at that. I was glad Marnie and Heather didn't do jail time.
They both spoke up for you.
I know. Good friends. The Pixos all sang like canaries. #bad friends. Still, it's nice when the trash takes itself out. I drained my Pink Panther and signalled to the waitress for another one.
You seem happy, confident, sort of settled. Shouldn't I be?
He shakes his head and sinks a few gulps of his beer, wipes his mouth, looks back to the bar, looks back at me.
Am I dreaming?
The cluster of fat, baseball-capped men around the TV screens whoop at something, and there follows a hasty symposium on whether the referee's decision is correct or not. Someone didn't hit a ball right or something.
I can get it to you, the money. A fake account or something.
That's not why I'm here.
It's not?
Nope. I'm on a layover. Had some time to kill before my connection. Brought a present for someone. I tapped the top of the box, and I was walking past the bookstore when I saw the poster in the window. Thought I'd stop by and say hello. Complete coincidence.
A layover from where? Where do you live? Where have you been?
I could tell you some stories, but you have a flight to catch. Freddie takes a deep breath, checks his Breitling chronomat watch, 10 grand's worth, lets the breath go.
I'm going to miss it.
Not if you run. You can get a cab right outside.
No,
he says, staring me down.
I am going to miss it.
He fumbles for his phone and clicks into his voice recorder app. No, Freds, I say, holding down his hand. He looks at my hand like a tarantula's crawled into view.
Can I at least make notes?
If you must. He fumbles in his knapsack for a pen and a battered leather-bound journal, opening it out to a brand-new double page, smoothing it down and breaking the spine. What do you want to know?
Everything,
he says, eyes flicking towards the box again.
Absolutely everything.
Part 1. Europe. Wednesday, the 22nd of January, 2020. Sluggers Bar, 5th Avenue, New York City. I had to get to Madeira. Bobby Fairley had it all worked out from there.
Bobby Fairley,
Freddie mutters, furiously scribbling and writing I recognise from my Gazette days as shorthand. I never did shorthand. They wouldn't pay to send me on the course. He riffles through a list of bullet point reminders.
There's no Bobby Fairley mentioned in your confession.
Well, there wouldn't be. He wasn't integral to my former story. He'd been a friend of my dad's from his boxing days.
A vigilante like Keston Hoyle?
No, Bobby was a money man. Funded my dad's gym, sponsored him and Keston when they boxed for the county, sent care packages to Dad in jail, all sorts. Probably 'cause Dad had something on him. Bobby was one dodgy fucker from what I've learned. Anyway, I found his number in the shoebox of trinkets I'd saved from my parents' house before I sold it.
Did you know him?
I met him once when I was 6, before Priory Gardens. We'd gone on holiday to Madeira and stayed at his hotel, me, Mum, Dad and Seren. I have flashes of memory from that week. Me and Seren playing on pool noodles, pretending they were horses, eating cake with green bits in, going down a hill in a big basket, a dead lizard in the bath. I didn't kill it.
Right, okay,
says Freddie, turning back to his half-empty page. So Bobby lived on Madeira, and I called him to arrange it a few days before the end of the year.
Just get here, and I'll sort everything,
he'd told me. He didn't even ask what I'd done. I said it was a code red, and he understood. He was northern, sounded like Shaun Ryder's asthmatic granddad. And I'd like an American passport. Cue the sharp intake of breath, the clicking of tongue, the cogs whirring.
Right, well that'll be £150.
£150? That's reasonable. Cue the throaty laugh.
That's grand, love. 150 grand.
Grand?
Well, yeah.
150 grand? That's nearly all my money.
That's what sanctuary costs nowadays. That includes a new passport, your place to stay while you recuperate from your surgery, and your...
Surgery? I shrieked. You mean I have to go full Mickey Rourke?
If necessary. And we're fast-tracking it, so that's what it's going to cost.
Fuck me pink and slice me sideways.
Do a back transfer. Get it done today, then it'll come out before New Year. In meantime, get disconnected. Close all your digital doors.
Yeah, I have. Just my phone to go.
I'll get rid. Cut up your credit cards and all. We'll set up the odd account to plant some disinformation. I can get that going today. Make it look like you've gone to Argentina or Uzbekistan.
Why would I go to Uzbekistan?
That doesn't matter, does it? We're planting false seeds. The police will be rattling every cage for you, including mine eventually.
OK, so I googled some flights from Exeter Airport and there's one to Madeira leaving...
No, not a flight and not direct,
he interrupted.
A cruise, that's what you want. Anything leaving from Southampton via Madeira for 2 weeks or more. And book it for 2 people, you and your husband.
Book a cruise for 2 people for 2 weeks? That'll cost a fortune.
Oh, you said money weren't a problem. I mean, faking your death would be cheaper if you wanted to go down that road.
No, I don't want to die. Not yet, anyway.
Right, so book it.
Won't they be suspicious of a lone woman getting off a cruise midway?
Not if you book a partial cruise, no. Tell them you want to sail to Madeira, then hop off and say you and your husband intend to rejoin the ship at, say, Barcelona or somewhere. No, Italy. Rome. Civitavecchia. By the time you're due to rejoin the voyage, you'll be well gone, and the Dibble won't have a clue. How up the chute are you?
Do you mean my pregnancy? I'm 33 weeks-ish.
What's that in English?
Nearly 8 months.
Pad it out for now so you look dead fat. And we'll need to get documents sorted for it when time comes. Any friends or family?
No, I don't have any.
You must do.
Well, there's Seren and Marnie, but...
Don't go near their social media and don't Google yourself. Once they know you're gone, that's something they'll monitor. The Dibble have got software that'll intercept keywords and search patterns. They'll tap into any search they think you'll make.
For a crusty, he was quite internet savvy. I was impressed. He'd clearly talked someone through this before. What will happen exactly when I get to you?
I'll sort it, don't worry. I'll make some calls today. You get yourself to my gaff. You can play purser on my yacht while you lie low. Get your sea legs, and then we'll get you gone. All right, cock?
Gone where?
Well, South America, most likely. I've got a few contacts who owe me favours. I'll see what I can sort out. You changed your image yet?
I bought a wig and some lenses for my passport. Keston got me an Australian one. If I go somewhere remote, I might not need surgery, though.
Oh, you will. If you're as hot property as you say, and you want to reintegrate, you're going to need a new face. It don't hurt for long. You have to wear bandages for a few weeks. You'll look hagging for a bit, but once they come off, you'll look and feel mint, like brand new and that. You'll still feel like you're 180, but you'll look dead good, swear down.
Great.
But before that, the more immediate stuff is a case of adapting. You've got to change every habit for a new one, swear down. Become someone else quick as you can, like.
How? How do I change every habit?
Do the opposite of everything. Change your shopping habits, the food you eat, the food you don't eat. Hast any hobbies and that?
Gordon Ramsay programmes, Sylvanian families, sadistic torture.
Anything that can mark you out as Rhiannon Lewis, you've got to jettison dead quick. What sort of scran do you like?
Malwams, pancakes, Pop-Tarts, anything in Nutella. Coffee.
Not anymore. I'll get into all that wellness bollocks. Edamame beans, protein powder, kombucha, all that sort of crap. Oh, I know it sounds painful. Believe me, I couldn't get me underpants on of a morning if I hadn't had a full English, but needs must. Quit alcohol and all. Get into that green shit they're all drinking. You educated?
8 GCSEs, 3 A-levels, degree,
not anymore. Act dead thick. Wouldn't know shit if you swallowed it.
Fucking hell's bells.
Hey, I'd stop swearing. And stay away from anyone British and from CCTV. Hey, try and change your accent and all.
I've been practising Australian. I watched the end of Neighbours today.
Good. Watch Home and Away and all. And that film with her whose face don't move. Hey, keep working on it. Once your story breaks, all ears will be pinned back for a British voice, especially a bird on her own.
It all seemed like a lot of extra work. Fudging heck. Polite swear words tasted like arse in my mouth.
The prize for freedom is everything you once were, Rhiannon. Text me when you've booked your cruise and let me know what date you get here. Ditch your phone and don't call me again.
Are you sure you can get me gone?
I consider it sorted. Just get to my gaff and do the transfer, there's a good girl.
OK, thanks, I mewed, still uncertain about the patronising prick, but unfortunately that prick was the one prick from which my future hanged. Bobby had enough dodgy contacts to keep me and the baby hidden forever.
But you didn't take the baby with you, says Freddie, mid-scribble,
smoke emanating from the nib of his Visconti ballpoint. No. She arrived early on the 27th of December, the day Bobby received my money, the day before I was to set sail on the Fleur de la Mer. I had to leave her behind. He nods.
This was before you killed Sandra Huggins?
Yes, just before. Freddie clears his throat and flicks through his notes.
You got your solicitor to sign her over to Claudia Gulper, is that right?
Yeah. I was so hell-bent on turning old Huggins into a one-woman red wedding, the baby was a mere obstacle. Once she was gone, I could let rip.
Do you regret leaving her behind?
A gnawing began in my chest. A biting, vicious little pain I try to push down. You're a serial killer who has just hacked a woman to pieces and stuck her head on a large singing Santa on the same day you've given birth and abandoned your baby at the hospital. You're all alone, having fled the UK with leaking nipples, an aching vajoodle, and police hot on your arse who will throw the key away if they catch you. How do you think I was feeling? Monday the 31st of December 2018. At sea. One day to Madeira. 1. Hen parties on cruise ships. 2. Stag parties on cruise ships. 3. Old people on cruise ships who take their sweet time to get around because they know they've only got the buffet and the grave to get to now. 4. Other people on cruise ships, including the captain, whose boring updates keep cutting into my naps. 5. My sister, Seren. As it turned out, I'm not a great traveller. The baby blues kicked in the moment the ship left Southampton. And those fuckers kick hard, let me tell you. I became a smelly, sobbing zombie who stayed in her cabin for the most part, eating junk, bleeding from my loosey-goosey, and watching reruns of Friends, the older episodes before Phoebe's wig, Chandler's weight fluctuations, and Rachel's constant nipples. I was all at sea, emotionally, physically, literally. From the time I boarded the ship on the 28th of December to my port of sanctuary, I had 4 days. 4 days to wait it out. 4 days to stay as invisible as possible. 4 days to bide my time and pray the British police force was as slow and inept as I'd always hoped they would be. My cabin became my own sort of womb, all-encompassing, safe, cool and calming, absorbed from most noise, save tannoy announcements, the low hum of the distant engines, and the occasional smattering of Mediterranean rain on my sloping window. I was on Deck 9, room 510 at the front, or the forward, and my stateroom overlooked the helipad underneath the radar, just the way I liked it. But it was purgatory, with a travel kettle and tiny soaps. I told the room steward, Gabriel with the ridiculous biceps and chemical toilet blue eyes, that I had seasickness, which explained why I wasn't joining in with the New Year's fireworks up on deck. The only thing that could tempt me outside was a visit to the onboard pharmacy for more king-sized panty liners to mop up my endless womb leakings. I had nobody to talk to, save Richard E. Grunt and the man in the moon, but they never talked back. It's not like Alexa. You can't ask a question and get an instant answer. After a while, I stopped trying. My third day at sea, sick of the Friends theme tune and feeling like a lump of clay, I managed to wash and ventured a walk around the Fleur de la Mer at the ass crack of dawn. I couldn't get my bearings at all. It was a confusing puzzle of corridors, lifts, spangly staircases, auditoriums, fountains, casinos, designer shops, clubs, pubs, pools, pizza shacks, sushi restaurants and cafes, linked together by a chaotic swirl of blue carpet. My body was not mine anymore. It had stretch marks in new places, sags in others, unexpected leaks everywhere. I couldn't look in a mirror without wanting to smash it. I had aches and pains and constant mind fog. My anger, the scaffolding that kept me upright, had disappeared. There was no more yearning to hack down every Tom, Dick and Harriet who pushed past me in the line for bagels. No desire to do anything other than sob and sleep. Had the old me slid out along with Ivy's afterbirth? I didn't have a clue. I located the business centre in the bowels of the ship and bought myself some internet access. $17 for the day, I shit you not. I needed to Google my postpartum symptoms to check they were all normal. And for the most part, they were. I ticked every box. 1. After pains as your uterus contracts back. Tick. I was popping paracetamol like Maltesers. 2. Night sweats. Tick. 3. Absence of libido. Tick. Normally I can get turned on watching the Yorkshire vet ram his arm up a heifer, but since Ivy, go be gusset. 4. Perineal discomfort. Tick. Try wearing loose clothes to give it an airing and lukewarm herbal sitz baths to soothe the area, the website suggested. I had to sit my vag in a bowl of herbs. Fuck my life. 5. Burning piss. Tick. 6. Sore porn star tits. Tick. They ached like hot boulders. 7. Constant tiredness. Tick. 8. Piles like the borrowers are stabbing your arsehole with tiny knives. Tick. 9. Incontinence when you sneeze. Tick. I always dreamed of being in TLC when I was a kid. Little did I know that it meant the Tenor Lady Club. 10. Persistent sadness. Tick, 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 boom. All the other advice was to do with the rapid changes to the new mum's life, the sudden sense of responsibility, breastfeeding, adjusting to the baby's unpredictable sleep pattern, dealing with the demands of visitors who all want to see the baby. Of course, I had none of this, but there wasn't a section on dealing with giving birth but there being no baby. And that was the worst symptom of all. I missed her. And I couldn't understand why. I was a serial killer, for fuck's sake. Days before, I had chopped a woman to pieces and stuck her head on a singing Santa. Serial killers don't have feelings. Rose West needed shovels, not cuddles. It takes a lot for me to cry. Even when Britain's Got Talent wheels out the hydrocephalic magician who's lost his mum to cancer and they play Snow Patrol when Simon hits the golden buzzer, I'm dry as a bone. Craig is the one who always buries his head in what car so I can't see his quivering lip. But Ivy, apparently, was the difference. I Googled Seren while I was in the business centre. I knew I shouldn't have, but I wanted to see her face, to see some shred of home. In an ordinary world, In that damn parallel universe where I imagine the correct version of me lives, Saren would be on the end of the phone, giving me advice and parcelling up second-hand onesies. But we weren't in that universe. We were in this one. And I'd given Ivy up so I could keep on killing. And my sister was the one who'd called the cops. Saren had no online presence to speak of, but her 9-year-old daughter, Mabley's, got a vlog where she talks about her pets and does the odd children's book review. And sometimes she'll appear in the background, folding washing or dancing along to a song. I must have watched 20 videos. Most of them were Mabley talking about various pets dying on her, hamsters, guinea pigs, fish. She was fed up with creatures she loved dying. I felt that. I googled Werriman and Armfield too, the solicitors where Heather Werriman worked, the only person who could tell me what I needed to know, that Ivy was okay. I still had her business card in my purse. My fingers itched to dial her number. But deep down somewhere, a little thought owl was unravelling from its deep winter's sleep and flapping its wings. "Don't," it squawked. "Don't do it! Too soon! Too soon!" And, of course, the pesky owl was right. Aside from a few barflies propping up the counters and the distant trill of jazz coming from the chill-out lounge, there didn't seem to be anyone else about as I wandered through the meandering corridors, up and down deck, as lonely as a twat. Until I stood at the railings on the top deck, looking out onto the blackest sea, allowing the cold to seep through my clothes, my bones, and a woman in a grubby blue dressing gown appeared, carrying a crying baby. The sound of that shrill screaming tore right through me, and I couldn't find any anger to divert it either. The sound took me straight back to Ivy, and quicker still to Priory Gardens, where my mind got stuck. It took me to smashing glass, shouting, to our childminder's screams as she scurried upstairs, to the Fireman Sam theme trilling along behind Anthony Blackstone as he launched himself at my friends, to that look in his sweaty eyes as he brought his hammer down, to waking up and seeing him hanging up there, swinging back and forth from the wooden eave, to the blood I woke up tasting. It all started there. "She's still alive. This one, she's got a pulse. It's faint, but it's there. It's all right, sweet pea. You're all right now. Nothing can hurt you." "I can't seem to settle him," said the woman in the dressing gown. I tore back inside the ship like I was a crying toddler myself, and the cabin was my dad's open arms. But I got lost. I must have gone to every deck, but they all looked the same. I got so confused I couldn't even remember my room number. All I wanted to do was collapse onto my bed and scream. Chest thumping, mouth dry, legs drained, piles stinging, I gave up and sat as gently as I could on a sofa beside the elevators in the entertainment's quarter. I was opposite a small cinema, the Classics Lounge, open 24 hours. I went inside the empty theatre and settled into a seat at the back. It was Kevin Costner films all night long. Waterworld had just started. I woke up as some wolf was shot dead, a totally different movie. The sleep did me good. I was at least level enough mood-wise to blend into a snaking line of tourists who were headed up to the main restaurant. There's no such thing as a good time to hit the buffet on a cruise, I learned. There's always an assortment of besandaled old funts coughing around the pancake station, jostling for the strips of bacon that have actually seen an oven and the corners of French toast that don't look like they've been gangbanged. There were so many people. I wasn't more than an arm's length away from anyone at all times, and yet I'd never felt so alone. Luckily, this feeling of loneliness never lasts long for me because human beings are basically cunts. All of them. Eventually. They are. You wait. I must have walked through at least 3 farts, and saw an old man eating half a grapefruit like it was a vagina. Oh, it totally curbed my appetite. I found a table to myself, as out of the way of the throng as I could get, and I watched the families congregating. A man I'd seen walking around the top deck a few times, who I'd dubbed the man who walks, was sitting alone, shaking pepper onto eggs and sausages, gearing himself up for another exhausting day of ambulation. He glanced up at me before looking away. Misery loves company, but this old misery thought he was a prick. I was interrupted by a breaking news bulletin on the TV wall opposite. Tenerife plane crash latest. Over 200 feared dead. The ticker tape along the bottom of Sky News spat out various tidbits of information, how the passengers were mostly British and the British Embassy was helping to locate families. Nothing about Sandra Huggins. Nothing about me. Nobody gave a shit. I watched the other passengers, enjoying their waffles, sipping their coffees, admiring the dolphins, and I thought, why the hell was I running? What was there to run to? Keston Hoyle had been right. Ivy was my future, and I had given it away to spend a lifetime on the run, killing people who didn't even matter. I had a mouthful of pancake, and I couldn't swallow it. I took it out and placed it on the side of my plate. I wondered if I'd have the courage to jump overboard, to dive down into that freezing blue mass and call time on this waste of a life. But on day 4, the sun rose and the engine shuddered as we pulled into the port of Madeira and dropped anchor. I'd made it to Bobby Fairley's island. Sanctuary. A chance of a future, however alien it felt. And I'd already paid him, so I at least had to find out what I'd bought, didn't I? I probably should have topped myself when I had the chance. Tuesday the 1st of January 2019. Madeira. 1. Couples who indulge in gross amounts of PDA. 2. People who say they genuinely prefer Scandi noir to normal noir. Oh, no, you fucking don't. 3. Influencers. Do I need a reason? 4. People who aren't ready to order/pay after a long-ass wait in line. 5. Pushy bellhops. I've carried my own bag across the continent. Why'd you get 20 quid for carrying it up one flight of stairs? 6. The entire British government. I packed my rucksack, made myself as plain as possible in my white and navy holiday shorts and t-shirt combo, brown contact lenses and Sally Bowles wig, which was growing ever more ropey with the salty wind, and headed outside my cabin to whatever life Bobby Fairley had bought me. The corridor was deserted, but for my room steward, Gabriel, folding towels on a cart. He was from Austin, Texas, and called me darling a lot, which I kind of liked. Time was, if you called me darling or sweet pea, I'd have held a knife to your carotid. But it didn't bother me so much at that moment. I'm from Brizzy, I said, trying out my best Australian accent when he asked me where I was from. Brizzy, he replied. Brisbane, Australia, I said, and his gaze lingered a mite too long. I couldn't tell if it was a Christ, what a terrible Australian accent gaze, or if he'd seen me on a news bulletin. But then he said, Well, have a nice day, Hillary from Brizzy. And he winked at me. A definite fuck wink. He was built like Anthony Joshua, and ordinarily I'd have invested in some shameless flirting, but on this occasion there were no gussy flutters to speak of. My piles were throbbing, and I'd had a terrible night's sleep. When I had managed to lose myself, I dreamt about Ivy as a tiny pink butterfly I couldn't catch. I walked with my head permanently tilted through the corridors, going over my new identity in my mind in the best Aussie accent I could muster. Hilary Sharp, pleased to meet ya. I'm a ditzy, gym-obsessed, clean-living Australian gal born on a sheep farm in Coober Pedy in South Australia. My folks are Moira and Alf Stewart. My brothers are Chris and Liam, and I love surfing and Barbies, and we have a pet kookaburra called Chook. I didn't even believe me. I just had to get to Bobby, and everything would be all right. But as the lift doors opened on deck 7, I bumped straight into the couple I'd spoken to when I first came aboard, Ken and Gloria Prosser from Yorkshire. I'd even had my photo taken with them on the gangway. I had hoped that the sheer size of the ship and the number of passengers meant I almost certainly wouldn't come across them again. Clearly, fate had other plans.
"Oh, hello, Petal,"
shrieked Gloria, tottering into the lift towards me in her white and gold strappies.
"Oh, we thought you'd gone overboard."
"I've been in the gym, mainly," I said, phasing in the Aussie accent and affecting my most angelic Bindi Irwin smile. "Toning myself up so I can load up on the old carbos." I was thankful for the sunlight streaming in, which meant I could reasonably put on my sunglasses to hide my lying bitch eyes.
"Frightened your husband will have gone off you,"
Gloria chuckled. It was only then I remembered what I'd told them, that I was meeting my husband in Madeira. I couldn't even recall if I'd given him a name. "Yeah," I said, "he works out a lot too. We're both real gym kangaroos."
"Oh, you'd get on with our Ryan,"
she said, rolling her eyes as they stepped into the lift beside me.
"Our son lives in the gym, don't he, Ken?"
Ken was studying the day's itinerary, half-moon glasses perched on his nose.
"Oh yeah, he can't get enough of it. Got muscles like the statue of David. He's in there now, isn't he, Jade?"
I noticed the woman who'd got into the lift behind them, holding a sleeping baby and gripping the hand of a young boy in a dinosaur onesie, picking Smarties from a tiny box. Jade had black skin, a sparkling Beyoncé-esque smile, and she wore what I would have worn as holiday mum, grey bandeau maxi dress that waterfalled where it didn't cling. She was fucking stunning, but I couldn't help staring at the baby in her arms, whose chubby cheek she was stroking. Jade was everything I wanted to be, and everything I wasn't.
"Who's this, then?"
I said, desperate to seem like the least freaked-out woman around children ever, gesturing towards the baby in her arms. "This is Sansa and Tyrion," she replied, scruffling the smarty boy's hair.
"Pleased to meet ya,"
I said, wincing at my own shite accent.
"Game of Thrones fan, are ya?"
Jade rolled her eyes. "Not me, my husband." In that parallel universe, there was me saying, "Mine too. Craig watches it all the time. Fancies that redhead bird married to the Jonas brother." I'd be nursing our infant daughter and bemoaning my hella predictable spouse, and we'd have compared tit milk or something. As it was, the only thing I was nursing was the prize for worst Australian accent ever. Ty shook his empty Smarties box.
"Grandad said I'm being a little shit."
"Nice," I laughed. The lift took an arrogantly long time, collecting people on all different floors, but eventually stopping at deck 16 and the Caravel breakfast room. The buffet was already at full steam ahead.
"You coming, lovey?" said Ken, stepping out.
"Oh, I wasn't going to breakfast. I've had a protein shake instead."
"Toning up,"
I said, patting my sucked-in belly. "I was heading down to the gangway."
"You won't be able to disembark yet, love,"
said Gloria, taking Ty by the hand.
"I might as well get some proper scran inside you, or steal a couple of croissants at least to have during the day. It's all free."
"Prepaid,"
laughed Ken, jingling his change in his trouser pockets.
"Why can't I disembark?" "They've got to get the OK from the Port Authority to get people off, and even then it'll be the excursions first. Are you on an excursion today?"
No."
You'll spend hours in assembly point queue if you go now.
Ugh, I thought. Fuck my fake life.
Best stay with us, Harriet,
said Ken.
We'll show you what's what.
They couldn't even get my fake name right.
It's Hillary, I said.
People don't fucking listen, do they? Anyway, I was stuck there until the Deck 3 gangway was opened, so I decided that I could do worse than have the process for an invisibility cloak.
Fair dinkum, that'd be ripper,
I said, stepping out of the lift before the doors could clang shut behind me. I purelled my hands at the hand-wash station and followed Jade's shining back towards a newly cleared window table with a high chair at one end.
Glor said you were meeting up with your husband today. Is that right?
I heard the question, but I was too fixed on the baby watching me over her shoulder to answer. Eventually it filtered through.
Yeah, he's been working out here. I'm meeting him in Madeira and we're travelling round for a bit before we go to the UK. His parents live there. We'll stay with them a few months before going back home to Brizzy.
It was less an answer, more an alibi.
What's his name?
Bruce, I said, as she deposited Sansa into the high chair. I'm amazed I didn't say Mick Dundee. Oh, thank God she didn't ask what he did on Madeira, because I couldn't think of anything other than wine. He was a wine thing.
I've really missed him, I said,
with a meek Princess Di head dip.
He works so hard so I don't have to. He likes a more traditional home life.
I shrugged, happy-go-luckily.
Ugh, I hated Hillary already. I wasn't a Hillary. Hillary's are small and cute and do Pilates and volunteer at Cats Protection.
They wear pinnies and have Cath Kidston purses and won't suck a cock in case it smudges their lipstick. I hated this Hillary with her gym kangaroo ebullience, over-toothy grin and homogenised home life. And it was only going to get worse. Bobby was going to have me under the knife so I would look even more like someone I wasn't.
The price for freedom is everything you once were, Rhiannon.
Gloria returned with the cutlery and glasses of orange juice, taking her seat opposite me, and she couldn't help a cursory look down my front. Ketchup stain, bit of string cheese, dried-on chunk of onion, all from room service bar snacks from the past few days. This was not chiming well with the gym bunny health freak Hillary lie. I had to do better.
They've got a nice salon on here, she informed me. You could freshen yourself up for your fella.
I gazed at Sansa, who was dipping her doll's leg in her yoghurt. She was so beautiful. She had her mum's eyes. I wondered if Ivy had mine.
Yeah, good idea. I'll get my hair done, I think.
And a whole new wardrobe, and personality, and face. 3-year-old Tyrion was a rebellious delight. He was the spiller of salt, the tapper of cutlery, the toucher of what he wasn't supposed to, and the asker of questions.
Mummy, why has that man got such a big belly? Mummy, who is the lady sitting with us? Mummy, why is the water wet?
And on and on and on. For some reason, he took to me, moving my face around every time I tried to talk to anyone else. Sansa sort of stared, half asleep, but taking everything in, including occasional slurps of doll-leg yoghurt. She was fascinating. It got easier to be around her the longer I had to be. As long as she didn't squawk or cry, I was good. Mood equals level. Ken brought me back scrambled eggs on toast and an orange juice, not that I'd asked for them, and I had to hear all about Gloria's cruise exploits, Zumba classes, the new gel nails that kept coming off, the massages, and a flower arranging class where she tried making a double-ended feminine spray. I didn't do the obvious joke because I was Hillary now. The words double-ended feminine spray held no meaning for straight-laced, frilly, vanilla-y Hillary at all.
You done any classes yourself yet, Hilary? She asked.
No, I said, resisting the urge to shudder. I'm hoping to, though.
There's a line dancing class tonight at 8 if you're interested.
Rhiannon was figuratively vomiting into a bucket. Hilary was smiling inanely. Do you know, I've always wanted to try that, I beamed. When she wasn't extolling the virtues of cruise life, Gloria was pecking at Jade.
She doesn't need it at the table, love. She's not strapped in properly, love. Ty, you don't need any more jam, Petal. That's quite enough, isn't it?
Jade barely said 2 words until Ken and Gloria went up together to get teas and coffees. Rhiannon wanted a coffee. Hilary opted for green tea. Ugh. It were a Christmas present this holiday, Jade confided in me. By the look on her face, she might have said, I want to fucking die.
Crikey, you're 4 days in. Think you'll survive 3 weeks of this?
She laughed ruefully. Well, there's always overboard, isn't there?
Them or you?
She laughed and rolled her eyes. Don't tempt me, please. So, what's Australia like? I've never been. Thankfully, there was a PA announcement about excursions, so sadly I couldn't regale her with tales of a country I knew nothing about. Are you doing an excursion today? I asked her, inhaling the hum of cooked egg from my plate and trying not to vom as the thought of aborted chicken babies on toast flitted into my mind. Not by choice. They want to do a walking tour through the mosaic-patterned streets of the old town. Kids are going to love that, aren't they? Ken wants to do the Valley of the Nuns this afternoon, whatever the fuck that is.
Might be fun,
I said, giving my untouched plate to a passing waiter. She eyeballed me. Oh, I'm dying for a smoke. It's not worth it, with her watching me like a hawk. Where's your husband? Where he always is, in the gym. He's coming out with us today, though. She painted on a smile. It'll be a lovely day, I'm sure. The tannoy called out,
Excursion groups A to F to your assembly points, please.
Oh, that's us, said Jade, and set about getting the kids' things together. Might see you tonight in the dining room?
Yeah,
I said spryly, handing her Sansa's floppy bunny, like Ivy's pink bunny I'd nicked from her incubator, only grey. Another dart to my chest. I couldn't get off that boat quick enough. Bobby's place was within walking distance, according to a map, so I walked to the Hotel Ecstasis, which was perched in the foothills of the Ponta do Sol. But it took me over an hour to climb up there, encumbered by my bag and baby belly sans baby, and I was sweating cobs and panting like a bloodhound. The hotel had a beautiful frontage, covered in a kaleidoscope of African daisy, bushes of camellias, and blinding yellow mimosas swaying in the warm breeze. For a split moment in the time-space continuum, I thought everything was going to be okay. I was going to be okay. Sanctuary at last. I crossed the cobbled courtyard on the shrieks and giggles of 2 little girls running around the pool up on the terrace. The noise chilled me. It was me and Seren, years ago. Same ages, same colour costumes. I wondered if it was a sign that everything was going to be all right. I soon learned it was a sign that everything was about to turn very bad indeed. I was ushered into an office behind the reception to wait for a woman called Danielle, and within moments, a 50-something permatan on vertiginous heels in a too-tight business suit tottered in. Her name badge read Danielle Fairley de Souza, General Manager. She was Bobby's daughter. Hiya, she sighed, plonking herself in the swivel chair behind the desk. She looked pissed off, like I'd dragged her away from something important. But as it turned out, it was her permanent way. You're Hilary, are you? Yeah. Bobby said to meet him here. Where is he? He's dead, she replied. No fanfare.
She sat back in the chair with a mechanical creak and folded her arms as best she could in her too tight jacket, her face working on the prize for least grieving daughter ever. Sorry to break it to you and all that. I couldn't catch my breath, so I held it where it was. Dead? She nodded. New Year's Eve. It weren't a shock. Best medics in Portugal been telling him to change his lifestyle for years. Cut down on smoking, boozing, the 10 gram of coke every day. I didn't listen, no, did he? Still, he weren't happy. Face wedged between the buttocks of an underage whore. My bowels nearly fell out. Oh my God. Yeah, and now I'm left sorting out this dog's mess. She flipped over a stack of paper on the desk in front of her. He's dead, I said again, completely forgetting to be Australian. Had to import a super-sized coffin for him and all, 'cause of his girth. He was such a sex maniac, I doubt they'll be able to get a lid on. Not that we've got clearance to bury the bastard yet, 'cause the undertaker's got a backlog with that plane crash. She rolled her eyes. Even an international tragedy was a personal inconvenience. You want run then, are you? Yes, I am. Shit. My mouth had gone all dry and it was hard to get the S out. Sounded more like thick. What were it? Sex, drugs or murder? I'm guessing sex? I shook my head. It was all I could do. Danielle sucked in her breath. Well, I can't help you. I'm in enough shit of me own. I've paid for it. He's had my money, I cried. He said he'd sort it for me. Did he leave you any instructions or a new passport? You knew my name. No, he just said he had a pregnant girlie called Hillary coming in New Year. She looked down at my stomach. Where is it, your baby? A black flower stretched out and bloomed in my chest. She's gone. Her face darkened. All right, you poor lass. Her mouth went to say something, but she bit it back at the last second. I'd assumed you were one of his many lovers, and the kid was yet another half-sibling. No, I'm not. Last time I saw Bobby, I was about 6. He knew my dad. He said he could get me a job on his yacht. Where did he say you were headed? Venezuela or somewhere, was it? Yeah, South America, maybe. She leaned back. It's where he sends most of his shipments. You mean I was going on a boat filled with drugs? Yep, count yourself lucky. Yacht's been impounded by Portuguese police. If you had been on there, they'd have taken you in and all. It were a floating opium den. It'll be the end of my salon. No smoke and all that. Fucking hell. I am sorry, love, for what it's worth. How much did he fleece you? 150,000. Oh, fucking hell, I'm sorry. And about the baby, too. You've had a tough time of it by the sounds, and a wasted journey. Well, what the hell am I going to do? I shouted. This was my one basket full of eggs, and every fucking one was smashed. I knew this would all come back to bite me on the arse. I should have trusted Keston. I should have gone with his plan. I'm not a panicker, not normally, but since Ivy, all bets seem to be off. At that moment, with Danielle Fairley creaking that chair back and forth and telling me she was sorry and that I'd had a wasted journey, panic was properly setting in, and I started hyperventilating. The faded grey of the windowless office walls pressed in on me. No aircon, stifling, suffocating, no way out. Fuck! Hey, come on now, it's all right, said Danielle, bouncing out of the chair and tottering round to my side of the desk. I was in full can't catch my breath mode. Isn't there anything you can do? He was going to sort it. I've paid him. Where's it all gone? A lot of people paid him, love. It's probably gone up his nose. Where do I go? What am I going to do?
Let me get you a glass of water.
She scampered out, returning moments later with a large tumbler of clear brown liquid that definitely wasn't water.
Here, get this down you. It'll help with shock.
I took the glass with a shaking hand and gulped it back, wincing at the taste. Whiskey, ugh. But it did calm me somewhat. She tottered round to her side of the desk and opened a drawer, pulling out a bag of mobile phones with chargers tied to them with coloured elastic bands.
We haven't sorted through all Dad's offices yet. There might be something left for you somewhere. Give me a few days. Can you do that?
Yeah, I guess.
Where did he call you from? Here or the Funchal Palm? Or the Eden Suites? Or the Casa de Oro?
I didn't know he had other hotels. I thought this was the only one. She jotted down a number and taped it to the back of one of the phones before handing it to me.
If I find anything, I'll call you. It's fully charged.
What do I do in the meantime? I said, still shuddering from the scotch.
Hold tight. Keep your head down. I can't say how long it'll take, and that's if I do find anything. Me dad weren't the most reliable man in the world, but he never usually let his mates down. I know some of his associates. I'll see what's what, but don't hold your breath, all right?
I can't even remember saying thank you as Danielle shoved the rest of the phones back in the desk drawer and escorted me outside, back through reception, back towards the ship, back towards inevitable capture. I stared at the phone, an iPhone 4 with a cracked screen, and started the long walk back down the hill to the town, finding a small square halfway, thriving with stalls and boutiques. I sat on a vacant bench beneath a tree, shaking all over, despite the heat. I gripped the phone hard. At this point, I guessed my only option was to hope Danielle would come through. There was a few grand left over from my inheritance that Keston had wired to an offshore account, and I still had access to it, despite the ATMs on the ship charging a fortune per transaction. My anxiety on a rolling simmer, I walked across the square to a small dress shop, scoping it for Hillary-approved outfits. I had to think old-school Britney, pre-pleather Taylor, pink, white and fluffy, florals and fake smiles, capri pants and cock-teasing. I milled around the shops all day, in and out of boutiques and a small pharmacy where I managed to get pile cream, administering it in a blue-tiled toilet in a back street. The place stank of cheese, but the relief was immediate. Later, I found a hair salon that was willing to install tumbling 22-inch hair extensions all over my head. It was run by a small group of women who didn't speak any English, and by the time I returned to the dockside, I looked like a much better, cleaner, more carefree version of the person who had disembarked the ship that morning. The Prossers were spilling out of a taxi in the car park as I walked through the dock gates towards the terminal building. Ken and Gloria were swinging Ty, Jade was pushing Sansa in the buggy, and Ryan Prosser looked like he'd walked off the cover of Men's Health.
"Hi, Hillary," Jade called out. "I barely recognised you. You look amazing."
"Thanks," I said, flicking a clump of extensions over my shoulder.
"I fancied a change." "Oh, you look gorgeous, Petal. Have you had a good day?" asked Glow.
"Where's Bruce?" asked Ken. I beamed my bestest Hiller beam, allowing it to falter slightly.
"Oh, he's had to stay on. He's going to have to meet us in Barcelona instead. No biggie." "Oh, I was looking forward to meeting him," said Glow.
"Yeah, you will in a few days. No dramas." Ryan Prosser extended a hand in greeting. He had caramel curls and muscles that belonged in the Uffizi gallery with the other works of art. He looked like AJ, but older, good-lookinger, and with a bigger bulge. If I'd been in full-on hoe mode, I'd have been locked onto Peenland, no question, but Childbirth and the pressing issue of life on the run had a lot to answer for. Ty held out his little pudding hand to me too, and I took it gladly.
"You can come line dancing tonight now, Petal, can't you?" said Glow excitedly. "I can't get any of this lot to come with me. And we'll set another place on our table at dinner. No need for you to be lonely, at least."
"Thanks, Gloria," I said. "That'd be bonza." And they swooshed their big family cloak around me and gathered me in, exactly like I needed them to. Wednesday, the 2nd of January. Cadiz. 1. People who refer to their other halves as their partner in crime. 2. Fat celebrities who lose a shitload of weight, then whack it all back on a year later after the workout DVD's done the rounds. 3. German bodybuilder in the gym who man-spreads at the pec press machine right in front of my rowing machine. Today, his cock fell out of his shorts, and he knew it, and he smiled. 4. Fake-assed bitches on reality shows. Hair, tits, nails, lenses. Even though, technically, I am the bitches, and this is my reality show. 5. That rap twat 6'9". I did go line dancing with Gloria. I had no excuses not to. And let me tell you, if you ever want to laugh, go line dancing. If you want a bigger laugh, go line dancing with a serial killer who's trying to appear normal by line dancing. The sight of myself in the studio mirror, boogieing my scootin' boots, throwing down hose, turning Monterey and heel-toe stepping with hitches and kicks, almost pushed me over the edge into endless hysterics. It wasn't lost on me how ridiculous my life had become in such a short space of time. But the experience further cemented my vanilla facade, and that was all that mattered. Not that the Huggins murder had made the news yet. It was still all Brexit and plane crashes, and I have to admit, I was kind of relieved. Another day under the radar was a chance to get even further from the UK. The itinerary and cruise letter had been slipped under the door when I got back to my cabin, serving to remind me where I was and how long I had left. After all, this wasn't a holiday, it was a countdown. Next stop, Cadiz, then Gibraltar. After that came Cartagena, Valencia, Mallorca, Barcelona, Marseille, Genoa, Florence, Rome, Sardinia, Naples, Sicily, and finally Malta, where the ship would turn around and head back along the African coast via Tunisia, back towards the UK. I had about 2 weeks to find asylum, or be in one. And I don't like uncertainty. I never have. I like plans, expectations, safety. I like being at home. I like gardens. Planting something and being there long enough to watch it grow. I like knowing what country is going to be outside my door every time I open it. But I was stuck there on that floating tin can for the foreseeable. Aimless. Rootless. And no amount of checking that phone screen was going to hurry along a miracle. Not that I could let the Prossers in on any of this. As far as they were concerned, I was fair dinkum and a fantastic new travelling companion who got around in when expected, was brilliant with children, and answered the easiest pub quiz questions about pop music and soap operas, even though I knew the Caravaggio one and the square root of 64. For the Cadiz stop-off, I stayed with them on the ship all day. I won the bingo twice and shared my congratulatory bottle of wine with my new family. I got in the ball pit with the kids and joined in with a balloon twisting workshop and mini golf and ice cream eating competitions. At dinner, helped along by said wine, I regaled them with tales of mine and Bruce's wedding in Bora Bora, It had come up in the pub quiz, and duetted with Ken on It Takes Two at karaoke. But by early evening, even though my face was pointed towards the Russian acrobats during Putin on the Ritz, all my thought owls had flown to the big question marks in my head. Where was I going? Who was I now? How long could I keep this up? I pretended to have a headache and excused myself. I went up to the deck and gazed out at the endless sea, listening to old school Simply Red pumping from speakers, watching couples in sandals walking hand in hand, men with belly overhang getting in a late swim with their leathery wives, mums, dads, sisters, boyfriends, families, a woman holding a baby against her shoulder, a dad holding a baby against his neck. I missed Ivy. I missed her so much my womb would contract whenever I thought about her. And though I tried to push past it and be all no dramas like Hillary, sometimes life sucks the fucking nice right out of you. The man who walks, for instance, ambled past and I attempted a Hillary, hiya, and he blanked me, and in a flash I could see myself pushing him towards the handrails and upending him overboard. Oh, I thought, there she was, briefly. Rhiannon, red in tooth and claw, hiding in the shadows, waiting for her moment. You can lead a whore to Malta, but you can't make her quit wanting to toss people overboard. I tried to ping Danielle Fairley a text, but it wouldn't send. No signal at sea, it would seem. I went back to my cabin and flicked on the TV. Breaking Bad was on. It's quite good once Walter White stops fucking coughing. I ordered room service, a burger, a mojito, and a bowl with mixed herbs, thinking I'd give the sitz bath a try. Where I splits, I sits. I told the steward it was for my sinuses. I boiled the kettle and I sat there in the middle of the floor, watching bald white people shoot each other over bags of blue crystals while bathing my hoochie-magooch. When I went to bed, it felt numb. I felt numb, inside and outside. And numb was an improvement. On this occasion, numb was good. Thursday the 3rd of January. Gibraltar. 1. Parents on cruise ships whose kids take the decorative carrot goldfish on the salad before I can get to it. 2. Waitress called Vicky, which could rhyme with Ricky or Itchy, but I'll never know because I'm not speaking to her again. She didn't laugh at my Poseidon adventure joke. 3. People who slam doors without a thought for those in the next cabin. 4. Outside broadcasts on morning TV, when the presenters go outside to test supercars or barbecues. Get back on your sofas, you pricks. 5. People who Instagram every fucking moment of their holiday. Here we are walking up some stairs. Here we are walking back down the stairs. Here we are eating breakfast. Toast today, lol. 6. The Real Housewives of Anywhere. The following day, the ship docked in Gibraltar, but seeing the Prossers talking to another family in the endless buffet queue outside the caravel, I ducked out and headed for the quieter Brigantine restaurant. Irritatingly, a lot of other fuckwits had the same idea, and the queue was twice as long. When I did finally get in, people attacked the buffet like vultures, taking handfuls of whatever was on offer. I couldn't get near anything, save the last croissant and a glass of tepid juice. I took them both outside to eat. The speakers out on deck were playing Carpenter's classics that day. Ticket to Ride. Oh, what a mournful song that is. I don't remember it being quite so depressing when the Beatles did it, but I suppose they weren't in the throes of anorexia. There weren't many people around, save an older couple in M&S summer gear chatting over quoits. Friends laughing, happy holiday makers. The Titanic, pre-iceberg. Thoughts of Kate Winslet flinging herself off the starboard bow flitted into my head as I chewed my stale croissant. I wondered if I should do the same. Who was I kidding? I'm too arrogant to kill myself. The dulcet sounds of an old posh woman bollocking two kids drifted down from the upper deck, the diamond deck. Do you see any giant Jenga up here? No, so go back down to the youth area. This is for diamond class passengers only, and your parents are not diamond class. I can tell by your mother's leggings. Two boys loped down the small stairway, past the private sign, and disappeared inside the ship. I set down my crummy plate on a sun lounger and climbed the stairs. There wasn't much up there. A grass-roofed cocktail bar, a few sun loungers, and a hot tub shaped like a martini glass. This is for diamond passengers, said the same bored drawl. A dumpy old woman with a stern expression lay on a sun lounger, draped in chiffon, pina colada in hand. I flashed my pass like a homicide detective, covering the gold bar with my thumb. That was the only difference between the classes. Her pass had a diamond, mine a gold bar. I am diamond class, I said. She closed her eyes and gave herself to the sun's rays. Not a fan of kids, then, I said, perching on the lounger next to her. Can't stand the little fuckers. You're not seeing Gibraltar today? No. Once you've climbed a chunk of granite in the battering wind and had your nuts pinched by an ape, you've seen all Gibraltar's got to offer. Her face bore the expression of someone who'd lived 1,000 years and was half past give a shit with it all, like the old countess in Downton. Like every wrinkle was a folder full of memories. There was a wheelchair parked beside her lounger and a gold sequined scarf hanging on the back. The man who walks appeared at the top of the steps. He opened the gate, closed the gate, and kept on walking past. Ugh, I can't stand that guy, I said, eyeballing him. She saw him too. Why? What's he done? Nothing. He just walks. I've never seen him sitting down, even in the dining room. He circumnavigates this bloody ship like a hamster in a wheel. He's lost. Buy a fucking map, then. Without his wife, I mean, she added, sipping the remains of her drink. They've been coming on this cruise for years. She died last summer. Aneurysm. Why does he still come on the cruise? Doesn't know what else to do, I presume. He's grieving. We're all grieving. We don't all lap a ship 50 times a day like a prick. Oh dear, we did get out of the Mediterranean on the wrong side this morning, didn't we? I hadn't realised I was being myself, and my un-Australian self at that, until she'd called me on it. Sorry, I said. I'm having a bad day. Don't apologise, it's refreshing. There's enough bullshitters. People who bid you good day, but wouldn't piss in your mouth if your teeth were on fire. I decided I liked her. I liked being myself in her company. It was a risk, of course, but I've always been a risky pixie. There you go, Carol, said a waiter, placing a fresh pina colada on her table and removing the empty glass. They shared a conversation where I learned that she knew most of the staff by first name, and they all knew her. Been coming on this ship a long time? I asked when he'd gone. I never leave, she said. I've been on here for 11 years. You live on the ship? She nodded, her wattles quivering. Why? Can you think of a better place to live? All you can eat and drink, 24-hour entertainment, medical care, a new vista every morning. What about your home? This is my home. No, your house, your family? I don't have any. She picked up her book from the table. I'm normally wary of older people in case they start having a stroke or need something wiped, but this one looked safe-ish. Maybe I could become her companion, like the granddaughter of the old bag in Titanic. Cue the "It's been 84 years" gif. My parasitical suckers twitched. "I'm Hilary," I said, remembering my Aussie accent and phasing it in. I read the cover of her book, The Countess's Courtesan by Vaughan Dempsey Newell. "Why do you never get off the ship?" "I don't need to," she replied. "There's nothing to be seen that I haven't seen 100 times before. Things don't tend to improve with age." Maybe I could do that, I thought. Cruise forevermore. Maybe the crew could become a family of sorts. But I remembered my tumbleweedy bank account and shot that particular thought owl out of the sky. "How much does it cost to live on a cruise?" "I'm not sure. You must be loaded." "I am, and I don't need a lady's companion if that's what you're thinking. So if you've somewhere else you have to be—" "No, I'm only killing time," I said. "Until what?" For the first time in a long time, I told the truth. "I don't know. I have no idea what I'm doing." And all my thought owls flew to Ivy. That day marked her week-old birthday. "Just enjoy your holiday, then," she said, focusing on her book, mouthing the words as she read them. "Read a bit out to me," I said, lying back on my lounger. She flattened the pages and cleared her throat. "Her love ignited a fire inside me," she read. "I'd never beheld a countenance as bright as hers, and in that moment the earth slipped away and my body took flight as her hungry fingers penetrated my sex." "Whoa," I said. I looked at the cover again. "Is it lesbians?" The woman smiled broadly. "Oh, yes, it's marvellous. He doesn't usually write for lesbians, this chap. He does these awful romance novels for bored housewives about a haddock fisherman turned doctor who fucks all his patients. But this series is his best by far. It's Downton Abbey, but with lesbians." "Are you a lesbian?" "Yes, I suppose I am. Though I did love my husbands, too." "Husbands? Well, I loved 4 of them. 1 and 3 were shits. 5 was a shit without me realising he was a shit. 2 was a Nazi spy, so he was a shit to everyone else. 4 was gay himself. I think it's called bisexual. That's probably what I am." There was a red calla lily on the front of the book, looking unavoidably vaginal. "May I?" She handed it to me, and I thumbed through the dog-eared pages. "You've read this more than once, haven't you?" "Of course. What else do I have? I'm too bloody arthritic for physical pleasure, and I haven't got the patience to keep learning the Wi-Fi password." "Big print," I said, gesturing to the pages. "I'm losing my sight," she murmured, closing her eyes towards the sun. "I'm not surprised." She grinned, wiggling her eyebrows. The grin was catching. "It's more than that, though," she said. "It's full of that passion. The ardour one doesn't experience often when one gets to a certain age. It captures that febrile intensity of reconciling with the yearnings of one's body. Blimey. I had that once. For real." She picked up her drink and sipped half of it away. "It's terrible in one way, once you've had it, because nothing ever matches up to it. The rest of the time you're treading water." "Who with? Which husband was this?" "Oh, God, no, not a husband. A waitress. On Capri. I met her on my 2nd honeymoon." "You had an affair with a waitress on your honeymoon?" "Yes." Her eyes twinkled, and a rather torrid one at that. "We were there for a month. My husband was working in Naples." She set down her glass and made a face. "Jordan's a dear chap, but he never puts enough rum in these." So tell me more about this waitress. Beatrice, she smiled, like she could still taste her. Beatrice Genovese. I knew it the moment our eyes met. She was it. You hear young people talking about it all the time. The one. Well, she was my one, and I was hers. So why didn't you ditch the husband and run off with this Beatrice? She looked at me as though I'd spat in her eye. Because it was 1955, and I was married with 2 children by then. You didn't just leave. You didn't do whatever you wanted and fuck the consequences. I'd have fucked those consequences till the cows came home, I scoffed. Yes, well, different times. We quickly became best friends, then lovers, then soulmates. But I went home with Geoffrey, and that was that. You never saw her again? No. Are you seeing her when we go to Naples? There's a Capri excursion, I think. No, she repeated, picking up her drink. And she left it at that. Is she the reason you drink pina coladas for breakfast? She didn't dignify that. I went back to the book. It was only when her glass clinked against her ring I realised she'd fallen asleep. The page had fallen open on one of the hot bits, the horny housekeeper talking about the Countess being the most sumptuous oyster she'd ever cracked open. She was naked with herself when she was with the Countess. Shame had fallen from her shoulders like a silken robe. A gorgeous new thrill rippled inside her, a hot, molten feeling of utter serenity. Ooh. Like her body was a dolphin shooting into the sky. The excitement, that silver thrill of knowing one had that power, to have conquered oneself. In finding the Countess, she had conquered the living death that was life. That's how it feels, I thought, to kill someone. I know it wasn't the point of the plot, to put a serial killer in touch with her murderous lust, but that's the effect it had. It was describing how I felt when I took someone's life, when I sensed their last breath leave them. Caro telling me about her first love had inadvertently brought me back to mine. Killing was my the one. It was how I'd felt after suffocating Derek Scud, after knifing Gavin White, after mounting Troy Shearer and stabbing him through the heart in that alleyway, after slicing Sandra Huggins to bloody bits. She was a better person with her love beside her, with her skin on hers, when she was her own true self, happier, settled, and her rage and her fretfulness quelled to a calm, undulating sea. Fucking hell, I said. I'd missed that feeling. I wanted it again. I didn't want to be numb anymore, treading water, scared. When I was Rhiannon, nothing scared me. Nothing could. I wanted that back. And I thought, if I could control it this time, I could have the best of both worlds. Hilary for business, Rhiannon for fun. My heart started thumping. I headed back indoors and got the lift down to the business centre. I bought another 24 hours of internet and logged on to plentyofcatfish.com. It was like coming home. Even if home was a cesspool of mansplainers, swipe rights, dick pics, DM sliders, thirst traps, leave-on reads, slow fades, foot fetishists, golden showers, garage flowers, and over-proteined poonhounds with ass acne and Harley-Davidsons wanking themselves blind over Top Gear. But home has always been where my heart is. Friday the 4th of January, Cartagena. 1. Kris Jenner, a.k.a. the queen who spawns the silicon eggs. 2. Ken and Gloria, the couple who've been everywhere, done it all and know everything, except that their shipmate is a serial killer. 3. Parents who allow their toddlers to shriek at random intervals. 4. Parents who bring all 8 children on holiday with them and hog the mini-golf course. Why do people keep on having kids anyway? The last one not pulling in the followers on Instagram like she used to. 5. Parents in general. Fuck boy. Are you in Alicante? Hills have eyes 69. No, I'm in Cartagena. Come to me, baby. Fuck boy. Where dat? Hills have eyes 69. Get a map. Fuck boy. Okay, I'll see what I can do. Won't be till late afternoon though. Can't wait to see you. I really enjoyed last night. Hills have eyes 69. Yeah, it was great, wasn't it? Fuck boy. Can't wait to be inside you for real. Hills have eyes 69. Me eyes. I waited an age for a response. Watched a YouTube video of 2 men attempting an enormous fry-up in a hollowed-out loaf, and did a BuzzFeed quiz to pass the time. Which member of BTS is most likely to help you change a tyre based on your Krispy Kreme preference? Jungkook, ovs. Anyway, eventually I got a bite. My old hunting ground, plenty of catfish, was its usual cavalcade of incels and desperados, lots of whom were married, and at least one of whom was in prison, but would still blow my back out, given half the chance. Ah, so many Mr. Darcys, so little time. Smitten blinky eyes gif. The little fishy that bit was a loathsome patch of cunny fungus called Liam, or El Fuckboy, as his profile suggested. He was on a stag weekend in Alicante, along the coast from Cartagena, and looked like a younger, gone wrong Lewis Capaldi. His photos were the usual, one in sports gear before a big mirror, one astride a garish red motorbike, one with a drugged-up tiger cub in the Far East, and one in a suit at a party, probably his own wedding. According to his profile, he was 25, from Chepstow, and a Sagittarius. We chatted back and forth, at first sober, testing the water messages like, "Where are you from?" and "What box sets have you binged recently?" But before long he was asking me my bra size and sending videos of him water skiing with a GoPro attached to his cock. I didn't send anything back. He had to make do with words for the time being. Nevertheless, within hours, he was ravenous for me. "Fuck boy, babes, we need to hook up. I'm gonna bury myself in you." I'd no intention of sleeping with him. My foof was still the last battered cod under the heat lamp, and though my soreness was subsiding, I'd apparently waved my libido goodbye at Southampton docks. I just wanted Liam to test out a theory, the way Einstein needed chalk and a blackboard. And the theory was this. If I could kill again, I could feel like my old self again. I'd get that familiar rippling inside, like Caro's book had said. That dolphin surge thrill of removing life from another's body. If I could kill again, I could handle all the other stuff, the boring, sado, fluffy pink Hillary stuff. I could make my heartache disappear. Liam texted me at first light on the iPhone 4. At least some fucker was. "Fuck boy. Good news, babes. I got 2 hours free this arvo. Where are we meeting so I can sex you up? Tongue out emoji. Hills have eyes 69. Laguna Rossa? It's pink. My fave colour. Fuck boy. Lol. Where dat? I'd seen it advertised at the excursions desk, and I knew it would be a good spot. A large, pink-coloured lake. The kind of place Instagrammers go to risk their lives getting selfies. It looked romantic, quiet, and, better still, unpoliced. I booked one of the last tickets for the afternoon tour. Hills have eyes 69. Torrevieja? Be so romantic. Heart eyes emoji. Fuck boy. Ah, yeah, cool, I heard of that. Be good for the gram. I'll G-map it. All righty, see you there about 4-ish. Hills Have Eyes 69. Can't wait. Open-mouthed smile emoji. Fuck boy. Wait, have you got skins? Hills Have Eyes 69. I'm on the pill. You can come as you are. Blush emoji. Fuck boy. Fuck, I've got a semi on thinking about you. Can't wait to smash that pasty. Catch you later, baby. 6 lines of kisses, aubergine emoji, peach emoji, heart emojis a go-go. Hills Have Eyes 69. Catch you later, baby. Smiling devil emoji. I planned to stay on the ship until my excursion was called. Maybe catch a morning stretch class, try out the zip wire, or join in with the beanbag toss. Unfortunately, fate had other plans again. There came a knock on my cabin door. It was Gloria Prosser. Hiya, you coming out to play? Jade and Ryan have taken the kids to the water park, so us oldies are hitting the shops. You're welcome to join us. I couldn't think of any excuses. Not a single one. So cue the boo-boo. That'd be ripper, thanks guys. I'll go grab my bag. In the absence of Jade and Ryan, the Prossers had invited their cruise chums along. Lynette and Dennis Hall, 2 dehydrated ex-farmers from Devon, and Eddie and Shona Callahan, retired firefighters from Orange County. Brexiteers and Trumpians alike. They were people I'd normally cross motorways to avoid. As it was, I was stuck in Gammon Central. I had to go full throttle Hillary. That's a brilliant observation, Dennis. I agree, totally, I found myself saying when he went on some rant about migrants paying for healthcare. Oh, you're so right, I beamed at Eddie. Mexico should pay for the wall. He high-fived me with his sweaty paw. I wiped it on Gloria's cardigan, mid-cringe. Oh, I hear you, Shona. I hear you, I said, with an amen hand, as she started on about how we should all be doing our bit to reduce plastic and save the planet. She'd already fucked the planet by birthing 5 kids, so it didn't actually matter how many times a day she swilled out her tampon. Still, Hillary earned their trust, and that was all that mattered. I had vowed to take a bag full of the essentials whenever I left the ship, on the off chance I got the call from Danielle while the phone had full signal. But the call didn't come in Cartagena. The screen remained blank all day. The town was a searingly hot but tranquil little place, filled with old buildings, marble streets lined with palm trees, and a marina of bobbing boats. Everything smelled like sun cream, and the heat deepened my tan as we walked around, touring Mercia Cathedral, before Gloria dragged everyone shoe shopping. It was a dull but fairly relaxing day, until I saw the 5 police officers gathered outside the Punic Wall Museum. Policía Local Cartagena, written on their blue and yellow jackets, dicing bands on their hats, guns poised, mirrored sunglasses so nobody could see who they were looking at. They didn't seem to be interacting, just waiting. Waiting for me? Any second, I expected that tap on my shoulder and the inevitable, "Disculpe, señora, está bajo arresto." But the moment never came. They didn't pay me much mind at all. Still didn't stop me stressing about it and looking at my phone every 5 minutes. I took the opportunity to text Danielle Fairley. She didn't appreciate it. I said don't hold your breath. I've got 99 problems here, Hillary. Hold tight. The Gammons didn't pay me much mind either. They never looked behind to see if I was there, or asked what I wanted in the coffee shops, or offered to pay. I wasn't the little girl on the pool noodle, being reminded to keep my water wings on anymore. As far as they were concerned, I was there, but not there. Like the sky, or the 3rd Jonas brother. After our third little rest stop of the day for refreshments and a slice of pizza so dry the point had curled up like the end of a Turkish slipper, we nipped into a supermarket for room provisions. 6 cans of Spanish lager and Gloria's Valium from her handbag while she was in the loo. I deposited the gammons on hired beach loungers, and once they were safely all asleep, I gave them the slip to catch the 2 p.m. minibus to the Pink Lake. The ride there was torturous, as is always the case when I'm crammed into a clanky, moving box loaded with dickheads and their hot farts. There were 14 of us. 3 pensioners, 3 Fiat 500 Twitter types, 2 sets of couples in their 30s, 3 of the loudest children I'd ever met, and me, the serial killer. The kids had the worst names: Cassidy, Braxton, and Swayze, and they were so dosed up on Haribo Troppy Fruity that sitting down was an impossibility. I like children normally, but I didn't like them. If the bus had crashed and I was the only one conscious, I resolved not to help. Our rep, Chris, with a Y, like why can't anyone spell their fucking name anymore, informed us along the way of what we could expect from the Pink Lake. Information the guy who sold us the tickets hadn't. Now, Laguna Rosa is a salt lake, so although it might look like a giant milkshake, it's not nearly as inviting and is actually full of bacteria, which gives the lake its pink hue. So, sadly, you can't go for a dip, I'm afraid. What? Said a pensioner with flip-top glasses. Not even to pedal? Afraid not, no. You can sit beside it and have your picnics, take as many pictures as you like, or do a mud pack. The mud on the banks is great for your skin, actually, but no swimming. It's pretty lethal. Great, I thought. So we've driven nearly an hour to sit by a salty pink puddle, covering ourselves in muddy pathogens. Ugh. It looked like something out of a science fiction movie, but was still kind of beautiful. This huge pink pond, surrounded by long grasses, stretched as far as the eye could see, rippling on the breeze. All around the edge, deposits of salt had stacked up like drifts of warm snow, and after making some salt castles, I discovered it stings like shit, so I had to wash my hands in lager, the only liquid I'd brought with me. I located a space in the long grass, away from the throng, and texted elf fuckboy to let him know I'd arrived. He did arrive, more fool him, an hour later. He wore long navy shorts and trainers, and a t-shirt with the fucking Smurf thing on from that film I hate but Craig loved, Avatar. He didn't wait long to start kissing me, one hand venturing down towards the holy triangle. Babes, I'm so glad you came, I lied with my sparkliest Hillary smile. You too. And you're right, you do look like a fat Cheryl Cole. His tongue was like a tiny cold worm, and it took all my concentration not to gag as he slipped it in my mouth. Do you want a drink? I said as I pulled away. Yeah, I'm just so hot for you, he laughed. Had a semi on all day thinking about this. Ah, that's really lovely. Well, let's cool off for a second, yeah? Luckily, the worm took my bait and downed a can of the super-strength Spanish lager I'd brought, emitting a belch and slinging the can behind him. Now, where were we? He leaned over. I reared back. Nuh-uh, not yet, I grinned, removing his hand. You gone frigid on me. I'm not as horny as you yet. Be patient, little grasshopper. Grass what? He laughed, removing his shirt. Come on, babe. I've got a fucking rod on here. Not yet, I chuckled, pushing him back again. Oh, come on. No, I said, the sparkle fading from my Hillary beam. Please, shove your hand down here. No, honey. Go on, a little bit. Right there. Will you fucking woo me first, bitch? Rhiannon smashed through Hillary's glass facade, and almost shattered everything. He leaned back.
Whoa! What the hell was that?
I exhaled, long and slow. I'm so sorry. I can't take you in dry. You'll hurt me. I need warming up first, baby, okay? I fluttered my eyelashes.
So let me put my hand down there. That'll warm you up.
He came back on me, body pressed against mine, suplexing me into the grass, fingers creeping down the waistband of my shorts. He reached knicker elastic. Creep, creep, creep went the digits. Down, down, down. Almost hitting pube. Almost on maternity pad. I need a drink, I said, pushing him off. Do you want another one, hun?
Yeah, go on, he said, defeated.
You can start undressing if you like, while you're waiting. This placated him as he finally stopped fucking with me and undid his laces, giving me long enough to slide a couple of pills into his open can. Quite a few pills, actually. A whole blister pack, if you must know. I'd had them ready and rattling in my shorts pocket most of the day. Fancy a dip? I said, handing him the can.
Nah, it's full of salt, innit?
He necked the lager. Oh yeah, I said, pretending to sip my own. Liam stood and made his way over to the shore, plunging his foot straight in.
Us fucking freezing and all,
he laughed. I looked around for signs of Chris the rep, or the old man with the snort, or that prick Swayze who'd pulled my hair on the bus. But everyone was hidden by the long grasses. There were orgasms coming from the east. He sank the dregs of his second can, tossing it into the scrub. He lay down on my towel and turned to me.
Get your knickers off, then.
I stroked his chest. You have to take this slowly. Make love to me. His breathing deepened.
Shit, that's hot.
His face moved towards my mouth, and I held his head away, turning my lips towards his ear. I nibbled.
Say more stuff like that, baby.
I stroked his chest all the way down his happy trail and into his shorts. My face inadvertently winced as I wondered what breed of crab I was going to catch if those pills didn't kick in soon. His breathing deepened as the cold, wet worm licked my neck. I feigned. I clamped my thighs together and reached inside his shorts, taking hold of his springy little knob, already moist with pre-cum.
Bloody DNA. It's gonna go off in a min,
he breathed as I kissed him, and that stupid worm invaded my mouth again.
Give it a tug, or nosh it off if you like.
And they say romance is dead, eh?
It soon would be.
He picked at the spaghetti straps of my vest and pulled one down to reveal my boob.
Wow, your tits are huge.
I said, struggling to summon the will to go on living and biting back the pain as he squeezed each breast in turn. Oh, Christ, I thought, what if they leaked? How would I explain that? But Lady Luck for once was on my side that day as, without warning, he fell back on my beach towel, laughing. What's the matter? I said, looking down to the tittage to see if they'd betrayed me. They hadn't.
Fuck, I'm wasted, man. You'll have to get on me.
I didn't move. I posted my boob back inside my vest and lay on my side, watching, waiting for something else to happen.
Do what? Reverse cowgirl. Hop on. I'm ready.
Voices wafted over from the scrub. Couples frolicking. Phony Braxton swinging a vuvuzela. A woman in an orange bikini running to the lake and filling up a bottle, sprinting back into the grass, presumably to chuck it over someone. Liam's arm was over his face and his breathing grew laboured.
Are you all right?
I whispered.
I dunno.
He tried to sit up, but collapsed back down.
Fuck.
He got to his knees before stumbling forwards onto his face, before twisting around violently, eyes rolling back to the whites, fitting fully and bodily like I'd plugged him into a socket. He went, on and on, like a washing machine on spin. Oh, shut up, I seethed, climbing on top, pinning him down, legs to legs, arms to arms, face to face, as he shook rigidly beneath me, foam seeping from his mouth, eyes wide, pupils at full stop. I held myself hard against him and willed that rush into my bones. The surge, the magnificence. He was dying. He was dying, and I was on top of him, all powerful, taking his life. He growled. Die against me, you pig. Fucking die against me, I muttered. His death rattle spluttered out as his last breaths released into my hair, and his whole body stilled, one limb at a time, and his heart ceased to thump, and his eyes stayed wide. But I didn't get it. The surge, that expectant cliff edge before the almighty orgasm. I strained and I shuddered, and I willed that delicious surge of adrenaline to come until sweat beaded on my forehead. But it was not there. I did not fall. I did not come. Ugh! I got to my feet, yanking out my towel from under him. You can't even fucking die properly, I hissed, tucking the towel beneath my arm. I checked around for detritus, submerged Liam's phone along with the lager cans in the lake, and walked to the bus, shaking, like a normal person. Who the hell was I? This wasn't Hillary, and it definitely wasn't the old Rhiannon. I was stuck in some hellish limbo where nothing felt good. I'd never felt this way before, even when I was pregnant and stymied by Ivy's little do-gooder voice. I'd still wanted to kill. I'd been desperate to. Now, I didn't even want to kill. I didn't know what I wanted. It was all Ivy's fault. She'd done this, trying to make me a good person. Now I was neither one thing nor the other. Serena Williams was never the same after she had a kid. Jess Ennis stopped winning gold medals. Amy Schumer stopped being funny. Now it had happened to me. What a waste of time and effort. Liam had been my US Open, except there was no umpire to rant at. There was nobody at all. Saturday the 5th of January. Valencia. 1. Celebrities who endorse weight loss products. 2. Celebrities on cruise ships who still think they're the big I am. 3. Flip-flops, the people who wear them, make them, and who will one day, eventually, die in them if I get my way. 4. Ken, Gloria, Dennis, Lynette, Shona and Eddie, a.k.a. the Gammons. They've dubbed themselves the Crazy Gang. The craziest thing they've done is order a shared pudding with a sparkler in it, and the sparkler had gone out by the time the waiter brought it over. 5. Talking of gammon, John Hamm. I googled some true crime podcasts when I got back on the ship that evening, taking out another mortgage for 24 hours of Wi-Fi. Everyone listened to podcasts these days. I didn't think that would signal a red flag to authorities. On one podcast, the discussion was, do serial killers ever simply stop killing? One criminologist concluded that it may be possible for some serial killers to find alternative outlets, and killing becomes less of a necessity. They may indeed become dormant. See the Golden State Killer, the Green River Killer, and BTK. Interesting, but I had no other outlets aside from the odd line dancing lesson, film marathon, and scenic tour with septuagenarians. She continued, the killer may have found a worthwhile occupation or started a family, and the sources of stress that once were may have disappeared. I had no worthwhile occupation, and though I had started a family, I'd abandoned it. The sources of stress, my friends, my boyfriend, my in-laws, my job, had all gone, along with my dog. I had nothing and nobody left. So this was what it was going to take to make me stop killing? An empty life. Some serial killers diminish their fury when they form happy human bonds, as in the case of the Green River Killer when he got married. I sat at the computer in the business centre, watching the clock ticking down. Craig took my happy human bonds and blew them up Lana Roundtree's fart box. He had been my chance of a normal, happy life, but the second he'd got with her, everything collapsed. It was her fault. His fault, too. Who was I kidding? It was all my fault. On the way back to my cabin, I passed the gym, a place I should have been frequenting as Hillary, having bought myself a new baby pink Adidas tracksuit that made me look like a pig in armour. I lingered by the door. There was no one in there. The ship had left dock, bound for Valencia, and most passengers were at dinner. Sky News flickered on the end TV. There was a picture of my face on the screen, and on the ticker tape, "Hunt for Farm Shop Killer. Lewis has left the country." I clicked the door open and went inside, stepping up on a treadmill. Cue grainy CCTV shot of me striding across the farm shop car park with Sandra Huggins's blood dripping from my hands. They'd made the connection. I was officially a wanted woman. Cue serious-faced newsreader with severe eyebrows and ladybird brooch. I checked no one was around and turned up the volume on the middle TV. Avon and Somerset police are still hunting for 28-year-old Rhiannon Lewis, the prime suspect in the murder of Jane Ritchie before New Year. The force today released new CCTV images of Lewis calmly leaving the farm shop on the A30 near Monks Bay after murdering the 48-year-old shop assistant. It is now believed Lewis had given birth earlier that day, and it is feared the baby has come to harm as well. Detective Inspector Neddy Jericho from the Major Crime Investigation Unit in Bristol believes Lewis has left the country. I clicked on my treadmill. I started walking. Someone out there knows Rhiannon Lewis's whereabouts, and we believe she did have connections in the criminal underworld through her late father, Tommy Lewis, a known villain in the Southwest in the 1990s. Early indications suggest that she has left the country. We are following every possible lead. Liar. She knew who Jane Ritchie was, the alter ego of Sandra Huggins, pedo nursery nurse extraordinaire. She knew exactly why I'd done it. I pushed up the speedometer and walked faster. Does this twist in the investigation mean a possible exoneration for Craig Wilkins, who is on remand charged with 5 murders? We aren't ruling anything out. Given the possibility that Lewis herself carried out Wilkins's crimes and that 3 victims were sexual deviants, was there a similar motive in Jane Ritchie's murder? And can you tell us anything about Lewis's baby yet? Suddenly, I was running. Someone has been murdered. We need to focus on finding the culprit before she can hurt anyone else. That is our priority. Regarding the baby, we believe that the child was born before Lewis left the UK, and we remain concerned for the child's safety. That's all I can say about that at this time. D.I. Jericho, thank you for your time. Jericho scratched her chin briefly with her 3-fingered hand. I was running hard by this point, pumping my arms, losing my breath, 8.7 speed, almost full pelt, as another picture of me flashed up on the BBC News 24 channel. An old one from a Pixo evening out where I'm sitting in a booth in the China Palace, grinning in an enforced group photo. I'm cheersing, and my eyes are all thin and, arguably, a bit evil. I could see why they'd used it. I pushed my legs as hard as they would go until I had no more breaths to keep up with them, and slowed the numbers to a brisk walk, propelled by the thumping of a hip-hop track on another TV. Adrenaline. The thrill of seeing my face up there on the screen. The thrill of knowing this hadn't been in vain, that even though the police wanted me, they didn't have a clue where I was. I was still in the driving seat. And I felt better. The sweat beading on my face felt like it had pushed something out of me. My lungs had been blown up to their full sizes, and all my toxins had been squeezed out into the air-conditioned room. I stopped the belt and stared at the 4 TV screens ahead. My face on 2 of them. My name on the ticker tape. I'd finally made it. I was famous. But a sinister new thought owl was incoming. An evil black bird with a sharp, pointed beak, slicing through the horizon with razor-sharp wings. Why did Jericho say they remain concerned for the child's safety? They must have known about the adoption. Claudia must have given a statement. Why hadn't someone come forward to refute that at least? Heather? Claudia? They knew I hadn't hurt Ivy. That was why I left her. Why would Jericho say that? And where the hell was my confession? That bird got blacker and louder in my head as the night went on. The next morning, I was in no mood for the bustle of the main dining room at breakfast, so I ventured up to the quieter diamond deck instead, sneaking into an area called Park Avenue, a glass-covered walk-through filled with trees and plants, interspersed with quiet cafes. I wanted to stew and sulk some more about what Jericho had said about the baby, and the presence of green things and floral smells immediately cooled my jets. I ordered a flat white and sat at a table next to a huge ornate bush, allowing a bird of paradise flower to graze my cheek. It was a tiny pocket of calm amid a cluttered brain. Raised voices filtered through my piece. Your children race up and down that dining room every morning, and it's got to stop. Nobody else will say anything, but I've got nothing to lose. We're kids. What do you expect? A man in a Homer Simpson Big Daddy t-shirt laughed. His belly moved independently of the rest of him. I expect you to behave like a responsible parent and exact some discipline for the sake of the other 2,499 passengers on this vessel. They're on holiday, love. Why don't you lighten up and have one? Apart from anything else, there are hot drinks being carried around. Oh, so now you're worried about them being scalded? Look, I've been polite up to now, but if you push me any further, Mrs. What will you do? Hit me? Go ahead. Make my century. The man bent down, placing his hands on the arms of Caro's chair, gurning his face right next to hers. Don't come near my kids again. She frowned. Why protect them now? The damage is clearly done. You okay, Caro? I asked, as Homer retracted his fist. She threw me a glare, obviously meant for Homer. Yes, thank you. This gentleman was just leaving. He hasn't eaten in a while. Must be feeling faint. Homer looked daggers at me, but walked away, still pissing and whining, calling Caro all the names under the disco ball, including dry old Snatch. I sat on the edge of a planter with my coffee. Caro returned to her cocktail and flipped over the book she was reading. A different one to the other day, but with the same big print. You didn't need to save me. I know. I kicked my heels against the metal planter. Do you mind not making that noise? I stopped kicking. I read your book when you were asleep the other day. Lesbo Downton. Oh. And what did you think? It was good. It sort of turned me on a bit. Her eye twinkled despite itself, but she didn't look up. Are you going into Valencia today? No, there's nothing to do there. You? I might. We could go together. I could keep you company. She looked up. Why would I want you to do that? Someone to talk to? You're hardly the Peter Ustinov of raconteurs. She sniffed. And I thought you were Australian. Oh, I am, I said, trying to affect my most Kylie Minogue lilt. I'd become so comfortable around the salty little witch that I'd forgotten who I was supposed to be and carried on being who I was. I am Australian, fair dinkum. She afforded me a slight eyebrow. Your accent's somewhat muddled. I dead-ass didn't know how to respond, so I said, and took a deeper interest in the flowers. I decided to phase out my Bindi Irwin act with Caro. With her, at least, I could risk being halfway more myself. Strange girl. She went back to her book. We had one of these in rehab, I told her, patting the planter. She eyeballed me. Are you a drug addict? No. I maybe should have lied, but I didn't want to around Caro. I had brain damage when I was a kid, had to learn to walk and talk again. I went to this rehab place in Gloucester where they had this garden, some charity built it, and it had all these flowers and herbs in that you could eat off the stem. I always feel peaceful around plants. So do I, she said, but these are all fake. I raked my hand through the soil. Real soil, but fake plants? Mostly, yes. Caro didn't say anything for a whole minute. She sipped the rest of her cocktail, set down her glass, and reversed her chair out from under the table. Come along. What? We're going into Valencia, aren't we? You said there was nothing to do there. Well, we can do nothing together, can't we? But you never get off the ship. And you'd never read lesbian pulp fiction before the other day, so there's a first time for everything. We didn't bother with any excursions or escorted activities. Instead, we took a taxi into the old town, found a bar, and got absolutely shit-faced. Turns out it was one thing the 87-year-old and I had in common. We both liked to drink. Not to excess, just to that point where nothing matters, and if your ass caught fire, you'd just laugh and carry on drinking. Agua de Valencia became the third entity in our relationship. Fresh Valencia orange juice, cava, vodka, and gin. And it meant every word of it. We found this great little dive bar, cool from the midday scorch, its walls covered in signed black and white photos of famous Spanish people who'd visited over the years. I didn't recognise any of them. We stayed there for hours, drinking ADV and talking about our lives. Well, Caro talked, and I listened and drank. I learned she'd been a model in her 20s, having been scouted when she was a secretary for a woman's magazine in London. Her 5 husbands read like a spotter's guide of red flags. Charles, the first, was a photographer who beat her up. George, the second, was born the wrong side of the royal blanket and had a double life as a spy for the Nazis. He ditched her after their second child was born. Henry, the third, ran up gambling debts she had to pay off when he croaked. And number 4, William, was shagging her brother, even on the day their baby was born. Clive, number 5, monitored her calls, tracked her car, and ran over her dog. After that, she gave up on marriage and went cruising. Don't you miss your children? I said. Every day, but it hurts me to think about them, so I try not to. I've only been in love once in my life. True love. Your little side dish on Capri, you mean? I leaned forward so my chin rested on my folded hands. She sat back, stroking the side of her glass. We will meet again, some sunny day. How did you know you were in love with her? When you're in love, you feel like anywhere they are, that's your home. Safety is like a prison sometimes. I experienced that in a couple of my marriages. The trick is to find safety with an open door that neither of you want to walk through.
I don't get why you've never visited her, I said. If you haven't been off that ship in 11 years, you must have passed Capri loads of times.
16 times.
And you've never wanted to go and see her? The love of your life?
It was 50-odd years ago, Hilary. She wouldn't remember me.
Caro's smile faded.
She might even have passed over.
You could find out, I said, resting my heavy head on my hand.
I like to remember her as she was, said Caro. I don't want to go to Capri and find a grave. That would be too awful.
Have you never even Googled her?
Wouldn't know where to begin. But I'll tell you this, Hilary.
And I knew she meant what she was about to say because she put down her glass.
There's not a day that goes by that I don't wish things had been different. That the world had been kinder to the idea of us. That I'd had more courage.
She put her hand to her neck and pulled out the square pendant that hung under her dress. She fumbled for the clasp, took it off, and handed it to me. I studied the image. It was a square cameo, the softest blue, with 2 white figures almost kissing on top. 2 figures with hair blowing in the wind and ripples of sea and a crescent moon in the background.
Beatrice's father used to sculpt cameo jewellery. She was going to take over the business when he retired. She made it for me.
I handed the pendant back to her. She tucked it inside the collar of her dress.
You ever find a love like that? You fight for it. Promise me.
Yeah, right.
No, I mean it. You do what you have to do, but you fight for it. Fight for him, her, whoever they are.
I doubt it'll happen for me somehow.
Why do you say that? Anything is possible.
Nah, not for me. I drained my glass.
Promise me,
she said again. She wasn't going to take no for an answer.
Okay, I promise, I scoffed.
What if I did some Googling for you and found out where Beatrice lived now?
No, don't go to any trouble.
It wouldn't be any trouble. Can I look for her and find out if she still lives on Capri?
Why do you want to?
Because I do. I want to do something for you, for being my friend.
You don't have to do anything for me. A friend is a friend. It doesn't require invoicing.
She might be a way off the ship for you.
I like living on the ship.
Yeah, but you're lonely. Beatrice is your home. You should go home. I would if I could.
Why do you say that?
Why can't you go home? I just can't.
A man? She guessed. You'll find someone else.
How do you know?
A law of averages. They'll appear right when you least expect them. Maybe right when you most need them.
That's how I met Beatrice.
But you lost touch with her.
No. I let her go, she explained, pouring herself another ADV from the carafe.
You have to be better than you want to be, I've found, and I needed to be happier in myself to be better. Your mind is a garden, your thoughts are the seeds, and you choose what to plant there, good or bad. I only planted bad seeds, and I lost her.
I didn't want to believe it, but I knew she was right. I remembered what Bobby Fairley had told me.
The price for freedom is everything you once were, Rhiannon.
I had to be better than I wanted to be. I had to be more Hilary. There had to be some good to extricate from the wreckage of Rhiannon. Caro topped up my glass.
Oh, bollocks. Let's finish this one off, shall we? Could be dead tomorrow.
You'll outlive us all, I said.
Not with this fucker in my chest cavity, I won't.
It took me a few moments to understand. You're dying.
Oh, we all are. I'm just further along the conveyor belt.
And I didn't mean to, but I snapped.
and threw my glass to the floor, where it shattered into a million pieces.
Well, there was no need for that, was there? That's just childish.
I want to be fucking childish, I shouted. Everyone leaves me.
Well, I apologise for getting breast cancer to piss you off, but there we go.
She patted juice from the table with her napkin. Who else has left you?
Everyone.
My baby. I lost my baby.
When was this?
Recently, I said.
You're still grieving.
It will take time, but you'll get there. What if I don't? I wanted to spill all the fucking tea. Tell Caro everything, like the child she had called me, desperate to confess bad behaviour. Ask her advice on what Jericho had said at the press conference. Ask why they were suggesting I'd hurt my baby when all I'd wanted was her to be safe. But despite how pissed I was at that moment, I knew telling Caro too much was a one-way ticket to the slammer. So I kept stum. We all feel love, so we all feel pain, she said. No, I don't. Not until now. Of course you do, she said again. You love your baby. I love all my children, despite what shits they became. If any one of them needed me in their lives, I would step off this ship in a heartbeat. I would stop the world. Would you?
Yes.
I don't know if I experience love the way everyone else does. The brain injury I got, my sister said it smashed all the love out of me. I don't deserve love.
Of course you do.
Maybe your sister underestimated you, Caro suggested. Maybe love has smashed all the hate out of you. What, like a reverse Breaking Bad? Was I Breaking Good? A tear rolled down, landing in my glass with a plink. Caro sat back, glass rested against her necklaces. There's love right there. Hurts, doesn't it? It's the greatest feeling we were given the capacity for, but it's also the most painful. I think I would rather experience it than not. I drank and drank until the angry flame for Ivy dulled and went out. I drank until I was happy and laughing about every single little stupid thing. I didn't care if the entire Spanish police force marched in and loaded me into a straitjacket and a Hannibal mask. Old Moneybags paid our bar bill, thank God, and I wheeled her chair outside where the sun was still beating down and the day wasn't done with us. Do you want to have a mooch round the square before the ship leaves?
Oh, no, thanks, she said. I need another church like I need another tumour in my tits.
And we were laughing again.
I'm hungry, she announced. Let's go and find something stodgy to mop up all this booze.
The rest of the afternoon we wandered about the old town, laughing at hats on souvenir stalls, eating churros and free samples of roasted snail, tapas and Spanish sausage. I couldn't be asked to be Hillary, so I let the act slip and went a little more Rhiannon. There was something about Caro which made me feel like I could be more myself. To a point, anyway. After lunch, we flagged down a cab large enough to accommodate Caro's wheelchair and went to Jardín Botánico, the botanical gardens. It was my kind of place. Parkland, flowers, stray cats everywhere. I felt so ill. I puked in a bush and lay down on a bench, groaning. I'm never drinking again, I said, my head spinning like a top. I'd gone from spoilt child in the restaurant throwing food to pissed teenager on a park bench in 1 hour. Around Caro, I had regressed. Caro parked her chair next to me. The giant trees offered a cool shade from the scorching sun, and every so often a cat would appear and nuzzle our legs or snuggle up in the flower bed to sleep. One sat directly in front of us and licked its own arse clean. I wish I could do that, she said. Yeah, me too. I'd never need another man again. There were a few beds in bloom, quite odd for January. Caro said Spain had a warm winter, which explained it. The flowers don't know what month it is. All they know is warmth, so they come out. A welcome smattering of almond blossom sprinkled down on us as a breeze blew through the grove. Caro read from the leaflet as we walked round. She didn't need her chair the whole time, and she'd get out when she felt like it to stretch her legs. Except when there was an ice cream kiosk in sight, and then she was straight back in it so we could jump the queue. There's an orchid house too. Cacti and succulents, so we've done them. Greenhouses, done. Ponds, palms. Ooh, a physic garden. This way, come on. We came to a small area near the back wall marked Plantes Medicinales, raised beds packed with shrubs. Caro knew what they all were from studying the little signs. I knew nothing because it was all in Spanish. So, what have we got here? She said, bending over. She plucked a sprig of lavender and held it against her face, inhaling it deeply. No better smell. She handed it to me. I smelled it too. If I hadn't felt so sick and headachy from all the alcohol I'd consumed that morning, I'd have agreed. Spearmint, echinacea, yarrow, sage, evening primrose. Oh, I adore primroses. They're my favourites. We used to go picking them as children. You're not allowed to these days. I used to take that for my bitch fits. PMS. Evening primrose? Did it work? No, not exactly. Arnica, peppermint, lemon balm, marigold, rosemary, St. John's wort. That's witch hazel. Can you bathe your vag in these? What? Nothing. Caro rolled herself towards the next section. Plantas peligrosas. Have a guess what that means. Plants they use to make Pellegrino? Dangerous plants, she said with a twinkle. Henbane, manzanilla, apple of death, strychnine, brugmansia, devil's breath, belladonna, and hemlock too. That's how Socrates died, hemlock. Oh, right. She fumbled around in her handbag and produced a pair of small white gloves, pulling them on before bending over and tearing up a couple of sprigs of hemlock, wrapping them carefully inside a clean hanky. What are you doing? Picking some. If it gets too much, I can boil this up in water and knock it back, can't I? I wandered on behind her as she took sly cuttings of all the most poisonous plants in the garden, all of them bearing yellow "no tocar" warning signs, and each one with several more exclamation marks than the last. You won't be allowed to take them back on the ship, I told her. How are you going to get them through security? I'm an old, disabled woman. Officials tend to rush me through because I hold everybody up. Carry on, I say. Use their own prejudices against them. I got that. And I'll admit it was useful having Caro in a wheelchair. People gave us the best tables, pushed us to the front, and generally ignored us wherever we went. I still didn't like her taking the plants. Ooh, look at these. We came upon a small tree, whose beautiful trumpet-like flowers drooped towards the ground like they were bowing. Los trompetas de ángel. Angels' trumpets, she announced. Pretty, I said. Pretty lethal, she chuckled. These are the most dangerous flowers here. A botanist did a talk a few months back on the ship. They contain some terrible toxins, like atropine. They look beautiful, but they are killers. Kind of like me, I thought. We should take a few, said Caro, reaching out to the blooms. Are you insane? She plucked some of the flowers and wrapped them in a hanky. No, I said, standing my ground. Put them back. Put it all back. What? She said, turning round to face me. I don't want you to take any of it, I said. I don't want you to die." She removed her gloves and tossed them in a litter bin. "It's not something you have any control over. Every day I become frailer, more scared. What have I got to live for? Sitting in a wing-back chair, pissing myself to Judge Rinder? You have your life ahead of you." "No, I don't." "Of course you do, silly girl." "I don't have anything. Or anyone." "Oh, that's silly talk. Why can't you live as much as you can for now? Then go home and die there." I bubbled with rage. "Because my home is the ship. Your home should be on Capri. With Beatrice. Capri is in the past. The past can hurt, but you can either run from it or learn from it." "Is that Rousseau?" "No, it's the baboon from The Lion King. But he's right, isn't he?" "Yes. And your baboon knows what he's talking about." She laughed. "So you just want to die, is that it?" "I didn't say that." "I might die as well too, then." "You're drunk and vulnerable. I'm not listening to this. I'm serious. I don't want to live. I want to die as well. We'll do it together. You're young enough to get over your baby. You'll bounce back. I don't want to bounce back. So if you eat that stuff..." I marched over to the hemlock and poised my hand, ready to pluck. "So will I." "No, don't touch it." "I will. I swear." My hand hovered underneath it. My head swam. I was still so nauseous. "I thought you were my friend." "I am your friend. We've had a lovely day, haven't we? But why do you have to die? Cancer isn't terribly negotiable. I know. My mum and my dad died from it. They both decided, OK, that's enough treatment. Nothing else worth staying around for. I'm off now. Not a thought for anyone else. And you're the same." I zoned in on a bed of lantana flowers, pinks and yellows in bloom too early. I staggered over and tore into them, ripping their heads off left and right and centre, throwing them at Caro, wrenching and kicking them asunder. "You're a fucking selfish bitch." Petals flew, the air filling with the sweet scents, until all around me were bare brown stems and spikes. When I was done, I traipsed back through the pink and white carpet towards a bench and slumped down. My hands were covered in small red cuts. Caro walked towards me. "Look at the mess you've made." I felt a hand on my chin and another on the side of my face, forcing my head up to look at the torn-out roots, the pink and yellow petals scattered around. I closed my eyes, my eyelids crushing out 2 tears. She reached into her sleeve, pulling out a clean handkerchief, drying my cheeks with it. "You need to stop hating yourself so much. Leave it behind. Start anew. All this anger, it will only lead to no good." "Maybe no good is where I belong," I huffed. "Don't talk rot," she said, cupping my face. "You have to start letting her go, my darling. For your own sake." I watched as the last of the petals floated to the ground with the others. I looked at my hands, covered with little bubbles of blood. I rubbed them all over my face, smudging it all over me. I still felt nothing. No pain at all. Caro looked sternly at me, but my stare was unwavering. Slowly, she reached inside her bag and pulled out what she'd taken, throwing them down one at a time upon the dry earth. "What now?" I sniffed. "We shall get some plasters for your hands and a cold flannel for your face, and we shall go home." Sunday, the 6th of January. Mallorca. 1. People who still don't know what to do with an apostrophe. 2. The idiot savant in the nightly quiz who keeps winning. For fuck's sake, get a girlfriend and give somebody else a chance to win a baseball cap. 3. The Jonas Wives. 4. Football fans who act like match of the day pundits but haven't kicked a ball since they were teenagers, e.g. Ken and Dennis. 5. Adam Levine. I could see the newspapers now. Nipped in the bud. Killer turns soft. From sweet pea to pansy. Murderer admits baby dulled killer instinct. Deadhead. Badass bitch gives up bloodlust for booties. Caro tried hard to snap me out of my malaise, inviting me up to the diamond deck for a dinner and jazz evening. It was a whole other world, clean, quiet, beige. Each dining table had its own personal member of staff in attendance, and there was a complete absence of noise and/or children. It was like a soundproof haven, separate from the rest of the ship. Even so, I couldn't lift myself out of my doom. Caro would have got more conversation out of her still bleeding filet mignon. Do your hands still hurt? She'd given me a pair of navy silk gloves to wear to repel queries about the scratches. They stung like hell, but only when I was reminded. No. More wine? No, thanks. How's your steak? Fine. What would you like to do tomorrow? I have a hair appointment first thing, but we could take a taxi into Parma afterwards. I don't need you to babysit me. There's a good chiropodist in Parma, actually. We could go and have pedicures together if you want to. How about that? I'd rather have a smear test done with rusty instruments, or whatever tickles your fancy. Don't worry about me tomorrow. I'll be all right on my own. You go and have your hair did and your feet felt. She carried on chewing her filet. We don't have to explore at all. We could stay on board. The pool on this deck is much less busy. No children, none of those silly pool noodles to keep tripping over. The reminder kicked me in the heart. I think I'll have an early night. Are you sleeping at the moment? No, but I can watch TV. She rooted around in her handbag for an age, eventually pulling out a small bottle of pills. One will suffice. What is it? They're prescribed, but they can knock you out. When you've had a good night's rest, you'll be able to think more clearly. I reached out for the bottle, but she held it away from me. Oh no, I'll administer, I think. Come along. She placed her scrunched-up napkin on the table and set about standing up. A waiter appeared beside her with her wheelchair without even being asked, but she flapped him away and reached for her stick instead. Where are you going? To tuck you in, of course. What about the jazz? Oh, nobody needs jazz at the best of times. I want to check you're safe. Most people would have left me well alone after my botanical gardens meltdown, but for some reason, Caro cared. And that made me want to care about her, too. I let her escort me back to my cabin and wait for me to do my ablutions and change into my PJs and tuck me into my bed. Here you are. She handed me a pill and a tumbler of water. I knocked back the pill, it tasted like chalky ink, and the drink. She took the glass and turned off the TV. I'll call for you before my hair appointment. You don't have to, I'll be all right, I said. Don't turn that TV back on. Start counting sheep jumping over fences. I remembered my mum saying the same thing to me once, even though she and Dad had been stupid enough to let me have a TV in my room. They let me have anything I wanted. Maybe that was my trouble. How many sheep do I have to count? She hobbled towards the door with her stick. As many as it takes. I'll see you in the morning. Nighty-night, I called out. The last thing I remembered was seeing the hind legs of sheep number 57 disappearing over the fence. I awoke to my floating home shuddering. It was 9 a.m. We'd docked in Mallorca. I'd slept for 12 hours. The pill had been magic. I was still in the same boat, aimless, with stingy hands, a pile that wouldn't quit, a knackered twat, and no sign of any messages on the cracked iPhone, but my overall mood was level again. A reset button had been pushed. Another day. A sunny day. I washed and dressed in my new red maxi dress and baby pink Converse and put some flower slides in my hair for extra girly effect. In the mirror, I was Hillary. Inside, I was Rhiannon. I headed for the gangway, the endless corridor stretching out before me. And the more I walked, the more I thought. I haven't been given the right opportunity to test my theory. Liam, the libidinous scrote in Cartagena, hadn't been the right test subject. He wasn't a strong enough target, just an oversexed gusset monkey in head-to-toe Sports Direct. Any man's meat. What I needed, more than anything, to be sure as sure could be that my basic instinct had indeed been replaced with vanilla ice cream, was a sex offender, a paedophile, a rapist. And the more I walked, the more I thought. To be a good girl doing good deeds, or a bad girl doing what bad girls do. Cue the distracted boyfriend meme. The sight of an abandoned dinner tray on the floor outside one of the cabins served as the perfect opportunity to make my decision. There was a steak knife on the tray, greasy blade, flecks of meat between the teeth, partially hidden beneath a folded white napkin, and a dying anniversary rose. Nobody else was around. I knew beyond all doubt, once the knife was in my hot little hand, that this was my chance. Killing again, the way I liked to kill, would bring me back to life. And I did what any wrong-minded cruise passenger whose ship has docked in the party capital of the Balearics would do. I went down to the business centre and Googled sex offenders on Mallorca. As it turned out, Mallorca was a veritable Deliveroo of sex offenders. I had opportunistic rapists near the Drac Caves, migrant wolf packs near Valdemossa, paedophiles at Porto Cristo, flashers on golf courses, a guy in a blue parka upskirting women on the promenade at Calapi, and a British teacher in Paseo Maritimo charged with hiding cameras in a school toilet. Only problem was, I didn't know where any of these men were. If there was a paedophile trailer park, like there is in Florida, I'd have forged a plan, ventured down there at midnight with a full petrol can and a match. But I only had 9.5 hours before the ship set sail again. There was no time to stalk or strategize. I had to go on instinct. One of the links took me to a recent Twitter thread where opportunity knocked a little louder. A woman called Tracy had gone to Playa del Cabo with her family, and a homeless guy flashed his penis at her young daughter. The man had a warning from the beach patrol, but he was back a day later, in the dunes, moaning and groaning obscenities within earshot of playing kids. But even I knew that the odds of the same guy turning up in the dunes on the exact day I happened to be there waiting for him were not in my favour, especially out of season. And I didn't fancy the long bus ride to the beach to waste my time. Instead, I went through the checkpoint gates and got a taxi into Palma, where I sat in an outdoor cafe near the beach and ordered several herbal teas and coma-inducing salads. I watched the passers-by, looking for a target to lock onto. But I couldn't get a bite. It wasn't exactly surprising, just disappointing. It got to 1 p.m, and I was getting increasingly fed up, and the steak knife grew ever heavier in my bag. A bus operator opposite one of the cafes was giving 25% off half-day excursions to Alcudia, the monastery at Valdemossa, and the caves of Drac, with Pearl Factory pit stop. and I remembered something on one of the online threads about a sex pest near the caves of Drac. It was worth a shot. I had to get something out of the day. So I bought a ticket. The bus trip was a bumpy, drawn-out affair, interspersed by the odd goat grazing on a rocky outcrop and complaints about the faulty air conditioning. Our tour guide, Margareta, was clearly on commission from the Pearl Factory, where we stopped for a pee break, because aside from Rafael Nadal, it was all she could talk about. Did you know Rafael Nadal's home is over this hill? Did you know Rafael Nadal built a tennis school over there? Did you know you can all get 5% discounts on earrings at the Majorica factory, where it is rumored Rafael Nadal buys all his pearls? A blonde perm, in a too-tight pink jacket and shorts, constantly pecked at her husband in the row in front of me. Her pale legs were covered in purple blotches like two hunks of jamon after a street fight, and her stilettos were so high she walked down the aisle like Mr. Tumnus. Bardot, her name was, apparently, and his was definitely Gareth. I say definitely because of the myriad orders she barked at him. Have you got the antibac, Gareth? Could you get me a water, please, Gareth? Will you peel this apple for me, please, Gareth? Could you push me off the coach and roll me under the wheels, please, Gareth? Poor Git. Actually, no. Stupid Git. He's got what he paid for. I thought about stabbing her, but I couldn't summon the enthusiasm. Besides which, she seemed like a squealer. Anyway, we got to the Drac caves and filed off row by row, and I kept the old antennae out for sex pests, nonces, and unattended erect peni. Clearly, Lady Luck was shining down on me, because it didn't take long for opportunity to knock. On one of the other buses that pulled up next to ours in the car park, I zoned in on 3 lads and their behaviour towards 2 skinny young girls. One of the lads, short and neck-beardy, kept twanging their vest straps in the queue for tickets. Another, in a basketball vest, kept leaning over and saying things which made the boys laugh. The girls had no reaction at all. I forced myself into the line behind them. They would not leave these girls alone, even as one of them turned around and said, "Would you stop doing that, please?" And there came the inevitable, "Oh, we're only having a laugh, babe, chill out." I tapped the tall, curly one on the back to ask him if he had a cigarette. "Nah, sorry, love." The other lads turned around and dogged me up from my feet to my face. Clearly they didn't like what they saw. Too old, too much belly, not a fuckable enough mouth. They started again on the young girls. "Is it cold inside the caves, do you know?" I asked them in my Hillary twang. "I forgot to bring a cardie." The curly one turned again. "Dunno, never been before. You here alone?" "Yeah," I said, spinning him a line about being dumped before me and my girlfriends came out here. "They didn't want to come today. Too hungover." I giggled the way a Hillary would giggle. "I'm Hillary, by the way." "Conan," Curly Hair replied, looking more vegetarian than barbarian. He pointed out the other 2, who afforded me the merest of nods before returning to their phones. "These are Trav and Ethan." "Nice to meet you all. What is it, lads on tour?" "Something like that." Conan chuckled, keeping one eye on the girls in front, who'd moved as far as they could forward in the line. I wasn't quite sure where to go next in my line of questioning, but the boys were happy as long as one of the following was happening. 1. I laughed at their jokes. 2. I flirted back. 3. My tits were on show at all times. 4. I asked them questions about themselves and agreed with any and all opinions they offered. And 5. I paid them compliments about their clothes, muscles, and/or hair. And so I did. It was exhausting, but I did. And by the time we reached the cave entrance, The lads were fully focused on me and not the young girls. Conan was the one who bit hardest on my fishing line. Trav had a girlfriend whom he was constantly texting, and Ethan was too much of a pig-ignorant funt to pick up on any of my hints. The caves themselves stank of hot meat. Conan and I exchanged relationship stories. He told me about his nagging bitch ex-girlfriend Claire, while I regaled him with tales of Craig and his inability to keep his yoghurt squirter out of Lana. Our conversation then took a sour turn. He leaned in. "Well, not being funny, but it might have been the weight, love." "The weight?" "Can I speak frank, right? We don't like our women too heavy to handle, know what I mean? You've got a gorgeous face, and if you went down the gym, you could lose that tummy in no time. I can show you some exercises I do." He lifted his shirt to smack the scrawniest, whitest set of abs I'd ever seen, like a fleshy pink cheese grater. "Wow, you're stacking some muscles there, aren't ya?" I said, stepping down into the second chamber and stopping to look at yet more badly lit dripping calcium deposits. I could hear our guide, Margareta, distantly banging on about karstic precipitates and paleoclimatic variations, and pointing to some rock up ahead that looked a bit like Dumbledore riding a pig. Talking of which, "I went out with an overweight girl once," said Conan, pushing in front of me to get a look at Piggy Dumbledore. "She was funny, but they always are, aren't they? They overcompensate. No, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but you can always tell with fat girls where their priorities lie. The fridge." I laughed like a drain, blackly and emptily. "You're so right," I giggled, scanning his body for the right sinewy parking space for a blade. But there was something even more amiss about Conan. Something beyond being a habitual douche canoe. No, he was wired, for want of a better word, and through the absence of any scent of alcohol on his too close breath, I deduced it was drugs. Uppers, ecstasy or speed. He constantly touched his nose and had this swinging jaw habit going on. He held up his bicep to show me the fruits of his efforts. I could barely see it. "Feel that? Go on." So I did. He flexed. It was like a plum on a twig. "Wow, so hard." "That's since November, and I can bench nearly 40k. He lifted his shirt to show me another flash of cheese grater abs. "Please stop. My penis can only get so erect." "That's dead impressive." We shuffled forwards, and I wasn't so much bloodlusty by this point as utterly bored. I sort of wanted to kill him, but in a way that wouldn't take that much effort. I thought about pushing him into one of the deep pools surrounding the walkway, but there were too many people around who'd help. "Men don't make passes at gals with fat asses," he announced, laughing like he'd invented it. Negating his point, he pinched my arse cheek. I chuckled, forcing a smile. "You're so clever." Now, normally, although people like this grab hold of my ire and twist it round like a fucking dishcloth, I don't kill them for it. Let's face it, if I killed every single person who pissed me off, I'd have been in jail since I was 6. Conan happened to be in the right place at the wrong time. He also happened to feel up one of the 14-year-old's butts in the darkness of the caves when I happened to be looking his way. And the girl stood there, looking at the sights beyond. More calcium deposits and a stalagmite that looked like Danny DeVito, not exactly letting Conan touch her, but not stopping him either. Until she moved along towards what I can only assume was her mother, and Conan started on her friend, who, pleasingly, threw him a glare until he backed off. Giving up on the girls, Conan leaned into me.
Where you staying?
In town? Why?
There came the lusty whisper. Do you want to go back to your hotel?
No, forget that, I said. There's a little cove we passed on the way here, up the road, through some woods. I unfolded the map I'd been handed on the bus. I showed him the general direction of where it was. Plenty of secluded areas, it said. We can go there.
Our bus leaves in 2 hours,
he sniffed.
Won't take long, will it?
I gave him an obligatory hair twiddle and wink. We can be back before the buses leave.
He didn't need long to think about it. He was already pitching a tent for me. Boys do get hard-ons for girls who like lardons. Yeah, all right. His breath went ragged. Come on, dirty girl. I was so honoured that the majesty of Conan the vegetarian saw it fit to grace my fat fuck of a foof with his majestic cock. But that's exactly what he wanted to do. What a privilege for a chunker like me, eh? Shame I hadn't shaved. It had been months since my last sweep round with the no-no. I usually have a rule. No, no, no. No, no, no! But on this occasion, I had absolutely no intention of letting Conan come into my mentions. We sneaked out of a side entrance and up the winding lanes from the cave complex, and he found it hilarious that I was out of breath and sweating by the time we arrived at the woods. I ventured to brush my hand against his in the hope that he would hold it, and he did. And even as he walked, and I was perspiring because it was a hot day and all hills, he still kept on about my lack of fitness. If you went to the gym, you could tighten all this, he said, seeing fit to drop behind me and play bongos on my buttocks. You'd have more stamina. You'd be burning off fat instead of, a load of cakes.
You're right, I puffed. And you know what? I'm going to get on the treadmill when I get back to my hotel. I'll use your body as my motivation.
He grinned widely. Oh, thanks.
We walked through the woods to where the trees thinned out, but the ground was all sand and shards of bark. I kept losing my footing, and he raced on ahead. I didn't want us too out in the open. Stop, I puffed. Wait for me.
Come on, slow coach. I can see the sea. It's down there.
Where? I said, coming up behind him.
Down there, look, he said,
stopping and pointing down the slope.
See?
I withdrew the knife from my bag and plunged it into the back of his neck, and he gargled and heaved. I pulled it out, then stuck it back in to sever his vocal cords, and into his back again and again and again. It was like being back at school, being with my parents, being with Craig. Normality, safety, not thrilling, just familiar. This is what I know. This is what I do. This is what home is. I stabbed him 7 times till he fell forward onto his knees. I was about to push him down when he scrabbled up and stumbled into the brush faster than I could run. "Fuck!" I cried out, dashing after him. He stumbled and grabbed out for something to keep him upright, his bloody fingerprints on every tree. He wouldn't get far. His legs kept buckling. I slowed. He grabbed out for fallen branches, handfuls of sand and dry leaves, and he kept turning to find me, gaining on him. There were people on the beach below, families splashing. If one of them saw me coming at him again, saw him stumbling, saw me pushing him forwards, pinning him down, and plunging the knife into him 8 more times, making certain that this time he wouldn't get back up again. "That's the thing about fat girls, Conan," I puffed, dodging a spurt of aortic blood. "You can't live with 'em, and you can't fight 'em off." Soon all the struggle left him, and he stopped, face down in the dirt. I turned him over, feeling a flicker of a pulse, sand stuck to his bloodied face, eyes fluttering. I couldn't lie on top of him. There was too much blood, so I lay down beside and watched that last little light go out. Lying like a lover on the sand, waiting for her paramour to bring her to ecstasy. I prepared myself for the rippling, flames igniting my rocket to the stars. But there was no rippling, no flame. It was sex with no climax. In, out, in, out, in, out. Then just out, and I left it dripping on the cool sand. He got his. I didn't get mine. The disappointment was crushing. I lay beside his body for the longest time, nauseated, agitated. I started digging. "What you doing?" said a little voice. "What?" I flicked around. A small girl had appeared, around 5 years old, in a pink and blue striped swimming costume, carrying a little yellow bucket and spade, scraping curls out of her face with a sandy hand. "Are you digging a hole?" "Yeah." "Can I help?" "No. Where are your parents?" "Mum's down there. My dad's playing football with my brother." "Go to your mum." Conan's brown leather wallet slid from his pocket. The girl dropped her bucket and some twigs fell out. I had her full attention. "Did you bury him?" Conan's foot was sticking out of the sand. "Yeah." I pushed a wall of sand over him to cover the foot and flicked some more over a dribble of blood which had seeped out from under him. "Are you cold?" "No." "Bye," she said, picking up her bucket and the sticks and coming towards me, leaning over to see Conan's face. But I got in the way to spare her from the full sight. She disappeared back where she'd come from, the breeze catching the slightest hint of coconut from her full head of curls. I didn't know why she'd ask me if I was cold, but I realised then I was shaking. It must have been shock. I'd felt the hate, but also the guilt immediately when she'd appeared. I kept seeing Ivy's face on hers. Ivy seeing what I'd done to her dad. My Ivy. My baby. This was what I'd wanted to save her from. What the fuck had happened to me inside a week? I should have been jubilant. I'd rid the world of another predator. But where was the rush? Where was the orgasm I'd had after killing Sandra Huggins and had strode out of that farm shop feeling like the whole world was a marble in my fist? It was not there anymore. I'd reached the end. I couldn't go forward or back. I had this overwhelming feeling of futility. I was a nothing, a spent force, a deadhead. Keston Hoyle's words, as he'd pointed at my belly, screamed into view. "That's your future in there. That's the one good thing you have. You'll realise that when she's born." This was no life. And whatever it was, I didn't want to live it anymore. I waited in the dunes for the little girl to come back with her mum or dad. For Trav or Ethan to come looking for Conan and find me, sitting beside his cold body with a bloody knife in my hand. For anyone to appear and ask what I was doing. Call the police. Call someone. Take me in. I was ready to tell them, "I am Rhiannon Lewis. I have killed again. I will come quietly." I'd never been more ready for anything. But nobody came. Nobody came looking. And eventually, as the clouds regrouped above me and the beach emptied, I buried Conan's body in the sand with the knife. I walked down to a secluded part of the shore, tossing the phone and thumbing through the wallet, finding a student union ID, a debit card, a photo of some woman with her tits out, and a small baggie of powder. I pocketed that and slung the rest. I don't remember a single other thing that happened that day. I must have got back onto our bus because I got back onto the ship. I must have snorted the cocaine, but I can't remember when. The next thing I knew, I was waking up, in my own bed, in my own cabin. And all I could smell was shit. Monday the 7th of January. Barcelona. 1. Christian rock bands. 2. People on social media warning others of triggering in news articles. 3. All those virtue-signalling Insta-cunts sipping cocktails but sending thoughts to those caught up in the Tenerife plane crash disaster. 4. Gamers so addicted they'd rather piss than pause. 5. Logan Paul. I opened my crusty eyes to see Caro sitting in the chair beside me, thumbing through a leaflet called Olé for Barcelona, and shaking her head. "Oh, why does it stink of shit?" I croaked. "Because you shit yourself," she replied without hesitation. Apparently, I had passed Caro in the corridor outside my room, where she'd been calling for me on and off all day long. She had noticed my nose was bleeding. Apparently, she had followed me down into the gym, where I'd got on a treadmill and run 7 kilometres. Apparently, I'd bought myself the most expensive drink at the juice bar, the Sunshine Superfood Smoothie, because I needed to rid myself of toxins and replenish my Hillary, and she'd followed me back to my cabin, where I had promptly thrown it all up again in the sink and got into my bed and talked her ear off for hours until I'd fallen asleep. Apparently, at God knows what hour, I'd run out onto the deck and stood beside the railings, deep breathing, until she had coaxed me back in and tucked me into bed. I remembered a sensation of being suffocated. But that wasn't the worst of it. The worst of it was that I'd shit myself. I'd actually, factually, shitted myself. Myself I had but shat. "Oh, tell me you're kidding," I croaked, picking off a rogue, crusty blood clot from my inner nostril. "I'm afraid I can't," she said, pulling at a stray eyelash and flicking it to the floor. "It was one of the many fluids you covered yourself in over the course of last evening." "Have you been here all night?" "Yes." I felt around the bed. No evidence of shit on my hand, and yet I could still smell it on me. "I've never done that before. Ugh!" My stomach lurched and my head banged. "Who cleaned me up?" "You managed to undress yourself and get into the shower, and I monitored you. I asked your room steward to launder your clothes." She pointed to a clean pile of fresh laundry on the desk. "I don't remember. You shouldn't have done that." "It was either that or incinerate them. I told him you had a milk intolerance and ate the wrong ice cream." My hair was slightly damp. There was a bunched-up, sodden towel behind my head that I'd been using as a pillow. "You saw me naked." "I didn't have much choice. It was either that or leave you lying fetal on the carpet, stinking of your own excrement." "Did you touch me?" "No, I did not." "I don't know why I asked that." "Because I have intimated to you my preference for women," she sighed. "But trust me, anything naked covered in its own excrement does not excite. It bears as much allure as a farmyard animal." Shame slithered over me like snakes. "I'm going to have another shower." There came no argument from Caro. A shushing sound heralded the appearance of that day's cruise letter, and she got up, waddling over to the door to retrieve it. When I emerged from the bathroom, she was still there, sitting at the dressing table. "I'm clean," I mewed, standing beside my unmade bed like I was ready for a choir girl audition. The room smelled slightly less shitty, but a vague odour lingered like an embarrassing reminder. "Just in time to catch breakfast," said Caro, standing up. "I don't want anything. You can sit and watch me eat mine, then." We went up to the diamond deck breakfast room, and I joined Caro at her usual table overlooking the garden. Still no signal on the iPhone, even though we had docked. A waiter came over to take our order. "2 freshly squeezed orange juices and some ham and cheese croissants, I think, this morning, please, Martin." "I said I didn't want anything," I reminded her. "They're not for you," she replied with a definite bat of eyelid. Martin poured out coffee into respective cups, taking the order to the kitchen. "Thanks," I said, "for helping me last night, when I shat." "It's nothing," she said, sipping her coffee. "No, to me it's something. I know I'm in a state. I know I need to sort myself out." "You can't think too clearly when you're grieving," she said, buttering a breakfast roll for me and one for herself. "My son died when he was 29. "How?" "The official cause was bacterial endocarditis. He was a heroin addict." "Christ." "We hadn't been speaking. His body was found 3 weeks after he died by his landlord, who'd only troubled him for the rent. Not one caller. Not even his mother. I've carried the guilt with me all around this world, and it will accompany me into the next. Whenever someone you love leaves you, or you leave them, it feels like they've taken a piece of you with them. And the place where that missing part is, it always hurts. I know an addict when I see one." "Me? I'm not an addict." "Oh, I think you are. You're addicted to something." "I'm not." I checked around, lowering my voice. Before last night, I'd never touched hard drugs before. I met up with a guy in Porto Cristo and he gave it to me. I've had a few spliffs, but I've never snorted anything." "So why last night?" She batted her enormous eyes at me. "It's none of your business," I snapped. "We're not family. You're not my grandmother. I had 2 of them and they were both cunts." "Strong word," she said, without batting a wrinkly eyelid. "They were always lecturing me too. I don't need a lecture on how bad drugs are, okay? I know. I woke up and smelled the shit I was covered in." "Drink your coffee." "I don't want coffee. I want green tea." Within a heartbeat, Martin had been summoned to remove the offending cup and brought me a fresh pot of white monkey paw green tea, which he informed me was handcrafted using a 3,000-year-old scorching method in the Fujian mountains, and served with a tiny pot of heather honey. "Thanks," I said quietly, stirring my pot and leaving it to settle. There were so many elephants galloping about the room, I could barely hear myself think. Caro said nothing. It said everything. I turned my attention back towards the garden through the window. An elderly man using an electric wheelchair was wheeling around, following the curve of the path, talking to the plants. "I know what it's like to lose someone you loved and feel powerless over it," said Caro, as Martin brought the croissants and juice. "I see you going through the same pain I was in, the same pain my son was in, and I want to help, that's all." A tear betrayed me, scuttling down my cheek before I could stop it. Caro reached across and dabbed it away with her napkin. The smell of Chanel No. 5 and the sudden heat of the dining room and sizzle of fresh bacon swilled around my head, and instantly I grew nauseous, and I had to get out. "I need some air." I didn't think she was going to follow me out on deck, but she did. I perched on the edge of a planter as the buzz of her wheelchair approached. The breeze whipped my hair extensions and blew them all around my head. I grabbed them by the handful and tucked them inside my t-shirt. I stroked the leaf of an agapanthus, only to find it had a serial number on the stem. "They're fake. They're fucking fake," I said, trying to tear off one of the leaves. "There's no smell at all. Even the stems are plastic." "Well, you can't expect flowers to bloom all year round, can you?" "Why bother? Why bother to plant them at all?" "Because they make people happy. Some people, anyway." "Yeah, well, the boot that fits one always hurts another, doesn't it?" "That's misquoted, and it's a shoe," she said. "It's not a real garden. There's nothing real here. It's all fake. It's all plastic." "Some of the plants are real. Those are," she said, pointing to a palm with wide green fronds. I got up and went over to sit next to that instead. Stroked a leaf. Inhaled it. Tried to imagine I was somewhere else. Except there was nowhere else to go. Even in my imagination. "Let's go into Barcelona today," said Caro. "I'll organise a car to take us round. We can go and find a real garden. One you're not going to demolish, perhaps?" Dad used to do that. Linger when I was in a strop, trying to find ways of making me smile. Of bringing me back to life. He usually managed it with the promise of buying me a book or Sylvanians, or taking me with him to watch him and his mates thump the crap out of a paedophile. But Caro wasn't my dad, or my mum, or Seren. She didn't really know me, and owed me nothing. "I'm going back to bed." "No, you're not. I won't let you." "Why don't you leave me alone?" "You will eventually, anyway." "I'm not going anywhere." "You're going to die. Eventually. But not today. Trust me, I'm no company." "Is that what you want? Solitude? To wallow in it?" "I don't know what I want." "Right, let's go into Barcelona." "What for?" "To look at the sights, the architecture, and to eat until it fucking hurts." And that's what we did. I'd forgotten how much I love food. It's my most favourite thing, official. And until men taste as good as carbs, ever thus shall be. Caro's room steward organised a hire car to meet us outside the cruise terminal, and it accompanied us the whole day, taking us into the city, giving us a guided tour from the comfort of an air-conditioned back seat, and dropping us off and picking us up as directed. Mainly cafes that looked nice. We found a small cafe selling hot chocolate pots with churros and bought a fistful each. We sat outside and I ate 7 of the buggers, savouring every mouthful, even the ones I downed so quickly they burned my tongue. "I act a whole different type of fat for Spanish pastry," I said, swinging my legs beneath my stool. "I noticed," she replied. There was chocolate on the tip of Caro's nose. It amused me greatly not telling her. Finally, with a full signal, I checked the iPhone for a Danielle message. Nada. But after a while, I stopped looking and fell into Barcelona's warm embrace. Me and Caro became tourists, taking pictures, strolling around ancient monuments and staring up open-mouthed into the clean blue sky at the nightmarish majesty of La Sagrada Familia. "What a magnificent building," I said, staring up high into the sky at the lethal-looking spires. "Waste of bloody money," said Caro. That response was par for the course, as I soon learned. Things I found beautiful, Casa Batlló, Casa Milà, Parc Güell, Caro found ugly or dull, and vice versa. But slowly, so slowly I barely noticed, I felt better. Diverted, distracted. I bought a unicorn keyring and a fresh fruit smoothie and irritated Caro with my slurping noises. It made me laugh. It was like spending the day with Marnie when we'd gone shopping in Bristol and walked around the museum and had freak shakes. Being with a friend tipped my world back in the right direction. It reminded me of something Daisy Chan said to me once at the Gazette. In time, with love and patience from others, you do get better. She'd been talking about her anxiety and anorexia, but maybe it applied to me too. As the day went on and the happier I became, the gloomier Caro got, like she was absorbing the bad mood from me. "He was a turd as well," she huffed as the limousine circumnavigated the Columbus Monument twice so I could take pictures. "The guy who found America." "He didn't find America," she snipped. "America was already there, being lived in quite happily by millions of native people. He struck a lucrative deal with Spanish royalty so he could plunder any land his ship happened across and force the inhabitants into slavery. He was a selfish bastard. That should be called Monumento a un bastardo egoísta." We ambled through the winding streets of the Gothic Quarter into an enormous covered food market called La Boqueria. We sat at a counter, and Caro did all the ordering in Spanish. We tried samples of everything on offer: dried and fresh fruits, jamón ibérico, olives, salted anchovies, fried sardines, baby squid, fish still fucking breathing, they were so fresh, not such a turn-on, oysters, cheeses, gelato, pinchos, hot sandwiches, you name it. When she was happily feeding her face, I saw my chance. "What was your son's name? The one who died?" "Simon," she replied. "How did he get hooked on drugs?" "The usual. Moved to a city, mixed in with some bad apples, lost his job." "Why did you two fall out?" "He'd only call for money. And when he stopped calling me, he'd call my eldest, Sarah. She soon washed her hands of him, but I abandoned him first. I do that. Some therapist teased that out of me in the 70s. Someone gets too close, I abandon them before they can abandon me. I did it with each of my children. Comes from being adopted, apparently." "You were adopted?" "My mother left me for a man who wasn't my father. My own father couldn't cope and put me up for adoption. This was in 1946, you understand, just after the war. He was old by then. His idea of a bedtime story was to tell me about his time as a POW. "Sorry." She flapped her hand. "Tish and pish, I'm not looking for sympathy. But it does explain why I left all 5 of my marriages early. And why I left Beatrice. I loved her more than anyone I'd ever met." Her head bowed. "But I couldn't be sure I deserved her. So I left." "But you said society wasn't so accepting in the 50s. "Oh, bugger society. Society could fuck itself in the eye for all I cared," she snapped, wiping her hands roughly on a tissue. "If I'd wanted to stay with her, I would have, irrespective of marriage, irrespective of society. I'd have stayed. But I didn't feel that I deserved her." I bet she felt differently. Caro laughed, a rueful laugh dampened with lemon juice. "It's a vicious cycle. You don't think you're worthy of love, so you keep it at bay, but you still want it. I had a succession of flings after her. I treated all of them dreadfully, for the simple fact none of them was Beatrice. I always called time on it before they had the chance to. After a while, you suffice yourself with being alone. You'll never break your own heart. But Beatrice didn't break your heart. You broke hers. I'm sure she got over it. I bet she didn't. Is that why you live on the ship? So you don't have to put down roots anywhere?" "Roots?" she said. "Oh, I've never given them a chance to grow." Once you've been yanked out of one place, it's difficult to thrive anywhere else. Great, I said, downing as much churro as I could get in my mouth in one go. And even then, I coughed some out onto the tabletop. That same therapist told me something which helped me reframe Simon's loss. He said that when a woman grows a baby, she retains some of that child's cells forever. Your baby has left some of her cells inside you, where you can never lose them. Tears came thick and fast at hearing this. She gripped my hand. I shouldn't have said that. No, I sniffed. I like that. The point is that the bond will always be there. There will always be a part of her with you. Always. And nobody can take that away. She dried my cheeks with her silk-soft palms. Come on, final stretch. Let's see what that misogynistic old prick Picasso's got to offer us, shall we? For the last part of the day, we walked around the white rooms of the Picasso Museum. Well, I walked. Caro insisted on using the chair so that we got priority in the queues and elevators. She was almost a more manipulative bitch than I was. No wonder I liked her so much. I lost Caro on the way round, eventually finding her on a bench, staring at a painting. An 1897 oil on canvas called Science and Charity. 3 figures around a dying man's bedside. A nun carrying a child, and a doctor checking the dying man's pulse on a timepiece. The man's face was yellow, eyes hollow, like Dad's when I last saw him. The old legs are starting to pinch now, she said. How are you feeling? I followed her gaze to the painting. You're dying and you ask how I'm feeling after my coke-induced tantrum, I scoffed. It was more than a tantrum, Hilary. You could have killed yourself. Yeah, well, thanks for today. You're welcome. I have a chiropodist's appointment tomorrow. I frowned. Is that important? It means I won't be able to be with you in the morning. But you could come with me and have your feet done if you'd like. No thanks, I said, plaiting the mane on my unicorn keyring. I'll take my chances with the verrucas. Never been keen on having my feet felt. Come and find me at lunchtime. I'll be free then. Don't worry about me, I'll be okay. I'll join a macrame workshop or go pole dancing or something. She smiled. I looked towards the painting she was still staring at. What's the fascination with that one? I was just thinking about things, about death, how it will be. If you want, I'll do it for you. She turned to me, her milky green eyes flicking round my face. What? I did it for my dad when he was in pain. If that's what you want. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. She stared back at the painting, chewing on her bottom lip for a long time. Your own father? Yeah. He was in hospital, having end-of-life care. She reached for my hand. I wouldn't if he hadn't wanted me to. He was my hero. Oh, Hilary, she said. That's awful. No, it's not. I did it for him, not me. I didn't want him to go. I don't want to be like this. I don't want that to be my only option. She was silent for minutes, staring at the painting. I was silent too. I rubbed at the little rainbow heart on the backside of my unicorn keyring. I thought about buying the matching pencil topper in the gift shop window. I was in Croatia once, in a restaurant with my husband. Which husband? Number 2. And he was a number 2 as well. Anyway, we were watching this cat with 3 legs climbing a wall. And it fell off, directly into a cactus. And it yowled and screamed and scurried away, covered in spines. I went outside to see if I could help it, but by the time I got there, it had run directly into the path of a speeding car. I saw it on the road, and I stood watching this cat twitching for the longest time before it died. Well, this is cheering me up no end. It made me think, where there's life, there's hope. Being alive is enough. We strive for perfect children, good career, finding the one. But the most important thing is, fundamentally, we're here. We're breathing. We both looked back at the painting. Until we're not.
Precisely.
Wouldn't you like to see Beatrice again, though, before you die? No. But what if she still loves you? She doesn't. She does. She doesn't, she snipped, eyeballing me. Why do you keep arguing? Because she told me, I said. Tuesday, the 8th of January. Marseille. 1. Snooty assistant in the ship shop who'd played the role one too many times and now her face was stuck like that. 2. Room steward Amanda, who always seems to be outside my cabin door ready to clean. The most ubiquitous woman since the Fiji water girl. 3. Meghan Markle's sister. 4. Man on the harbour side who threw a plastic bottle into the ocean. 5. People who have no personalities outside of their relationships with their spouses, e.g. Bardot and Gareth. Also, 6. People who name themselves glamorous names like Bardot, but don't live up to them. I'd found Beatrice on the morning of the Mallorca trip while I was Googling sex offenders. In between waiting for pages to load and checking my niece Mabley's latest vlog about her new micropig and finding Twitter posts about paedophiles I knew would trigger me, I do that sometimes, I'd absent-mindedly put the words Beatrice and Capri into the search bar. Caro had mentioned Beatrice's maiden name was Genovese, so I started there. There was a jewellery store on Capri called Genovese, which had changed hands in the 70s, but the owners had kept the name. Beatrice's father had sculpted cameo jewellery, and though he was long dead, I followed that line of inquiry and Google translated a message to the current owners asking for any information. They got back to me later that afternoon. Beatrice and her husband, Rocco, had sold the store in the 70s and moved to the outskirts of Rome. Thaisa had told me their married name was Pelagatti, a thankfully rare surname, and that was where her knowledge went cold. I widened my search for Pelagattis in or near Rome and sent several people with the surname the same message. I'd all but forgotten about it until the morning we docked in Barcelona and a notification pinged through on the cracked iPhone. My heart skipped a beat, thinking it was from Danielle Fairley, but it was a guy called Enzo Pelagatti. He'd contacted me in English, saying he was a student in Rome and that his grandmother had been called Beatrice Genovese in the 50s. He'd spoken to her, and she remembered Caro and would love to see her again. His actual words were, Beatrice vuole vedere il suo amato caro più di ogni altra cosa al mondo. Or rather, Beatrice wants to see her beloved Caro more than anything in the world. So I set up a meeting for when the ship docked in Rome. A little knowledge and a search engine goes a long way these days, so it was piss easy all in all, but Caro was acting like I'd scaled Everest and found Beatrice resting on the southeast ridge. All the way back to the ship, she cried. I can't believe you found her. I can't believe I will see her again. You are a wonderful person, Hilary. Truly wonderful. It was nothing, I beamed, my head swimming with goldfish. No, this is everything. This is unbelievable. But as the car journey went on, she grew quieter, more thoughtful. She stared more out of the window and picked at fingers. "She'll be old," she said, more quietly than she had been talking. "I only remember Beatrice being young." "Well, I hate to state the obvious, but I know I'm old too," she snipped. "But in my head she's 25. "My beloved Caro," she said, I reminded her. And she smiled like I hadn't seen her do before, all broad and unashamed. Her face lost about 20 years in that car ride. There were signs of the younger woman beneath, and, weirdly, it made me happier. Not molten happiness. No orgasmic happiness. Just happiness. Contentment that I had done something good for someone who'd shown goodness to me. And that lasted for the rest of the day. Sad, innit? Even serial killers need cuddles. Talking of which, by this point, I was all over the news at home. Farm shop killer's axe frenzy. What we know. Farm shop killer is celebrity child hero. Rhiannon Lewis was sole survivor of Priory Gardens massacre. Farm shop killer may have killed baby too. Killer was 8 months pregnant before murder. How did the deadly duo get away with it for so long? Flicking through the news channels got me all angry again. Nothing was momentous enough. Nothing was loud enough. On all the channels, I was the 3rd or 4th news item down. No biggie, just some little isolated murder in some little town no one had ever heard of. The main news was all Brexit chaos, Donald Trump's latest Twitter faux pas, the Tenerife plane crash, and which Brits had won big at the Golden Globes. And why were they calling us a deadly duo? Like Craig was Clyde Barrow and I was his infatuated, simpering little Bonnie, still on the run. Why was he still the Charles Manson figure and I merely his brainwashed hippie acolyte? Fucking cheek. One paper said he was on suicide watch. God, it all felt like such a waste of time and effort. And where was my confession? I'd posted it on Christmas Eve. Even with the holidays, it should have reached you by now. Yet still nothing. I was still and also ran in the contest for most evil female in history, behind Rose and Myra. No man had done my dirty work, though. I'd done it all by myself. And what thanks did I get? No sodding thanks whatsoever. There was still nothing from Danielle Fairley either, and my insides churned and bubbled and spat like a vat of acid. My good deed and all my good feelings of finding Beatrice floated away on the steam from the ship's funnels as we pulled out of port at Barcelona, headed for Marseille. By the next morning, El Fuckboy had made the news too. His picture popped up on the Daily Mail website. Missing Brit who vanished during Alicante stag party with friends may have come to harm, say police. A British man who travelled to Spain for a week-long stag party with his friends may have come to harm, detectives have said last night. Liam Challoner, 25, from Chepstow, travelled to Alicante on the 3rd of January for the short break. Gwent Police Major Crime Team are working with Spanish authorities to investigate the circumstances of his disappearance. Liam's family is understandably concerned about his disappearance, said Detective Chief Inspector Lloyd Williams. Going this long without contacting family or friends is out of character, and Liam's phone has been off since the 4th of January. The family are being supported by family liaison officers and are being kept informed. We would like to hear from anyone who has seen him or has any information about his whereabouts in Spain or any other location since Friday the 4th of January. Challoner was reportedly staying at the Hotel Estrella in San Gabriel with 12 friends after arriving on the 3rd of January for a 7-day holiday to celebrate his friend Jack's forthcoming wedding. Liam is white, 5'9", of medium build and with short brown hair. He has distinctive tattoos on both his calves, see pic, and was last seen wearing a white t-shirt, long red shorts and white trainers. Anyone with information is advised to call this special police hotline. It was a matter of time before police made the connection. The killer, who absconded from the UK at Southampton, jumped on a ship bound for the Mediterranean, killed this guy in Cartagena, then another on Mallorca. It was taking so long. I'd never been the most patient pea in the pod, but coupled with the uncertainty of my situation and my endless heartache for Ivy, it was maddening. The last thing I needed that day was lunch with the Gammonati. Unfortunately, Jade played the emotional fiddle on my doorstep first thing, and Hilary, being Hilary, could hardly refuse. "Will you join us? You can bring Bruce along. We'd love to meet him." It dawned on me that I'd told them all Bruce would be joining me in Barcelona. Now that time had passed, I had to come up with Bruce. "Oh, he's a bit crook. Touch of seasickness, or too much grog yesterday. Better count him out." "Oh, okay. Well, me and the kids could use some sanity around that table, otherwise it'll be all racist jokes and judgment on my mothering skills, and that's just from my in-laws. Oh, save me, Hilary, please." Caro had informed me she was booked up all morning, having chiropody and blood pressure checks, so I had absolutely no excuses lined up, and I needed to keep up my act. "Sure, no probs. I'll meet you in the tea lounge this arvo. No wuckers." It was the usual suspects around the circular table. The distended old bollocks Eddie and Dennis were puce with gammony hysterics about some joke the comedian had told at last night's cabaret. Lynette, Gloria, Ken, and newcomers Gareth and Bardot offered trite chat and nods in all the right places. "Here's another one for you," said Dennis, wiping his eyes and opening up last night's folded menu, on the back of which he'd scrawled a couple of the best jokes. "How are women and fried chicken the same? Take away the legs and the breasts, and you're left with a greasy box to put your bone in." Eddie joined in. "What's the difference between a clit and a cell phone? Nothing, because every cunt has got one." Jade covered Ty's ears as Eddie's voice carried over louder than everyone else's. She didn't say anything, and so neither could I. I found myself bubbling with rage, like at work when I'd overhear Linus taking credit for my suggestions. I wanted to march over to Eddie, cut out his tongue and wedge it between his wife's vegan baps. Shona was no less irritating. Quite apart from the fact that she looked like Momo, we had to endure her diatribes about how we could all do more to reduce waste. I fixed my stare on the saggy belly under her shift dress, which had birthed 5 whole-assed kids, before diverting my attention to alcohol to stem the need to hand the surly-faced Moomin her own arse. The children were the most enjoyable company, as ever. Jade allowed me to feed Sansa and get her out of the high chair because she wanted a cuddle, and me and Ty were having a funny conversation about what shoes would sound like if they had voices. "So all trainers are cockneys, of course," I told him. "So Daddy's feet would sound like, 'All right, geezer, how's your father?' and all that malarkey, all right? And Nenny's shoes would sound all hickory-smoked and Karen-esque, like, 'I was at this here McDonald's and I was just disrespected. I said, I want the McRib meal. And this bish looks me up and down and says, well, it don't look like you need it. Excuse me, bish?'" Ty chuckled. "What do my shoes sound like?" He pulled his leg out from the table and stuck it out to show me. A little black and white Nike high top. "Oh, well, you have the coolest shoes in the world, so they're like..." And what followed was the world's worst impression of Stormzy, from which I will spare you. Still, Ty thought it was hysterical, and I had to draw on all my shoe knowledge and perform every accent I'd ever done to keep the laughs a-coming. Gareth butted in, trying to engage him in peekaboo behind a menu, a pathetic attempt to cash in on my blinding limelight, but Ty was having none of it. He knew where the real comedy gold was. So did Sansa. We had this little game where I'd pretend I had too much air in my cheek, and she was the only one who could puncture my bulging cheek with her tiny fingertip. She laughed her arse off when the noise came out. "You're going to make a brilliant mum someday, Hilary," said Jade, beaming at her little girl's smiling face. That pulled me up sharp. I laughed it off before teaching Sansa how to stack her sandwich squares into a little house where her peas could live. "Did you get your bum pinched in Barca, girls?" asked Dennis, apropos of nothing, clanking more nasty golds than Post Malone, sawing through his T-bone and our innocent merriment. "No, actually," I replied. "Did you?" My food arrived. Hilary had opted for a shredded kale power salad with a lemon and tahini dressing. Rhiannon had wanted a double cheeseburger. "You want to watch them Latins? Most of them are sex pests," he said, with some authority on the matter, it seemed. "R. Kelly got fingered by some Arabs when she went to Morocco, in one of them souks." "Well, you know what they say. Get fingered in a souk, you're bad Luke." It was such a shit joke, but I was in the saltiest mood and well up for pushing the envelope till it cut someone. Rhiannon was slowly bleeding from all my pores. This was dangerous territory. Everything was ripe for the joking. I caught sight of my room steward, the angel Gabriel with the ridiculous biceps too big for his uniform, walking across the dining room with a tray of empty glasses. We locked eyes, and I got another wink for my efforts. Incredibly, something stirred south of the border. He was around AJ's age, 19, and I was reluctant to go for a teenager again. It'd be all skateboards and fortnight dances and hours of ineffectual clip play. Actually, I take that back. AJ was pretty good at sex for a 19-year-old, both dead and alive, and I wondered if Gabriel could be the missing link in terms of refreshing the parts serial killing couldn't reach. "What's Bruce up to today, Hilary?" asked Gloria. "Oh, catching some Z's mainly," I was saying to Jade. "He's a bit crook. Think he had a bad prawn for room service last night. He could do with a couple of days' rest and relaxation. Been working so hard, poor fella." Ugh. I resented every beige word coming out of my mouth. I wanted to stand up and scream, "There is no Bruce. He hasn't got the shits at all. I made him up. I'm here alone, on the run, having chopped a whole-assed woman to pieces, and she ain't the only one." But I didn't, obvs, or this would be where my story would end. Gabriel started laying the table nearest us, sex vibes coming off him in waves. It was a boost to realise I could still have that effect on a guy. I'd figured after childbirth nothing would want to come near my vajoodle again, even doctors. But now the afterpains had subsided, and my tits no longer felt like pulsating zeppelins, a new vista had opened up. I hadn't had a crumb of dick in months, and it felt like feeding time. "You want to stick close to your husband when you go on these excursions, Hilary," interrupted Ken, meaty clods between each of his lower bicuspids. "Especially the closer we get to Africa. Who was that lass we know, Glo, who ran off with a porter at that hotel?" "Oh, yeah, Dick and Daphne's daughter. Went to Ibiza on holiday. Met this chappie. Never came home. Got trafficked. Last Dick and Daphne heard, she were living with a tribe, wearing togas and drinking ox blood." Lynette sniffed. "Oh, it's awful, isn't it? Women aren't safe these days." "I think you're pretty safe," I said, but she pretended not to hear me. Gareth and Bardot weren't riveting company either. He was clearly a former incel, liberated from his mother's spare room, who looked like the kind of guy who'd give you some depressingly vanilla sex, but you could always rely on him to put the bins out. He'd look at Bardot every time he offered an opinion, conditioned to check what he'd said was okay, like she was some kind of human autocorrect. I imagined her as Cleopatra in ancient Egypt, and him as one of her lowly servants, covered in honey to keep the flies away from her. They'd been on my bus to the Drac Caves, the awful day I shat myself and killed that skinny bloke. I wondered if Gareth needed liberating. Perhaps it was time to jump into my phone box and twirl into my blood-stained cape. I tested the water. "So tell me, Gareth, have you done any of the shows yet?" Bardot answered for him, of course. "Yeah, we've done Cats and the Anchors Aweigh pirate show on deck the other night. That was good." "Have you been on any excursions, Gareth?" "Oh, yes," answered Bardot. "We did the light show in St Michael's Cave on Gibraltar and the walking tour of Cartagena and the Drac Caves. We didn't get off at Cadiz because we wanted to stay on board for the art auction." "Have you used the spa facilities yet, Gareth?" "He's not allowed," chuckled Bardot. "Not until I can trust him with the visa again." "Oh, you should," I said. "They do leg waxing, teeth whitening, arsehole bleaching. I'm thinking of having either a Brazilian or a clitler, where they leave a little Hitler moustache above your slice. And my arsehole needs bleaching. Do you bleach your arsehole, Gareth, or do you pour it straight down her neck?" Neither of them got the joke, which was fine by me, but it did create another awkward silence. I decided to perform a little bardectomy, going straight for the tumour. "Bardot, remember when I asked for your fucking opinion?" "No, neither do I." Within seconds, she had flushed hot red all up her scrag neck, gathered her bag and coat, and flounced out, as well as she could flounce in the vertiginous heels she'd shoved her trotters into. And Gareth, being Gareth, made his apologies to the others and scurried after her like the mouse who would never roar. I looked at Jade, expecting her to be laughing, but she was looking down, avoiding my gaze. She didn't look well at all. Pretty soon she made her excuses that Sansa needed a sleep. She didn't, and she and the kids got up, with much argument from Ty. "No, Mummy, I stay with Hilly." "No, Mummy, I not going." "Get off me." "Ty, now, please, we're going." "Stop it." And he was hitting her and kicking for all he was worth, but Jade was having none of it, and off they marched on a lingering echo of his piercing screams and kicking Stormzy feet. There was nothing I could do, because Jade was his mum, and I was just a tourist in every sense of the word. That left me with concentrated gammon extract. I silently hoped the ceiling above them all would cave in, and Dennis would get the jazz bar piano implanted in his skull. But, of course, nothing happened. Nobody got crushed. There were no sudden piano entrances or vomiters bleeding from the mouth like on Downton. Nothing ever happens unless I make it happen. Gabriel appeared again, walking back across the dining room with his massive biceps and his third fuck wink so far. And I winked back. By 2:00, we were in my bed, going at it like a rodeo. I had been concerned that my foof wouldn't be up to the job since giving birth, but Gabriel made all the right noises, and I'd felt all the right inches, so maybe there was life in the old girl yet. Once I'd come for the second time, I lay there on his thumping great chest as his cock pulsed against his leg, and the last trickles of spooge left him.
"Woof, that was awesome, thanks, darling," he said.
And once he'd got his breath, he bounced out of bed and climbed back into his uniform. "Oh, you're not staying then?"
"Nah, I should be working. It was good, though."
He reached inside his trouser pocket and pulled out his phone. He showed me a picture in his album of some woman asleep with her arse out.
"I did her on the last cruise. Recognize her from that girl band?"
No, I don't," I said, squinting.
"She used to be in that group, 5 girls. She was on here touring her solo stuff. I had her every which way but loose."
He shoved his feet into his shoes without untying the laces. "Oh, right," I said, handing back the phone. "So your thing's been up her as well as me? Delightful." He guffawed. "She preferred it in the ass." "Even better." He kissed me again when he had his shoes on, and as he pulled away, I held on to him. "What's up?" "Hug?" "Baby, I have to go." I know. Just hold me for a couple of seconds. Please." And he did. I saw Craig in my mind. I breathed against him. I'd missed it. The closeness of another body, dead or alive. Someone with heat and a heartbeat and regularly inflating lungs. But he pulled away. He didn't get it. "See you later," he said. "You will?" "Yeah, I clean your room once a day, so I'm bound to." He laughed, striding across the carpet without another look. The bed felt cold, but not because of his lack of warmth. Gabriel wasn't what I'd wanted, but I was getting closer to it, whatever it was. I washed and changed into my virginal broderie anglaise vest top and shorts and went up on deck to watch the ship pulling out of port, heading for the next stop, Genoa. 7 days remaining. I breathed in, breathed out. I checked the cracked iPhone 4, still as silent as the grave, but there was one bar of signal remaining. I chanced a call to Danielle Fairley. Good or bad news, I had to know. There was no answer. I left a message. "Hi, it's Hilary. Just wondering if there were any developments, anything at all to report. I need something, anything. Please." I hung up. Caro wasn't back at her cabin yet, and the upper deck was fairly quiet, with most people having hit the dining rooms or catching a show. A message binged through around 2 minutes later, straight to voicemail. "Hiya, love," came the Mancunian caterwaul. "Yeah, I found Dad's file with the information in. I'm waiting to hear back that the fella's expecting you. He's got a bad connection where he is, bit remote. Give me a few days and I'll let you know the address." "What address?" I shouted down the phone. "Where am I going? Aren't you even going to tell me which fucking country?" No, she didn't. She warbled on and on about how hard it had been to find the envelope Bobby had hidden, how they still hadn't released his body for cremation yet, and how she'd never known such admin when a person dies. "Oh, cry me a fucking river, I don't care. Just tell me where, Danielle," I cried. "Where am I going?" "You've looked out, though. Dad's done all right for you. Place looks reet nice. So, yeah, I'll call you as soon as I've heard back and let you know when he'll be expecting you and all that. All right, love. You take care now." I called her back immediately, but the ship was already fully at sea by then, and all signal had been lost. I walked a lonely, uncertain circuit right around the top deck, chewing it over, trying to pick the bones out of what she had said. A reet nice place, but a bit remote. Where could it be? South America, like Bobby had said originally? Afghanistan? Australia? I found the longer I walked, the less I wanted to leave. I wanted to stay on the ship, in the cabin, in my little bed, sightseeing with Caro, playing with Ty. This was the only home I had. The angry bubbles popped and fizzed in my stomach. Everything felt wrong. Bowling shoes wrong. Point Break remake wrong. Bounty in the god tier of chocolate wrong. And you know what that means. The only other person about on deck at that time was the man who walks. He was leaning against the railings like I was, newspaper tucked under his arm. Wrong place, right time. "Hello," I said, leaning on the railings next to him.
"Oh, good evening," he said, with a polite nod,
and he attempted to step past me, but I blocked him. He wore a lemon shirt with a glasses pocket tucked into white trousers, and his shoes were grey and neatly tied with bowed laces. Everything about him was clean and pressed and even, including his face. "You were thinking about your wife, weren't you?" He frowned.
"Sorry, do I know you?"
"No. I heard you lost your wife, though." "I lost someone too."
"Did you?"
"A baby."
"Oh, I am so sorry,"
he said, relaxing his stance. I copped a glance at the paper. An English one, a few days out of date.
"Was this recently?"
He didn't seem to know where to look, but at least he'd stopped trying to leave me. "A few weeks ago. I came on holiday to perk myself up. It's scary and painful, but we must go through it, mustn't we? It's okay to grieve."
"Yes."
"Do you want to see your wife again?" I asked.
"Someday. I know I will. Does that seem silly?"
"Not at all."
"Good."
"That day could come sooner than you think."
"What do you mean?"
"None of us know when we're going to die. All you have is today."
Wise words from someone so young.
The newspaper relaxed in his grasp, fluttering on the sea breeze.
"I'm John, by the way."
"Oh," I said, shaking his extended hand. "Hi, I'm Rhiannon." Wednesday, the 9th of January. Genoa. 1. People on Twitter who dog whistle for sympathy with "I'm not going to tweet for a while" posts because of their mental health, then 40 minutes later respond to a shortbread showstopper on the series opener of Bake Off. 2. People who climb cliff faces with no safety equipment. Oh, fucking fall off already. Your only skill is not dying. 3. Social media feministas with husbands giving it the full burn your bra act in public while maintaining the safety net of a traditional patriarchal relationship. Oh yeah, I see you. Dead boy in the sand, tra-la-la-la-la. Conan's body had been found, according to a Spanish news channel. There was footage of the stretcher being wheeled out of the woods near the Drac Caves. No link to me thus far. Ole, ole, I get my way. Caro came calling first thing, with an opening gambit that usually set the cat chasing pigeons around my ribcage. "Would you like to join me for breakfast? I'd like to talk to you about something." This kind of request was usually followed by, "Do you know anything about this bleach in my water bottle?" Or, "Any idea how the fire started?" Or, "Is that you covered in blood in that news bulletin?" But I was strangely serene that day, almost balanced, dead calm, like the sea. We were in the lift on the way up to Diamond Deck, Caro in her gold caftan and sandals, me in my hot pink shorts, virginal white daps and floaty florals, when she elaborated. "It's about this meeting Beatrice in Rome." "Oh," I said, with more than a hint of relief. "Yeah, Enzo suggested 2 p.m. in a cafe by the Pantheon. I don't think I can go," she said. "I don't think I can meet her." "Why not?" "I never asked you to arrange a meeting, Hilary." "I know you didn't." The lift doors opened onto the main deck. There were loads of people hanging around the railings as usual, waiting to see the ship come into port. "We can cancel if you want, but I don't know why you would want to. She's not going to reject you, you know." "How do you know that? How do you know she isn't having the self-same conversation with her grandson that we're having now?" "I don't," I say. "I just hope. Those days with her, they belong in my head. It's the place I go to when I need it. It's my paradise, and I don't want it to be sullied by modern letdowns and grief. She caught sight of herself in the window, but quickly looked away. This is not how she knew me. What do you expect me to say? Do you want me to blow smoke up your arse and call you young and vivacious and still bearing a passing resemblance to Kaya Gerber in a certain light? No, she laughed. Who's Kaya Gerber? Oh, some fetus with no tits and famous parents. It's not important. What is important is you meeting Beatrice. Could be your last chance. You don't want to be a painting in a museum that people feel sorry for, do you? No, but right, so shut up moaning, get your knickers on, and let's go into Genoa shopping, and we'll buy Beatrice a nice gift. Maybe even find you an old Italian apothecary who can cast an anti-aging spell on you or something. Oh, don't be silly. I think we're both in a silly mood. Anyway, we're not in Genoa. Did you not hear the announcement? What announcement? On the public address, first thing. We're still at sea. Out on deck, Elton John was blaring out, and I was expecting to see a port and heaps of shipping containers and cranes and a terminal building. But there was only sea, and the ship had stopped dead in the middle of it. Passengers were craning their necks over the railings. Someone's gone overboard, said Caro as we walked past the 2-person deep lines for railings towards the diamond deck staircase. Oh no, that's awful, I said, trying to pack my face with the same amount of concern as her. I probably just looked like I was trying to stifle a fart. Anyone we know? A passing deckhand, Devonte, filled us in on the deets. Yeah, it was sometime last night, he said, pointing up to the jumbotron above the kids' pool. A photo of the passenger, taken in happier times, raising a glass at some bleary-eyed, grey-gravy Christmas piss-up. Goodness me, it's that poor chap, cried Caro, her hand to her mouth, the way people always do when they're genuinely shocked. I did the same, more to hold back an ill-timed laugh. His name's John Carraway, said Devonte. Did either of y'all see him last night at dinner? We were trying to piece together his last movements. No, said Caro. I think the last time I saw him was yesterday morning, walking around the pool. I was at bridge all evening. She looked at me. Yeah, I was shagging my room steward before actively encouraging the old funt to go sharkside, if you must know. But to save face, I said, at the squash tournament. We've sent out 3 rescue boats. Something's been spotted nearby, said Devonte. And we've informed the Coast Guard, so we just gotta pray now. Yeah, that always helps, I said piously. It's sad. So sad, said Caro. It's a sad, sad situation, I added. But Caro looked at me again, with an expression I couldn't read. At breakfast, I caught her looking at me in the same way as I scrolled through Mabley's latest vlog post on the iPhone 4. Her micropig had got out onto the road and been hit by a car. Kid couldn't catch a break when it came to animals. And when I looked up, Caro's steely greys were on me like magnets. What? You don't seem all that concerned about John Carraway. I'm not, I said. I don't even know the guy, do I? I suppose not. She sipped her coffee, flicking through her cruise letter. So should I cancel, Beatrice, if you've got cold feet? I don't have cold feet. I just don't think it's a useful idea for us to meet. Useful? What do you mean, useful? Well, it's not as though... But she couldn't finish the sentence. I know what you're going to say. It's not as though we'd have much of a future together anyway, because I'm dying and we're all old and stuff. She was about to argue, but stopped herself at the last moment. That's exactly what I was going to say, yes. Well, don't look at it as this important meeting which could impact how you spend the last days of your existence. Look at it as meeting an old friend for lunch. An old friend who wants to see you, that's all. You seem different today. Sort of happier. I am, I said, chewing toast. Caro looked out to sea, and I nicked her cruise letter. So what are we doing then? There's a hop-on, hop-off bus tour of Genoa, a peek at Cinque Terre, a hike through Portofino, a coastal hop ending with the pretty markets of Alassio. Alassio? The name rang a distant bell. I couldn't think where I'd heard it before, but the name stuck in my head like a cocktail stick. We can do Alassio if you want, said Caro, scooping out her grapefruit. Alassio was where Marnie's family had come from. She told me once that's where she would go if she ever left her uber-mensch husband, Tim. I wondered if I could go to Marnie instead of waiting for Danielle to come up with the goods. At least I knew Marnie. At least I knew she loved me. Well, she hadn't told on me. Yet, as far as I knew. I could go to her. I spent a good hour seriously considering it, all through breakfast and when I got back to my cabin to pack my bag for the day. But, realistically, calling on Marnie was not a great plan for 3 reasons. 1. I'd left her husband down a deep, dark well to die a slow death. However much of a prick he had been to her, she wouldn't have wanted her baby's father to die like that. Marnie was a good person, which was why, despite how much I liked her, we could never truly be friends. 2. If I did get caught, she'd be an accessory for hiding me, and I didn't want anyone else to pay for my crimes, least of all her. 3. I wanted her to be happy, and free, and safe, like Ivy. And the best way of achieving that was to ensure I was nowhere near her. As I was leaving my cabin, the announcement came over the PA system. Everyone, this is your captain. We regret to inform you that the Genoa excursions have had to be abandoned today while we search for the passenger who has tragically fallen overboard in the night. We will remain at sea for as long as we can. Our rescue boats are out searching the area for him. You won't find him, I thought. I weighed him down. These are exceptional circumstances. For anyone who had a shore excursion booked, the cost will be refunded to your Sea Pass cards, and we will be putting on extra entertainments while you remain on the ship. Oh, great. More line dancing and volleyball tournaments for the win. A revised cruise letter will be posted into your cabins within the hour. We hope you have an enjoyable day aboard the Fleur de la Mer. I sat on the bed. A window of opportunity had opened, but I had slammed it in my own face. Yet another infamous boo-boo. Not only could I not get off the ship, I couldn't get any damn phone signal either, and for who knew how long. Danielle could have found my one-way ticket out of Europe and be desperately calling me to make arrangements for all I knew. I was getting antsy in my massive maternity panties. Meanwhile, I was stuck on the ship in a wonka-a-thon in the classic lounge with shrieking children. Ivy was on my mind again, and I needed to be where children were not, but I was stuck on a ship full of them. I ventured to the nearest child-unfriendly space, the gym. There weren't many people about, 2 middle-aged lumps in full makeup chatting on neighbouring treadmills, a 60-something woman who'd gone so hard with a tan towel she'd changed race, and a Russian guy doing bench presses and swearing at the footsie index ticker tape on Sky News. There were full-length mirrors all over the place, so everywhere I turned, I couldn't avoid the sight of my strangely shaped new body. My bigger ass, giant tits, and disgusting stomach. All the treadmills were facing the mirrors. Like what kind of arrogant gimp chooses to watch themselves flap about? I chose the one treadmill facing the only blank wall, and a TV showing Babe, Pig in the City. I stayed there for 2 hours. Sometimes walking, sometimes running, and as the credits rolled, I felt slightly better about things. Sweaty, but less frustrated. tired, but less angry. I remembered Mabley saying in one of her videos about her hamsters running their wheels all night long to get their stress out. It worked for me too. Of course, when Ryan Prosser appeared, towel around his shoulders, loose-fitting vest and bulge-prominent shorts, new emotions crept into view. He spotted me and lifted a hand to wave, and I carried on pedalling my recumbent bike, pretending I was concentrating. Sandra Huggins's murder was the third item on Sky News after the plane crash, and the worst cold snap to hit the UK in years. I tilted my cap to cover my eyes. They didn't call her Sandra Huggins. They called her Jane Ritchie, her alias. No link to her paedophile past. Police were on the hunt for the sadistic killer who'd ended her life with an axe. There were ticker tape updates of the grisly find in the quiet West Country town. Drone shots of motorists slowing on the dual carriageway to hang out of cars taking selfies with forensics teams. A white tent. Yellow evidence markers where her blood had dripped from my coat. Pieces of her being carried out in bags by police officers in hazmat suits. And finally, an update from an officer who wasn't Jericho, some keen-bean detective sergeant fresh out of the academy called David Stone. He stood outside the police building where they'd interviewed me. We can confirm that an arrest was made today of a woman who has confessed to organising the adoption of Rhiannon Lewis's baby, which meant Heather Werryman. We can also confirm that the baby is safe and well and in good hands. It appears Lewis gave birth and handed her over before she left the UK, which meant Claudia Gulper. And can you confirm whether you are any closer to catching Rhiannon? We are following a number of lines of inquiry, but it is too soon to say. Which meant no. I couldn't stop my mouth from stretching into a wide smile. Safe and well and in good hands. That was all I needed to know. They had a small fridge in the gym with fresh flannels rolled up in neat stacks. I was dabbing myself as Ryan sauntered over to grab one himself. "Hey, Hillary," he said, one fingerless gloved hand around an isotonic drink. He generated enough sweat on his cotton vest to float a lifeboat. "I saw you deep in concentration there, so I didn't want to disturb." "Ah, cheers, yeah. Trying to work off some chocky bickies I had earlier," I said brightly, almost bouncing with renewed energy. "We've been hitting the chocolate a bit lately too. Jade gets pissed off with all my training, but I don't want to stop it because it makes you lazy." "I agree," I said, wiping my brow. He was shifting about on his feet, and I've learned that this is a tell that people are trying to get away from you. I didn't give him the satisfaction of dumping my ass, like his beautiful bitch wife had done at lunch the other day, so I got in there first. "Well, have a good one. Catch you later." I was halfway to the door. "Hang on a sec," he said, as my face flashed on the screen behind him. A different photo, where Craig had been cropped out at the Gazette's last Christmas party. Lana was in the background, drinking WKD. "What's up?" I said, feet pointing in the direction I needed to go. "Ow." "Jade wanted to apologise for leaving you in the shit yesterday. She said you'd gone to lunch with her and she had to go. She wanted to explain." "Oh, no wuckers," I said with a flap. "My language can be a bit much when I've blown the froth off a few. I'd avoid me too if I had the chance." No, it wasn't you," he said urgently, still shifting awkwardly. "We had a bit of an emergency. Jade miscarried." "Miscarried?" I said, my whole body flushing through with ice water. The little fridge towel was warm in my hand. "She was pregnant?" "Yeah." Ryan looked down. "Only 8 weeks. We weren't going to tell anyone yet." His face changed. He was crying. "It was awful. She's being a worrier as usual, and I'm the mess. I haven't left her side till now.
She made me come down here and I can't focus. Anyway, she wanted you to know she's sorry she left you.
It doesn't matter, Ryan, I said quietly. The picture behind him was of my face again, square on, green eyes, unmistakable.
I want to take her and the kids into Florence tomorrow when the ship docks in La Spezia. Try and give them a nice day. Would you come with us?
Come to Florence with you?
Yeah, no mum and dad day.
He smiled, wiping his cheek roughly with the back of his hand.
The kids have been asking after you. Ty keeps on about his best friend, Hilly.
My chest glowed from the inside out.
Yeah, I love that little dude. And, well, anything you can do to perk Jade up would be magic, too. We'll pay for your ticket, of course. Unless you've got something on.
I pulled the cracked iPhone 4 out of my tracksuit. Having a full signal was reason enough to leave the ship and going on an excursion, but with the Prossers in tow would at least afford me some kind of anonymity.
I'm free as a kookaburra, mate. Of course I'll join you. Wild ruse wouldn't keep me away.
Another wave of emotion had taken him over, and he was rolling with the tide. And it took me a few moments to realise this would probably be the moment to hug him. So I hugged him, more for me than for him. And he gripped on tightly. Definitely more for him than for me. Thursday, the 10th of January. Florence. 1. People on social media who are all 8 days till my wedding, 11 months till our holiday, 18 more years till my kid puts me in a care home, 10 more minutes till I drive a stake through your ear. 2. Anyone who uses a selfie stick. 3. Anyone who wears sandals with feet that look like they've been dug up by an archaeologist. 4. Snap-happy blonde on the bus to Florence who had discovered her iPhone had a camera. Ooh, an Italian drain pipe. Ooh, some Italian monument. Ooh, an Italian tramp having a shit in a doorway. 5. Our excursion leader, Doreen.
You understand where we meet, yes? You hear time we back at bus, yes? You enjoy yourself, yes?
I didn't know which were questions and which were direct orders. 6. Learner drivers. Here's your first lesson. Use your fucking accelerator. The ship docked in La Spezia at 8:30 a.m. for the day's excursions to Florence. But even when the iPhone had achieved full signal, there were still no messages from Danielle Fairley. No voicemails, texts, no nothing.
Tu piezza di merda! Fottuta stronza inutile! Spero che tuo padre morto si alzi dalla tomba e faccia una merda nella tua vasca de bagno.
At least I had enough signal to look up Italian ways of saying she was a useless bitch and that I hoped her dead dad rose again to do a shit in her bathtub. Sunny with the chance of rain, said the cruise letter. Turned out it was pissing down in La Spezia, with a chance of brightening up later, said the Weather Channel, so they had that ass backwards. Nothing on that sodding cruise letter was true. It also said the onboard entertainment was among the best in the world. That's if the best includes acrobats who can't balance, comedians who aren't funny, and singers who couldn't hit a note with a shovel. In my opinion, ofs. When I got up to the Diamond Deck breakfast room to show Caro the latest message from Beatrice, a picture Enzo had scanned in, showing both women younger and in bikinis on rocks as the waves sprayed up behind them. She was nowhere to be found. She wasn't in her stateroom either. She left early for the wine excursion, her room steward informed me as he sorted through towels on his trolley. Caro doesn't do excursions. I frowned.
That's where she said she was going.
If I didn't know better, I'd have said Caro was avoiding me. I hadn't been able to find her the night before either. So much for seeing me through my pain and helping me out. She'd ticked that particular box now, had she? Nevertheless, I was booked on the Florence Museums tour with the Prossers, and I had a job to do. I had to go into super turbo Hillary mode with extra sprinkles to help them over their miscarriage. I didn't disappoint. I bought Ty a colouring book for the 2-hour coach ride into Florence and regaled Ryan and Jade throughout with jokes, anecdotes and tales of Bruce's suspected food poisoning, which meant he was still laid up in bed with the shits. Ty loved all the fart noises. And despite the air conditioning on the coach being as effective as being breathed on by a small dog for 2 hours, generally I was a jokey, sparkly delight to be around. I owned that coach journey. I was Hilary Sharp, commander of them all, general defender of children and animals, mother to an abandoned child, wife to a non-existent husband, Australian when she remembered. And I would have my gelato, in this life or the next. Jade seemed okay as far as I knew. Well, she didn't cry, but I'm about as good at gauging emotions as I am at windsurfing, so who knew? As for myself, I was much more serene now, in a genuine, bouncily happy, Hillary-esque mood, now I knew Ivy was well. An emotional roadblock had been cleared, and I could see a road beyond it again. The moment the coach stopped in Florence, Hillary was sucked right up the drainpipe, and Rhiannon emerged, like Pennywise's balloon. My expectations of Florence had been sizable. Michelangelo's David, the Palazzo Vecchio, the Uffizi, the Duomo, the best pizza on earth, the best gelato in all Italy. And I'm pleased to say they were all met by somebody who isn't me. Because my experience of Florence was this. Fucking tourists. No, not literally fucking tourists, just fucking tourists. Every fucking turn. If you weren't being pummeled and pushed out of the way by tourists over-eager to get their 58th Instagram shot of the Ponte Vecchio or a bench where some syphilitic pre-Raphaelite once got railed, you were being harassed by street hawkers thrusting selfie sticks and shit watercolours in your face. I say you, I of course meant me. The one highlight was a text from Danielle Fairley. It said this: Tenoch Espinosa, Hacienda Santuario, Camino Cabo Este, Rocas Calientes. What does that mean? I sent back. But again, nothing was clarified. It looked like I was going to a Spanish-speaking country, at least. Bobby had mentioned South America, so that narrowed it down. I tried not to think about it until I got more info. Tried to lose myself in the priceless art all around me. The statue of David was impressive. I'll give Florence that. He was taller than I'd imagined, and we were reliably informed by our guide that, in Michelangelo's day, a small penis was not a thing of great beauty. Yeah, in the days before they gave women an opinion, I heckled. Well, Rhiannon heckled. Hillary would never have said such a thing. It made me laugh, though, even though nobody else did. Actually, one person laughed. Jade Prosser. She and I wandered around the Uffizi together, Ryan bringing up the rear with the double buggy. Thanks for coming with us today, she said. It means a lot. De nada, I said. How are you going today? I'm good, now that he's stopped treading on eggshells around me and Ken and Glow aren't with us. We needed a day without them. She looked behind us to check that Ryan wasn't listening in. I wanted to tell her about Ivy, that I knew how she felt, that she could confide in me as a fellow mother. But I stopped myself. Because I wasn't a mother. I'd given birth, yes, but I hadn't stuck around for the hard part. I had no idea what Jade was experiencing. Her baby was dead. I knew mine was still alive. I had hope. Jade was hopeless. And a strange sensation came over me. I wanted to hug her. I didn't get it often, but I held my arms out and she took the hint, and we hugged in the middle of the gallery. We pulled away and I wiped her cheeks with the balls of my hands, like Caro had done for me in Valencia. And I said, "When a woman has a baby inside her, she keeps some of its cells forever. Your kid left cells inside you where you can never lose them." I gave her another hug. "You're going to be fine, I promise. Come on, let's go check out some more bums and willies." And Jade beamed her Beyoncé beam, and suddenly Florence became more enjoyable than I thought it could be. Me and the Prossers stood at the back of the throng every time our tour group stopped for an explanation and made rude jokes and observations like the naughtiest kids in class. We saw David several times, plus Botticelli's Venus and Artemisia Gentileschi's Salome beheading Holofernes, and 1,000,001 tits. But once the kids needed nappy changes and started grizzling for food, the screeching started, and I ran out of enthusiasm for art. The Prossers left to find the toilets, while I stayed in a crowd looking at a wooden shield in a glass case with an image of a horrified woman in the centre, Caravaggio's Medusa. I found myself standing in front of a guy who I'd singled out earlier as being one to watch. He carried that air of wrongness, an air I'm always so good at sniffing out. Greasy hair, darting eyes, baggy jeans. I could smell him. Old milk and cigarettes. As the crowd hemmed in around Medusa and her horrified face stared down at me, I felt a pressure against my arse. Tickling. His fingers. Funny how they always gravitate to me, isn't it? He stopped tickling and rubbed around my buttock region for a bit, clearly enjoying the fact I was trapped, penned in by sweaty humans as more and more crowded round the glass case, remarking on the craftsmanship of the shield, the aghast expression on Medusa's face, the snakes spilling out of her head. And ever so slowly, I reached behind me, made gentle contact with his wandering hand, held the first 2 fingers, and with one quick jolt, snapped them right the fuck back. Crack! His howl filled the already crowded space, and he quickly dropped away, as did the bodily pressure around me. While all eyes were trained on him, awaiting an explanation for the sudden and prolonged screaming he'd seen fit to fill the stuffy room with, I slipped out, quietly on a sweep of floaty florals, joining up with the unwitting Prossers outside. We carried on walking around the exhibits, but it was soon clear that none of us were appreciating it as much as we were the thought of a good gift shop and some decent cakes. We did bond over our mutual love for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I suppose that was culturally appropriate. "I used to fancy Raphael," I said to the guffaws of both Prossers and Ty, even though he didn't know what we were laughing about. "I don't still fancy him." I blanched as Tyrion insisted on holding my hand instead of Daddy's. "You wanted to bang a cartoon turtle," Ryan guffawed, drawing several snooty looks from tourists with earpieces in. "Well, he was the hottest one. Oh, come on, don't tell me you never got wood for Daphne from Scooby-Doo or She-Ra." "I didn't, but Jessica Rabbit. Now you're talking. At least she's human." "Yeah, but she shagged a rabbit." "Oh, he had a good sense of humour, old Rog. It's not all about looks." "Says the guy who spends half his life flexing before a full-length mirror," scoffed Jade. "I used to fancy Baloo." "Jungle Book Baloo," said Ryan, incredulous. "Yeah." Ryan threw me a look, and I caught it, and threw one back at him. "Hey, the heart wants what the heart wants," said Jade. He was so cuddly, and that deep voice. Oh, and he could dance. That bear had some serious moves. Ryan seemed surprised. "I never knew you were into chunks." "I'm not, as a rule. There was just something about Baloo." "Silly mummy," Tyrion giggled. Ryan picked him up and threw him over his back in a fireman's lift, and we headed off out into the crowds. Our coach gang was supposed to meet back outside the gold jewellery store on the corner of the piazza at 4 p.m, so we ditched the guided tour and made our own way around the rest of the city. I enjoyed my time with the Prossers, talking to their kids, making up stories about hunched creatures living in the bell tower of the Santa Croce, and the horses who drew the carts of lazy-ass tourists through the streets. I got to carry Sansa for a bit when she didn't want to go in her buggy, and her parents were getting tired of holding her. I never minded, and I liked smelling her head. We played the full cheek game again and counted pigeons together. The child was a genius with numbers by the time I'd finished with her. I tried not to close my eyes and imagine she was my Ivy. I really did. We each took it in turns to mind the pushchair full of bags, while one of us dipped into a shop to investigate souvenir shot glasses or designer leather goods. But for all the fun I had, I wasn't part of their family. It made my teeth itch to see how happy they were as a unit, the four of them, swinging Ty between them, Ryan with Sansa on his shoulders, her holding onto his ears, taking licks of each other's gelato. Happy human bonds. I read the message from Danielle again. Tenoch Espinosa, Hacienda Santuario, Camino Cabo Este, Rocas Calientes. No reply to my message with further explanations. Around an hour before our meeting point at the gold shop, we stopped for refreshments in an outdoor cafe overlooking the square. Rhiannon wanted a pizza, every flavour cannoli, and a proper hot chocolate. Hilary ordered grilled sea bream and a papaya and mango frullato. On us, said Jade, as I fumbled in my bag for my purse. No arguments. Bardo and Gareth were paying when we spotted them. Gareth was fumbling about in his wife's handbag for the money. Well, I'm guessing it was money. Certainly wasn't to find his fucking balls. Hi, guys. You having a good time? Asked Bardo, specifically to Jade and Ryan, without so much as a glance at me. I was playing funny faces with Ty. I mimicked Bardo's face, and he fell about his chair laughing. Yeah, good thanks, said Ryan. Gareth got out some caricature they'd had done of him and Bardo by a street artist. The guy clearly had talent. He depicted Bardo as some sort of devil with smoke emanating from her nostrils. She wasn't amused. Gareth smiled. A lot. It wasn't their fault, Ryan and Jade's. They were distracted, getting directions for an artisan chocolate shop nearby. But it did mean that I was the only one who had focus, the only one who saw her coming. A shabby blonde with fierce black eyebrows and chipped nails. I'd seen her lingering outside the church when we'd arrived, and the only reason she'd piqued my interest was because I can smell a wrong 'un at 10 paces. It's one of my gifts, along with ready-made sarcasm and terrific handjobs. There wasn't a discernible trait to set her apart from any one of the thousands of other people I'd glanced at that day. It was an instinct. She was up to something. Ready to pounce on a handbag was my first guess. I watched her like a razor-eyed hawk. Do the face again, Ty whined opposite. Do it, Hilly. He'd climbed on his chair and was bending down to his plate, picking off the flakes from his sfogliatelle. We were by the rope separating the cafe from the busy square. And the woman was floating closer to the cafe, pretending to be on her phone, but her eyes weren't on it. They were on us, our table, sauntering, eyes flicking up like a crocodile's. My fingers lengthened, my heart pounded. With no further warning, she reached across the cafe ropes and snatched Ty by the waist, hoisting him up and disappearing into the crowds before anyone else saw what had happened. But Rhiannon saw her. Rhiannon knew exactly what was going on. And before Hilary or anyone else could stop her, she was gone, pushing through the tourists, buffering people out of the way, listening out for Ty's cries, keeping a fixed view of the blonde head as it got further and further away. I desperately kept my eyes on the pilfering prize. The woman was so fast, and a few hours on a treadmill for the first time in 15 years wasn't cutting much ice when it came to stamina. But somehow my body responded, flooding me with the adrenaline I needed and pumping it furiously into my limbs. As the tourists thinned out and the streets narrowed, the woman slowed to a jog up a cobbled street, away from the shops, encumbered by her heavy, screaming cargo. She thought she was home and dry. My feet were light. I grew closer. She got slower. She had her hand over his mouth, but he was wriggling violently. She hit him across the face, shouted in Italian to shut him up. My breathing was fast. She didn't hear me coming. I reached out and grabbed her blonde hair hard in my hand and yanked her backwards, forcing 2 fingers into her eyes. "Drop him now!" She dropped Ty instantly. I could hear him crying, but it was like the sound was underwater. All I could concentrate on was her and inflicting as much pain as I could. She wriggled and jiggled in my arms and screamed and bit down on my skin as I thrust my arm tight into her neck and pressed down. Ryan was there, scooping a bellowing Ty into his safe arms, sweating and puffing. "Oh my God! Oh my fucking God!" he cried. "I thought we'd lost you." He cuddled that little boy so tightly. A true dad. But I was having a party. The blonde woman's knees buckled as she sank to the ground, the tighter my arm became around her throat. When she was weakened, I thrust her forwards to the cobbles and pulled her round to face me. I mounted her. Nothing was going to stop me now. Nothing could. It was back, that molten feeling, that urge, the wetness between my thighs as I strangled her. This potential paedophile who'd stolen my best friend. The rippling, crippling, can't do anything else but kill thrill sizzled all the way through me. Oh, how I wanted her, so badly. Just like Derek, like Sandra, like Troy and Gavin and Daniel and those men at the quarry. This was fucking paradise. I straddled her body and smashed her head back onto those cobbles again and again, and I whispered in her ear, "You die now. You fucking die now." I squeezed her neck, making her squirm and gasp as my own face ignited, and the life force seeped away from her the tighter I held on. She was dying in my hands. Her breaths became weaker. Veins bulged in her skin, eyes bulged, and it felt exquisite. I loved it. I was home again. The thrill was too much. An orgasm heightened and rippled through my body. She was almost there, almost dead beneath my fingers. "Let her go. Hillary, you've got to let her go. You're killing her." But Hillary wasn't my name. That's why I didn't hear him at first. Right then, I only knew Rhiannon. He was too strong and pulled me back with his free arm until me and him and Ty lay on our backs, and the woman was disorientated and gasping, scrambling to her feet, coughing and stumbling from alley wall to wall, bleeding all over her face, clutching her neck. She glanced back briefly before tripping over her feet and running off, vanishing round a corner. And I lay on those cobbles, staring up at a narrow blue sky, shaking. It's all right, Ryan soothed. He thought I was scared. He thought I needed placating as much as Ty did. But I wasn't scared at all. I was shaking with ecstasy. I felt like I had been lost, but now I knew where I was going. I finally felt like myself again. Thursday evening, the 10th of January, at sea. 1. That roving reporter on Up at the Crack, when she does her reports from a mega loud factory, so her foghorn voice grates even more than usual. 2. Holidaymakers who hold their tablets above their heads to take pictures. 3. People who go to Italy but don't like the food, aka Eddie Callahan. What the fuck is there not to like? Carbs and cheese. Fair enough if you've got an intolerance, but for fuck's sake. 4. The whole cast of Stranger Things. 5. Davina McCall. You're fit. We get it. The irritating thing about being a hero when you're an on-the-run serial killer is you have to play it down. Despite the glorious pride and excitement that fizzed in my chest like shaken cherryade, I couldn't dine out on my daring rescue of Ty. I couldn't crow about it as much as I wanted to, as much as Rhiannon wanted to. I had to dial up the Hillary act for this one. Jade hadn't stopped crying since we got on the coach. There were loads of witnesses, she sniffed. They'd be able to give a good image of her. We should tell the cops, Ryan whispered into Ty's sleeping head as the coach juddered back along the endless motorways out of Florence. This should be told in case she tries. He buried his face into his son's hair. I was sat behind them, alone again, naturally. Guys, look, I can't stop you from going to the police and reporting it, but please don't mention me. Say Ryan got him back. Leave me out of it. But you saved him, Jade wept, cuddling a sleeping Sansa closely. Ryan said if it wasn't for you... Now she couldn't finish her sentence either. I can't think about it. They might give you a reward, said Ryan, more to the back of the seat in front of him than to me. I've had my reward, I said. He's back safe. I don't need anything else. And I meant it. I sat and watched the countryside ribbon past my window, sunshine streaming in, bathing my body in warm gold, my gusset still damp from the beautiful moment I thought I was killing her. Maybe I had. Maybe she'd gone around the corner and collapsed. A bleed on the brain. I like to think so. At the ABBA tribute dinner and dance in the posh schooner restaurant that evening, after we'd all watched the ship pull out of La Spezia, bound for Rome, talk of my heroism had spread like a fire in a trickle of gasoline. Before long, people were lining up to say, "Well done," or buy me drinks. Dennis flexed big time and bought me a pearl necklace from the ship shop. That's $200 worth of Mahorika pearls, that is, he announced proudly, so everyone in a 3-metre radius could hear. He'd left the price on the box as well, in case anyone missed it. Thanks so much, Dennis. This is lovely. I can't think of anyone I'd rather receive a pearl necklace from. He blushed as Lynette piped up. You more than deserve it. It's a shame your young man couldn't come down. We'd like to meet him. Bruce? Yeah, he had a bad prawn. I can't seem to shake it out of his system, the poor lamb. Maybe tomorrow. Sansa was in a high chair, being fed bits of turkey and chunks of potato by Ken and Gloria. Jade and Ryan were either side of Ty, who was sitting there like a little prince, being kissed every so often, his every whim being catered for, his every toy out on the table, every question answered. Mom, why did that lady take me? Dad, why did that lady smell funny? Daddy, why did Hilly hurt the lady? Is the lady dead now? Nanny, can I have the cherry in your drink? Grandad, what's an ABBA? It made me happy and sad to see them all fussing over him. Happy, sad, violent, calm. I was like a bubble in a spirit level, impossible to get dead centre. Well, I've said it before and I'll say it again, said Gloria, folding her napkin. This wouldn't have happened if he'd been on reins.
Mum, we were in a restaurant, said Ryan, buttering Ty a fifth bread roll. Sat down in a restaurant.
Even so, these buggers can strike when you least expect it. You've got to give them no leeway.
We'll have to get the kids down soon. It's already past their bedtime. But will you join us for breakfast tomorrow, Hilary? Said Jade.
Sure, I said. I'd love to. Thanks. Eddie and Canyon Gash Shona came over from a neighbouring table and set down a large pina colada before me. More ice than colada. I made a face. That's your poison, isn't it?
Yeah, but I don't like ice, 'cause there's human shit in ice, isn't there? I read this article online.
Their faces fell, and I remembered who I was again.
Thank you so much. You're such kind people.
Egos smoothed, all was forgiven. Well, we wanted to say well done saving the boy today, darling. You done real good.
Oh, thanks, Eddie, Shona. That's so kind. Kind.
Eddie held up his hands like he'd just saved 10 orphans from a fire. Small price to pay. Glad the boy's back where he belongs. Ty stood on his chair.
I got kidnapped today, he told Shona's pendulous milkers. I know, honey. You are so brave, she said, holding his face between her hands. We're sure glad you're back, though.
Me too, said Ty, reaching for another bread roll and stuffing it in his face.
I don't have to clean my teeth tonight, 'cause brave soldiers don't have to.
Happiness swelled in me all night long, and I found that the more people were nice to me, the less I resented them. Kindness kills the hate. It fills you up, happy human bonds. But I had got the message loud and clear that day. To exist in this life now, I couldn't be Hilary or Rhiannon in entirety. I had to be both of them. Hilary for business, Rhiannon for pleasure. We rounded off the evening with a 90s boy band reunion show in the main theatre. One of them had found God and refused to do the thrusting, but it didn't stop their front row of 50-somethings frothing at the crease.
You were so brave, said a voice, sidling up to me. Bardot. Saving Ty.
He needed saving, so I saved him, I said. Pity I can't do the same for your husband. More difficult when it's a grown-assed man.
Now look, I don't appreciate save your breath, I interrupted.
When I want to exchange pleasantries with a despotic hambone who can't even peel their own apples, I'll WhatsApp you, Kay? It felt good to make her cry. I laughed in her face for a good 2 minutes as we stood there, clapping the encore. She didn't move. She just took it. But as I turned away, Ryan Prosser was watching me, holding a child's milk bottle. He gestured towards the door, and I followed him out. "Where's Jade and the kids?" I asked as we emerged out onto the deck. "She's putting them to bed. I'm supposed to be warming up Sansa's bottle. Listen, about today, I can't stop thinking about it. I've told you, we're cool. I ran after her, rugby tackled her to the ground, you grabbed Ty, and she ran off, never to be seen again." "You'd have killed her," he said, his voice quivering on the salt breeze. "If I hadn't dragged you off her, she'd be dead." "And? Is that all you can say?" "What do you want me to say? Ty could be on some boat to fuck knows where now, with fuck knows who doing fuck knows what. Don't you dare say that." "Say what?" "The truth. You're having a go at me for beating the bitch dry when I was the one who saved him. You wouldn't have caught her." He shook his head. "That's what worries me," he said. "You saw her first. You saw her before anyone else. Did you know her?" "You what?" "Did you know her? Did you know she was going to do that?" I laughed. "You think I truck with women who steal children?" I don't know what to think, but what I saw in that alley today It scared the living shit out of me. And the fact you're around my kids.
You reckon I'd hurt them?
I don't know, do I?
Well, I wouldn't. Ever.
I know what I saw, and I don't want that around my family. I won't go to the police because, yeah, as you say, you saved him. I'll make some excuse to Jade about breakfast tomorrow. Why you can't join.
What excuse? What are you going to say to her?
I'll say you're busy with your husband. An early excursion he booked as a surprise or something. Where is he, by the way?
I told you. He had a bad prawn. He's in our cabin. He folded his arms.
Is he? It wasn't a question. Is he English too?
What?
Your Australian accent has disappeared.
Big boo-boo. I stood there, stinging like a smacked arse. He pointed at me, his eyes black.
Don't come near my family again.
I reared back. That's the thanks I get, is it? Your son could have been Maddie McCann today, and I get a load of filth for saving him.
You're a psychopath,
he hissed, pulse thumping, black eyes searching. Ty and Sansa's faces flitted through my mind. I put my hand to my own neck, with one swift move tearing off the pearl necklace, my hero present, sending the pearls bouncing to the deck. Swine don't wear pearls. And I turned on my heel, and I headed back to my cabin. I was so frustrated that even though I tried my fucking best to be Hillary at all times on that boat, and even though I was the hero of the day, he could still see the scumbag beneath. Hillary wanted to cry. Rhiannon wanted to hurt something. So we compromised. We slammed some doors, stabbed a pillow with a plastic knife, watched Downton Abbey, and ate room service sliders until we both vomited violently into the sink. Friday, the 11th of January. Rome. 1. Airport security. At any airport, anywhere. 2. People who take forever to eat their in-flight meals and leave their bread roll till last. 3. Air stewards. 4. People who are afraid of flying. Don't fucking fly then. 5. Rita Ora. Ugh, enough already. I stewed about Ryan Prosser's verbal bollocking all night long, but I didn't do what I normally did. Go out and catfish some pervert to make myself feel better. Only because I couldn't, though. We were in the middle of the fucking sea for a start. Instead, I waited until first light and went up to the diamond deck and knocked on Caro's door. No answer. There was a slim chance she'd gone to breakfast early, so I headed for the dining room, but she wasn't there either. Martin, who'd served us before, knew my question before I asked it.
She's still in the medical bee, he told me, after her fall.
What fall?
Down some stairs, I heard. Didn't you know?
No, I didn't. I haven't seen her for a couple of days. What stairs?
I'm not sure. Medical bee's on deck too. Give her our best, won't you? We've all been worried about her.
I could smell the bullshit before I even entered her cubicle. She was reading her cruise letter and seemed surprised to see me. Been sliding down banisters again, I said. The room was windowless, fitted with that shiny corpse blue linoleum you only ever see in hospitals. I fell, she said, folding up the cruise letter and wincing as the Iranian doctor prodded her ankle. It's probably broken, isn't it? She glared up at him.
No, there's nothing broken, Mrs. Wellesley. Just a bit of bruising. I'll give you something for the pain so you can enjoy the rest of your holiday.
I'm not on holiday, she said. I live here. And if they didn't switch doctors so bloody often, you'd know that. She flapped him away. Pass me my handbag. He did so. Now go away. I want to talk to my friend. The doctor made his excuses, wrote up his notes on the computer, and left us to it. Caro clutched her bag against her and sat there, staring at me. "Why did you do this?" I asked her. "We could have cancelled. You didn't need to go full Madonna at the Brits." I pulled the visitor's chair across. "Who told you I was here?" "Martin. He couldn't believe I didn't know." "Why? We're not related." "That's not the point. Why have you been avoiding me?" We were closer to the ship's engine in the medical bay, but I could still hear a pin drop in that room over the distant hum. I could hear Caro's throat as she swallowed. "Because I am scared." There was a newspaper folded up on the counter behind. I wondered for a split second whether she'd seen the story, recognised my face, whether my number was up. She secured her stance on her stick before looking back at me. "Scared of what?" I asked. "Scared of dying. I didn't want to show you that. Weakness, I suppose. Knowing that Beatrice still loves me, knowing there's another possibility of a life for me, makes me realise how precious life is. And I've been a stupid, scared old woman, going through the motions on here all these years, drinking myself into oblivion, deluding myself into thinking I was living the good life. All I've been doing is avoiding it. Literally going round in circles." There was a hubbub outside the door, and I got up to open it an inch. Several staff members were clustered around an elongated blue sack, fumbling it down the stairs, taking it into the next-door cubicle and barking orders in at least 2 different languages. I didn't understand it. Caro did. "They've found Mr. Carroway." "Oh," I said. "Is that all you can say? I told you I didn't even know the guy." I pulled the iPhone out of my pocket to quickly change the subject. "I'll cancel Beatrice." I clicked onto Facebook and began typing a message to Enzo. Outside the room, some stewards chattered, leaving the medical bay one by one on several creaks of the main door. All went silent. Caro put her hand over my phone, rose to her feet before steadying herself and grabbing her stick from a hook on the wall. "Where are you going?" I followed her out into the next cubicle, where she stood beside the zipped-up body of John Carroway on its gurney. She stood beside the bag for a while, probably 5 minutes, not saying a word. "Shall I unzip?" Caro placed her hand on mine as I undid his zip. "No, don't." I hid my disappointment. She stood silently, her hand on mine. "I told you that being alive is enough," she said eventually. "That fundamentally, just being here is enough. And it is for the most part. Life has been kind to me. But I know it isn't worth living for if there's something your heart aches for. I want to see my beautiful Beatrice. I want to hold her and not let go until I have to." There was a hollow plink as one of her tears dropped to the body bag. "Where there is life, there is hope. That's what you told me. You're still alive. She's still alive. Maybe that's enough. So come on, let's go get her." The Prossers walked along the opposite gangway. They didn't see me. I had my big floppy hat on. Neither Ryan nor Jade looked happy. I didn't know if that was to do with me or the fact they were staring down the barrel of another day with Ken and Gloria. Either way, I didn't care. What I did care about was Ty and Sansa. Ty was playing up, refusing to behave, and Sansa screamed in her pushchair. My 2 little friends. That was the last I ever saw of them. I knew as soon as our car dropped us off at the Circus Maximus in the centre of Rome that day, I could not go back to that ship. We passed a newsstand. There were a few British tabloids facing out, Rhiannon Lewis, the full confession. It took my breath away. My face was on the front of a national newspaper. Me. Not Craig, not the victims, not Trump or Boris or some model's iCloud fappening. Me. It put something of a spring in my step. I manoeuvred Caro's wheelchair away from the newsstand and we blended in with a snaking line of tourists heading for the Colosseum. Halfway there, I heard a ping behind me, though whether it had come from my cracked iPhone 4 in my bag or someone else's phone, I couldn't make out. I couldn't wait to get it out and check, in case Danielle Fairley had sent me the last piece of information, where I was going. But we'd been constantly told by our driver to keep our belongings close in case of muggings, and I didn't want to take the risk of losing it. Rome was even more packed with tourists and school groups than Florence, which I should have expected because, again, travel agents are lying asshats. You could spot the Brits a mile off. We were the only ones sweating. Me and Caro couldn't get close to the Colosseum, so after a brief ice cream, we walked to the Forum, onwards to the Trevi Fountain and the Spanish Steps, where the car picked us up and took us nearer to the Pantheon, as near as he could get due to several closed roads. Angela Merkel was in town for a conference, apparently. It was opposite the Pantheon, in a little cafe, that Beatrice had wanted to meet us with Enzo. Caro took a deep, rattling breath as we got out of the car. "You okay?" I said. "I'm okay," she breathed out. "Now we're here, it doesn't seem so fearful." There were more newsstands dotted all around the Pantheon, all in different languages that I couldn't translate, but I could guess. "Serial killer britannico in fuga nel Mediterraneo." "You're quiet," said Caro, and I pushed her in her chair across the piazza. "Hot and bothered," I said. "Yes, let's find this cafe and get some drinks." The closer to the Pantheon we got, the more I didn't want to stand still in case somebody recognised me. The city was small and stifling, and every direction I turned, there were British accents and newsstands. "El asesino en serie británico podría haber matado a 20 personas." All eyes were on me, and, unlike the evening before at dinner, I didn't like it. The hair extensions and the lenses and sunglasses and floppy hat were not enough to make me invisible anymore. My head itched. My eyes stung where I'd rubbed sun cream into them, and the sunglasses pinched my bridge. I was top story. People would be actively seeking me out, especially the Brits. "Confession de Rhiannon Lewis. Je suis un tueur en série." I mean, yeah, I was famous. Something I'd always wanted. But I couldn't enjoy it at all. I was a sitting duck, a fish in a barrel, a babe in the woods. All it would take was for one person to notice me, and the long arm of the law would swoop down and embrace me in its chokehold forever. At 1:30 p.m, we reached the cafe, La Piccola Casa della Tortain. We had to queue and wait for a table for 4 on the terrace. A TV flickered inside, showing round-the-clock news. My picture again, a photo booth shot taken at Lucille's birthday party 3 years ago. Footage of me being interviewed on Up at the Crack, trying not to look at the presenter's schlong. More pictures from my Facebook page. Drone footage of police at the farm shop. Sandra's bits and pieces taken out in covered boxes. A bloody axe in a see-through bag. I became fidgety and unsettled. The cafe was small and the outside tables too close together. There were British voices all around me, Scouse accents, Brummies. 2 blonde women definitely catching glimpses at me whenever I caught a glimpse of them. I desperately wanted to check my phone. The waitress brought us our drinks, a strawberry smoothie for me, pina colada for Caro. When Caro went in search of a toilet, I saw my chance. And I did have a message from Danielle. It simply said, "Go. Now." I immediately dialed her back. On the 10th ring, a woman answered, and she didn't sound at all happy. "Yeah?" "Danielle, it's Hilary." "Oh, thank fuck for that. Where have you been? I've been ringing for ages. We only got into port at 8. I don't get signal at sea, and the Wi-Fi's too but never mind that now. Are you at the airport?" "What airport?" "Any airport. You need to be on your way, lady. They're on to you. You've got to get out of Europe before they find out what cruise you were on. Your confession's broke." "Yeah, I saw some headlines." "You haven't told me where I'm supposed to be going, though." "Yeah, I did. I told you. Hacienda Santuario." "Where? What country?" "Oh, did I not say?" And then she told me. I stopped short of saying the word out loud at that moment, observing that the two blondes had definitely stopped talking and were listening in. "Right, so what do I do?" "Are you near an airport?" I'm in Rome today." "Right, get to the Leonardo da Vinci airport and get on the first flight out. Book return business class for 2 people. Why 2 people? It'll throw off any suspicion, as will a return ticket. Business class passengers are less likely to be interrogated. Look, I have to go. We've got the police coming again at 4. You'll stay with Tenoch for a bit until you get yourself sorted. He'll arrange a new passport for you, an American one, and that'll get you into the States, okay? Destroy the phone as soon as you can, preferably now, and make sure you write down that address before you do. But what if I'm recognised on the way to him? Oh, you're on your own, kid. I've done my bit. Good luck." When I got off the call, I checked Twitter. I was trending in the UK. There'd been a hastily produced panorama on TV last night. United Kingdom trends. 1. Hashtag Monday Motivation. 2. Hashtag the Rhiannon Lewis story. 3. Hashtag National Sausage Week. 4. Hashtag Mental Health Awareness Week. 5. Hashtag Loose Women. 6. Hashtag Ruin a Film by Adding Up Your Bum. 7. Hashtag Rhiannon Lewis. 8. Hashtag Serial Killer. 9. Hashtag Craig Wilkins is hot. 10. Hashtag Stab Me Rhiannon. Caro returned from the toilets, beaming. She was smiling for the first time that day. "We came here once." "What?" I said, distracted. "Me and Beatrice. One Sunday at Pentecost." "Oh, right," I said, scrolling through BBC News, Sky News, Al Jazeera, Fox, CNN. The story hadn't reached America yet, but British news channels heaved with information from the diaries. "We attended Mass with the rose petals," Caro continued. "I've only just realised why she wanted to meet us here. It's where she told me she loved me." They listed all my victims, one after the other. Pete McMahon, Dad, the guy in the canal, the man in the park, Julia Kidner, my childhood best friend, the blue van rapists, Derek Scud, Dean Bishopston, the poor, innocent taxi driver. "They drop them through the hole in the top, the oculus." "Drop what?" I snipped, looking up from my phone. "The rose petals. Thousands of red rose petals." Caro looked out across the square at the enormous grey monolith of the Pantheon. "The choir sang Veni Sancte Spiritus, and I wanted to kiss her, but we couldn't do that, of course. Instead, she whispered it. She loved me. And I whispered it back." A.J. Thompson, the father of my baby, the fortune teller, Lana Roundtree, Patrick Edward Fenton, Troy Shearer, who'd molested Marnie on our night out in Cardiff, Tim Prendergast, Marnie's husband. "It's overwhelming when someone you love says they love you back," said Caro. "It is the most wonderful thing." "Yeah," I said. "It must be." There was mention of the men I'd catfished, men I'd lured to cutting flower symbols into their skin, men I'd blackmailed about their pervy videos to the point of suicide, how I'd planted evidence to frame Craig. It colours your world differently when you are loved like that, said Caro. Nothing else matters when you have something so rich and true in your life. She smiled at me, broadly and unapologetically. I can only imagine, I said. The area around the Pantheon crawled with police. Police in doorways, milling among the crowds, talking into CB radios, brandishing guns, and it felt like each and every one of them was looking my way. I'd never have let her go, I said. Caro sipped her pina colada, letting out a deep, lingering breath. You'll be loved like that some day. I clicked onto a fan forum that had already been set up in my honour. We love Rhiannon Lewis. There were 78 members already. 78 people all purporting to love me. Caro said something I didn't catch. Pardon? Pass me the menu. But before she could take it, she locked eyes with someone behind me. Oh my word. There she is. Two people, a boy in his early 20s and an old woman in grey trousers, a flowing white blouse and a fedora, were walking directly towards us. The woman had long grey hair streaked down her back, and she walked with a stick like Caro, but a little faster. Caro was already on her feet, moving towards them as fast as Beatrice was moving towards us. Beatrice clocked Caro and handed her stick to Enzo, raising both hands to her mouth. Caro hobbled around the chairs to get to her. The second they made contact, they embraced the years away, and for minutes all I could hear were the sounds of them both crying. When they pulled out of their hug, Beatrice held Caro's face before her own and sobbed incoherently. Oh, mia bella Carolina, ti ho aspettato così tanto tempo, non ho mai smesso di amarti. And they kissed, unashamedly, unhurriedly, and unflinchingly, like it hadn't been 60 years without one another, merely a day or two apart. 3 police officers started clapping and whistling. I looked at Enzo. He had tears in his eyes. Quite a few people around did. 2 waitresses in the cafe were sobbing, and a man in acid green shorts dried his eyes with his vest. The only one not crying or cheering was me, because what I was seeing was not a love that I could ever experience. Love for me was brutal, strangulating and blood-spattered. Love had no heartbeat. It was cold and blue and dead. The 2 women broke away but continued to hold hands. Caro brought Beatrice over to our table, wiping her eyes. Hilary, this is Beatrice. I held out my hand. Nice to meet you, Beatrice. She shook mine with both of hers. Grazie mille per avermi riportato la mia Carolina. Grazie, grazie. They couldn't stop staring at each other. I didn't quite believe what I was seeing, or maybe I didn't want to believe it. She and Enzo sat, and a waitress brought over a lunch menu. They chit-chatted easily, in English and Italian, and not once did they stop holding hands. That damned parallel universe floated into view again, the one in which I persuaded Caro to stay in Rome with Beatrice, and she asked me to live with them, to run errands, bake cakes, or mop floors. I was happy in this universe with my 2 new grannies. Grannies I actually liked. I was clinging on to something I could never have. I knew I had to go. Just nipping to the loo, I said. Caro looked up. Do you want me to order for you? Yeah, prawn linguine and a beer. Thank you. And I walked away from the table, watching her and Beatrice smiling and holding hands like the old friends and young lovers they once were. I wanted to stay, but I couldn't. They didn't need me anymore. And as I melted into the crowds, for once grateful for the many people swarming and jostling around me. I was gone. I got a taxi to the airport and, thanks to all Merkel's cordons, it arrived 30 minutes before the Alitalia desk closed. I bought the last return business class seat on the 2040 flight, and that was it. That was most of my money gone. I had nothing else, apart from my Hilary Sharp passport, the clothes and bag on my back, my little pig dad, Richard E. Grunt, and the pink bunny I'd taken from Ivy's incubator. It didn't even smell of her anymore. It was a self-check-in desk, but when I scanned my boarding card and ran my passport through the scanner, it beeped and a red light came on. Please wait for assistance. Oh, fucking hell, I seethed, standing there like a complete twant, my rucksack getting heavier by the second, my mouth completely dry. This was it. This was hand on the shoulder and come with me, miss, time. A short, shiny guy in a too-tight waistcoat slid on over. Sorry, madam, let me help you there. He took the passport and flattened it out, running it through the scanner. He checked my boarding card. Another red light. Sorry, it does this sometimes. New system. I bit the inside of my lip until I could taste blood. He slid it through again. A choir of angels sang, a constant beep and a green light. My heart came out of arrhythmia. I couldn't believe it. He handed them both back to me. There you are, madam. Sorry about that. You're good to go. The lounge is up the escalators and first right. Please show your boarding pass at the gate, and they will let you in to use the amenities. I hope you have a pleasant journey to Mexico City. Grazie mille, I said, trying the th sound, so I sounded Spanish. Luckily, the security check was as effective as Epstein's suicide watch, and once I was over the first hurdle, there was no further passport check, even when my underwire maternity bra set off the alarm. No pat-downs, no eye contact, almost like I'd requested it. The terrorists never fly business class. They should. You get away with murder. Once inside the lounge, relief flooded into me like cool water. It was a welcome only the richest travellers got. Trays of champagne, canapes, unobtrusive soft jazz on the PA system, air conditioning, offers of foot massages, and the cleanest toilets I've ever seen. I felt sorry for the cattle schlepping along through the gates of economy, mooing their dissatisfaction. On the way to the gate, there was a shop with a newspaper stand. The French and Spanish newspapers were all over it, not so much the Italian ones. There wasn't time to stop and take a closer look, but I got the gist. Asesinato en serie ocultos en el Mediterráneo. La policía cree que ella escapó en un crucero desde Southampton. Translation: Serial murder in the Mediterranean. Police believe she escaped on a cruise from Southampton. I was waiting for it, always looking over my shoulder at the tooled-up police on the way to the gate, but nobody stopped me. There was a curt smile from the steward as I stepped aboard the plane and turned left. And soon I was reclining in my leather seat, sipping complimentary krug, chowing finest pork sword in a delicate jus prepared by a Michelin star chef, and rifling through a travel kit of soft pyjamas, blindfold, and Kiehl's vanity case. It was only then that I could truly breathe out. I took one last look at the address Danielle Fairley had supplied me. Tenoch, Espinosa, Hacienda Santuario, Camino Cabo Este, Rocas Calientes, Mexico. Opposite me sat two honeymooners, holding hands in their recliners, reading the dinner menu. She leaned into him, butting her forehead playfully against his to make him laugh. Money could buy me all the freedom and luxury I wanted, apparently, but it couldn't buy me that. It wasn't until they turned the lights off that it dawned on me. When they came back on, I'd be the other side of the world. Chance to wipe the slate clean. Tenoch would arrange another passport, and then there would be no more Hilary Sharp or Rhiannon Lewis. Nobody would know who the hell I was. Least of all, me. Part 2. Mexico. Sunday the 13th of January. Aeropuerto Internacional Benito Juarez. 1. People who try to ram enormous carry-on bags into overhead lockers. 2. Everyone on planes who stands up the second the seatbelt sign bings. You honestly think your bag's going to be first off? 3. People who studiously take note of the safety demo on flights. What good is a whistle and an oxygen mask when you're crashing 500 miles per hour into a mountain? 4. People at airports who hog any plug socket to charge their phones. A woman at Los Cabos found the plug to a departures board and removed it so she could juice up her Samsung. 5. Paris Hilton. Crowded airports are concentrated hell on earth. After changing some money for Mexican pesos and paying a ridiculously high fee for the privilege, I had to wait 6 hours for my connecting Aeromexico flight to some tiny airport out in the super sticks, the nearest one to Rocas Calientes at the southern end of the Baja Peninsula. I spent most of this time eating, pissing, and nodding off on an uncomfortable metal seat that had a small puddle of jizz beneath it. Then, quite suddenly, a miracle. A beam of sunlight speared through my malaise. "Hey," said a deep voice. "Is this seat taken?" "Go ahead," I said, taking out the book I'd bought from a newsstand to pass the time. I stole a glance at the guy who'd spoken to see the most beautiful face I'd ever seen. No book in the world could have torn me away. "Good book?" he asked, sitting down and putting his feet up on his case. "Probably," I said, opening it up. "Shame I can't understand a fucking word of it." I showed him page 1. He laughed. "You're English and you can't speak Spanish?" The way his brows furrowed sent an arrow straight through me. "May I?" I handed the book to him and scratched my itchy extensions. He started reading. "Bloody cheek," I muttered, folding my arms and hate watching the Paris Hilton interview twittering away on the overhead TV. After a time, the book plopped back down on my lap. "Yeah, you're not missing much." He cradled the back of his head in his hands, attempting to sleep despite the hurly-burly of the busy airport. He had closely cropped black hair, large brown eyes, and looked like he'd stepped off a page of a calendar of Mexican hunks. After a few brief exchanges with the people on the other side of him and opposite, I realised he was part of a huge Mexican-American family, going on to some party if the myriad gift bag of presents were anything to go by. "Can't stand her," I said, nodding up at the TV as Hilton banged on about being so misunderstood by the media. "She's so meh. Like, you ever get that when someone is so overexposed, you don't even see them anymore?" He snorted, one unshaven cheek resting on his fist. "Yeah, she's definitely on the list." I snapped my head round to look at him. "You have a list?" "A metaphorical list. I'm not some maniac, I promise." "Oh," I said, "I am." "What, a maniac?" "Quite a big one." "Cool." He sniffed. I swallowed, mouth arid. "That's good. Maniacs tend to be the most interesting people." "Do you think so?" "Oh, yeah. My Aunt Salome's a maniac. She's the most interesting person in the fam. She's done time in jail, smokes weed, hates people, makes art. She doesn't sound too cray. She uses her flujo menstrual in her art. You know, her period blood." "Oh, fairly batshit then?" "Yeah," he laughed.
She sold one of my pieces recently. Didn't make much money, but I was so amped somebody bought it.
I won't ask what you dipped your brush in. A middle-aged woman in tight white jeans and a floaty top tottered over and gave him a passport and boarding card, barking at length to him in Spanish. He snipped back at her and took the passport, posting it in his jacket pocket. She threw me a curt glance before rejoining the birthday party, all chit-chattering away over Paris's sex tape trauma.
My mom, he explained. She thinks I'm still 13, not 33.
I've a list too, I told him when she'd gone.
Really? Who's on yours?
Be quicker to tell you who isn't. He smiled again and, oh my God. His resting bitch face didn't exactly do him a disservice, but when he smiled, the overcrowded, smelly hell around us turned into Koh Samui, complete with cocktails, palm trees, and cutely squeaking dolphins. Where are you from?
San Diego. We got relatives in Rocas Calientes. We meet there a couple of times a year for special occasions.
What's this occasion?
My cousin's 21st. What brings you here?
Just visiting, I said. My uncle lives in Rocas Calientes too.
Oh, cool.
That was his chance to push the relationship up a gear, suggest we should hang out together, that he could show me around, grab a beer or a light supper, maybe rail me senseless up against some smooth-skinned variety of cactus. But he didn't. He started watching Paris Hilton again, and I lost him. I entered into a fantasy about that movie Cocktail. That was set in Mexico, wasn't it? Where Tom Cruise works in a bar and meets that curly-haired chick. And before long, they're going on day trips to waterfalls and banging by moonlight. That could be us, I thought. Me and future husband. Actually, it wasn't set in Mexico at all, that film. It was Jamaica.
There's a cool art district in Rocas, said future husband. That aunt I was telling you about owns Galeria de Salome Casta. You should check it out.
Yeah, I will. If he'd said she owned the local museum of used tampons and turds, I'd have promised to check it out.
There's a cool rooftop bar overlooking the art walk, and you have to do Campo a Mesa. It's this organic restaurant surrounded by all the produce and livestock they use in their cooking. It's up in the hills. I hang out mostly at Sal's, or at the hotel where we're staying, the Holiday Inn. It's the biggest one on the beachfront. You can't miss it.
Was that a hint? I thought. Was he implying that's where he'd be if I fancied seeing him again? He played his cards close to his magnificent broad chest. I couldn't see it under his clothes, but a girl can dream. And I did dream. I dreamed of doing unspeakable sexual athletics with that body in the 47 minutes we were sitting there, forearm hairs kissing. A guy who looked like him from Jersey Shore with the eyebrows and the ridiculous bling took a seat on the other side of me with an oversized carry-on and rifled through the pockets. His movements were too loud for me and future husband to continue talking, so we stopped and sort of looked at each other. He was fuming as much as I was. After a while, it became funny, and we were both smiling. Jersey Shore eventually found some gum and posted 4 pellets in his mouth, proceeding to chew and pop while texting. Gum snappers, I sighed. Future husband looked at me.
Huh?
The list. People who snap gum. The penny dropped, right into my pants. He gestured towards the woman on his left, not a relative, some redhead.
People who sniff a lot.
I looked across at a couple of barefooted backpackers, flip-flops in hand, studying a departure board. People who go barefoot on public transport. He chuckled, nodding towards an older male relative having a coughing fit.
People who cough without putting their hand over their mouth.
People who do put their hand over their mouth but don't disinfect it after. He gestured towards a seated man opposite, wearing a brown suit and mismatched green Crocs, doing a crossword.
People who wear those.
People who barge in front of one another at the baggage carousel, like if they don't get to their suitcase first, they're going to burst into flames.
That dude picking his nose,
he said, signalling towards another backpacker, also in Crocs, this time purple. That leathery old twadge checking her lipstick, I said.
That dude hitting his kid.
The dude who left the puddle of jizz under this seat. He craned to look under my chair, bursting into laughter.
Holy shit.
No, it's definitely jizz. We found a multitude of irritants and tourists to bitch and laugh about. Woman with hairspray, woman with eye tick, Drake look-alike licking his wife's neck, noisy blonde fivesome, teenagers flicking Mikes and Ikes at each other, until the departure gates emptied and the people got less interesting. As I was imagining us strolling round IKEA, me wheeling the trolley with our twins in, him struggling all muscly with the sections of a Leotop console table and a Havster cabinet with plinth, an announcement came over the PA system and his party collected up their belongings. Of all the aeroplanes in all the airports and all the flights, he wasn't on mine.
It was nice talking to you, maniac.
You too, I said, silently hoping he'd have a shit name, something stupidly spelled like Jason or Desmond, or a duff one like Keith, so to diminish his perfection even slightly. But he didn't. He held out his hand, and I shook it.
Raphael.
Raphael, I said, ignoring the throb in my chest. Oh my God, he was the hottest Ninja Turtle. It had to be, didn't it? That had to be a sign. Days before, I'd had the conversation with Jade and Ryan about our cartoon shag wishes, and now, here he was, a living, breathing shag wish. He waited for me to say my name, but I didn't. I was too caught up with the warmth of his hand and the fact he was named after the hot turtle. A shiny-cheeked young woman in an orange playsuit, fun times at Guantanamo, made a beeline for him, linking his arm with hers.
Shame we couldn't have hung out, he said,
as he walked away. I looked up at the TV screen. We'll always have Paris. I smiled. I don't know if he heard, but he smiled too. And he left me there alone, with nothing but the puddle of jizz to keep me company. No change there. It could have been the parasite in me, looking for a host, but watching him walk away without a second look, it hurt. Reality shook me wide awake. I was on my own again, and I didn't like it one little bit. Anyway, another bumpy flight, a crowded shuttle bus and a taxi ride later, and I arrived as instructed at Hacienda Santuario, sweating like a pre-war Prince Andrew. The place sat at the end of Camino Aguacate, a steep dirt track nestled in the hills above the resort city of Rocas Calientes, overlooking a golden stretch of coast. Arturo, my cabbie, who had greeted me at the airport with a torn-off square of cardboard and a crudely drawn flower on it, had informed me the name translated as Hot Rocks, and the deeper into the hills we went, the more accurate that became. Grey boulders littered a scorching hot desert of ferocious-looking thorn bushes. There wasn't another house, car or person on the horizon, the whole drive up from the coastal highway. Just dead dogs. I counted 4 on that one road. Why all the dead dogs? I asked him, who spoke way better English than I did Spanish. He chuckled, and his dimples deepened. There are many stray dogs in Mexico. They escape, they fuck, they produce more dogs. It's a problem. One of the dogs, I noted, looked like Tink, a little brown chihuahua with crazy big ears and a little black nose. She even had a white patch on her big belly like Tink. I couldn't look at her for long. The car came to a halt in a wide turning circle at the top of a steep climb, and when the dust settled, it revealed a set of tall black gates, at the top of which it read Santuario in spidery iron script. Beyond the gates lay an unwelcome avenue of spiky plants and bushes bearing inch-long needles. "This looks inviting," I said, as a sicky wash of unease crashed over me.
"Adios, señorita,"
Arturo laughed, speeding off down the hill. I stared through the gates. It reminded me of the sight greeting the little mermaid when she got to the sea witch's lair in the book Dad read me at bedtime. It was always the bit where I'd pull the covers tight, so the witch couldn't get me. There was a button on the gatepost. I pressed it, and there was a click. I'm looking for Tenoch Espinosa," I said, my head itching like a bitch, and my throat drier than the sand beneath my shoes. No answer. Danielle Menvoy? Bobby Fairley? Yo soy Hilary Sharp? Still no answer, despite my valiant attempt at minimal Spanish. I pressed the button again. Again, no answer. I dropped my leaden rucksack to the dirt and kicked the gate repeatedly until one of my trainers flew off. Fuck's sake! I glared up at the endless blue sky. My sweat had formed patches, and I could smell definite crevice rancidity. This was the proverbial it, the deadest of dead ends. My ire had woken up all the thought owls, as welcome as unsolicited U2 albums, and almost as impossible to get rid of. I was tired as fuck, hungry, dehydrated, and boiling hot. Somebody help me! Oh, it's not fair! It's not fucking fair! But it was fair, wasn't it? I'd more than asked for a bit of payback, and here it was. I couldn't walk all the way back down the track in a blistering hot, Mad Max-esque wilderness to the coast road. I'd surely die of thirst en route. This was it. This was the end. In a few months' time, some backpacker would stumble across my skeletal cadaver, complete with pile of fake extensions on the ground behind me. They'd find Richard E. Grunt in my backpack and my fake passport. They'd put two and two together and realise it was me, probably release a fucking book about it and become a bestseller. And as I'm sitting there, panicking, losing the will to live, and identifying which of the hook-beaked fuckers circling above was going to peck the flesh from my ribcage, the panel on the post behind me fizzed and clicked. A deep, gravelly voice barked, "¿Quién está ahí?" I scrabbled to my feet. "Yeah, it's Hilary. Hilary Sharp."
"Tu nombre real?"
"Hilary Sharp. Hilary. Sharp. Hilary fucking Sharp." There came a laugh.
"One last chance, señorita," he sang.
Suddenly, he was speaking perfect English with a Spanish lilt.
"What is your real name?"
"My name is Rhiannon Lewis." And there came a buzz. On a deafening creak, the gates opened slowly inwards onto Spiky Plant Avenue. I grabbed my bag and shoes and raced down the track like the Little Mermaid on her brand new legs. A white camera on one of the pillars swivelled as I entered, and once I was through, the gates creaked closed behind me and met with a heavy clank. The stony path wound through the forest, and the deeper I went, the greener the trees became. Succulent cacti, tall boojum trees with curling branches like long scribbles into the wide blue sky. Palms with wide fronds, acid green cacti with fluffy white flowers up the stems, and short craggy old men trees like something out of the Upside Down. I was so thirsty. I came upon some wide steps leading up to a heavy wooden door. I knocked. A camera above swivelled my way. There was a scuffing sound, flip-flops on stone, bolts sliding. The door opened, and a tattooed brute with one arm in a blue sling stood before me. He was 60-odd, but his hair was shockingly black, scraped into a ponytail, and his face smooth. He wore long grey shorts, and in his good hand was a 10k gold dumbbell. "Rhiannon," he said gruffly, rolling the R. "Tenoch," I said.
"Hola,"
he said, his face brightening.
"Welcome to my little house."
"Thank you, I think," I muttered, stepping inside. What followed was a tour of his little house, which was more of a mansion, and an exceptionally tidy one at that, albeit hideously decorated with animal skins, brown leather and gold accessories. I followed, achingly slowly because of his limp, though I didn't ask about his injury, nor his gimp arm, or any of the myriad keloid scars littering his skin. I was still too thirsty.
"No visitors," he said. "No communications, emails, calls. Everyone and everything that comes into this house does so only with my permission."
"Okay," I said, glancing towards the kitchen in the hope that he'd read my mind and offer me some kind of cold liquid before I dead-ass fainted on the pristine earthenware tiles. Thankfully, the place was air-conditioned, and in the huge kitchen, bearing the largest oven I'd ever seen and 2 giant fridges, we stopped.
"You can make your own meals," he said. "Pop-tarts, sandwiches, whatever."
Saliva flooded my mouth. I hadn't had a Pop-Tart in weeks. "Bobby said I'm not allowed to eat Pop-Tarts. I love them, but..."
"Eat what you like here. Be who you want. There's nobody for miles."
He led me past the fridge full of sodas, through an archway into a lofty seating area with a suite of sofas and wingback chairs draped in cowhides.
"We have Sky TV, so you can watch what you want in here. We have nearly as many English channels as our own. BBC, the news, Downton Abbey. I watch it all the time. That's why my English so good. You like Made in Chelsea?"
"No, I fucking don't." The chairs were all positioned in a C shape around a fireplace so huge I could stand up in it and jump, and I still wouldn't have hit my head. On the wall above hung 2 crossed machetes, both with serrated edges, like the one on his massive chest tattoo, one of about 50 littering his body. Tenoch clocked me looking.
"They cut through bone. You, no touchy."
At the other end was a fully stocked bar with stools dressed to look like saddles. It stank of cigars, and the back wall was covered with antlers.
"Bar area."
I said, still gasping for anything wet in my mouth. Next to the living room and bar was a small, messy office and a large TV screen on a bracket split into 6 black and white images, the feed from 6 exterior cameras. He showed me an app on his phone where he could view the footage at any time. He had apps for everything. Apps to close and open the blinds, apps to turn the lights on, apps to adjust the temperature.
"There's a camera in all the rooms, even yours. For security, I'm not a pervert."
And I believed him. He had hands like Dad's, boxer's hands. There was a punch bag in his home gym too, an old converted stable running along the side of the west wall. He said I could use it whenever he wasn't. "I'm not into gyms," I said, folding my arms.
"Use it for stress,"
he said, which pulled me up. I'd used the gym a couple of times on the ship when I was stressed, and it had helped me in a way I hadn't expected. Maybe it helped Tenoch in the same way. "So, do I have the run of the place?" Tenoch shrugged. I took that as a yes. There were pictures dotted all over that ranged from the mundane, family photos, a young Tenoch chewing a cigar and wearing a 10-gallon hat with one foot perched on a giant tortoise, to the bizarre, lying across a Ferrari surrounded by topless women, pulling a giant bear along on a chain, brandishing a golden gun in one hand and a severed head in the other.
I'll show you upstairs to your suite.
Oh, things were looking up, I thought, despite my dehydration light-headedness, and, as if by magic, he took the hint.
Oh, my manners, I haven't offered you a drink. What would you?
Cold soda, I said without thinking. Would be great. Thanks. Gold was a running theme at the hacienda. Anything that could be gold was. Baths, the sinks, accents of gold on all his gym equipment. As we were going back downstairs, I noticed a large painting hanging on the facing wall. It was of a girl lying down in a large meadow of shimmering golden flowers. The flowers framed the girl's face, her smile brighter than the gold. Is that a Klimt? I asked.
No, I painted that. It is my daughter, Marisol.
It's lovely, I said, wanting to say something nice at that moment, rather than what I wanted to say, which was, why aren't her eyes in a straight line, and why do her toes look like sausages? I figured I needed to keep this guy on side. I switched on Hilary. You're so talented.
Thank you. I used oils and gold leaf. It does not do her beauty justice, but I try.
Where is she now? He stared back at me.
She's dead. I haven't painted anything since.
I followed him out to the baking hot pool terrace, a wide open space overlooking a manicured lawn edged with empty borders. In the centre was a large stone igloo, and next to the pool, an ornate shed like a large Wendy house. Oh, it's great here, I said, breathing in the sultry heat.
You are only here for 2 months.
What do I do after 2 months?
The agreement was for surgery, recovery time, and a new passport. You'll be gone by April. And I need your name for your passport, too.
Can't I be Hilary Sharp again?
No, you must break the chain from Europe in case they tracked you.
How about Marisol, like your daughter?
No.
Anne? Or Anya? At least it would be an echo of Rhiannon.
No, and no tilde. A white bread name, unlinked to your past.
I can't pluck a new name from thin air. I need time to think.
Well, you need to think of it soon. In the meantime,
he gestured towards the stone igloo.
This my temazcal. Get me your old passport.
He held out his hand, and I heaved my rucksack round and fished around for it. Why'd you need it?
To break the chain,
he said, entering the stone igloo.
You have an iPhone too, Daniel said.
No, I lobbed it in the Tiber.
Good.
Tenoch entered the temazcal. By the time I'd followed him in, a fire was alight in the central pit, lined with old ashes and charred sticks. My passport was on the pyre, bubbling. Oh, fuck, I said, my chest tightening at the sight of my only ticket out of Mexico, bubbling and burning to a crisp. Tenoch sat on the stone bench, cackling as we watched the last evidence of Aussie Hilary licked to death by an orange fury. And I may have imagined it, I could have sworn there was a bone among those embers.
You can take those extensions out of your hair too. You don't need them now.
I gingerly began unpicking them. My head grew lighter as they came out, and I flung them into the pit on top of Hilary's passport.
There,
said Tenoch, as the fake hair hizzed and fizzled.
You are not Hilary Sharp now, nor are you Rhiannon Lewis. So, who do you want to be?
I sat opposite him on the bench, watching as the flames consumed the last remains of the person I had been. I have no idea.
Mr. Fairley said you were organised.
Well, I'm not, I said, catching my breath. How did you know Bobby?
I don't. Never met the cabron,
he said, itching the cast beneath his arm sling.
We've done some business in the past. I trust him.
Drug business? Coke? Heroin?
I've seen narcos. Oh, you think because I'm Mexican I'm cartel?
No, I said, unconvincingly.
I used to be cartel, not anymore. Your friend Mr. Fairley was a small link in our European chain. We did good business together.
You left it behind? You saw the light? The flames ignited his eyes as he stared into the angry pit.
Something like that.
Why did you offer me sanctuary? He tapped his bad arm.
I need some help. You need some help.
And money?
Of course. And I need you to do a job for me. Come see.
Sounds ominous, I said, following him back outside, scratching an itchy bump that had emerged on the skin at the back of my neck.
No, you should not find it hard. It's right up your little alley.
I trailed behind to the Wendy house, or pool house. He opened the doors, and the smell hit me. Inside, stacked up a heap in the middle of the floor, were 4 very dead men. Riddled with bullet holes, covered in blood, swarming with flies. Thick black bodily fluid had leaked into the blue carpet. Jesus, I said, yanking my sweat-sodden t-shirt hem to my mouth.
They broke into my house about a week ago.
What, all 4 of them?
They are part of a gang that I used to belong to.
The cartel?
I left them, but they never left me. Sometimes they make their feelings known. Don't worry, they were all bad. I know you only kill bad men.
How do you know that? He grinned, his teeth yellow like a wolf's.
I always know who I'm doing business with. I have eyes everywhere.
Apart from the pile of dead men staining the shag pile, it was a nice little place, the pool house. There was a sofa bed, a table with a vase of fake marigolds, and a TV in the corner. Through another door was a tiny bathroom.
What do I do with them?
I asked, with more than a hint of da fuck.
You know your way around a butcher's knife,
he said.
Cut them up.
Why do I have to cut them up? He turned on his heel.
Cut them up, burn them, whatever.
I only did that once, cut somebody up. I didn't enjoy it.
Okay, they will need to be buried down in that field over the back fence. You need to dig a hole and take them down there, and I can't see you being strong enough to carry them as they are. Even dead, they're too heavy.
Do I have to?
You want to stay here?
Can I at least have a sleep and a shower?
Oh, sure, he said. You go freshen up. I'll fix you something to eat and then you sleep. They'll still be here when you wake.
Great. Tenoch closed the pool house doors, and I followed him back towards the house.
Over the back fence is an empty field between the date palms and the citrus orchard. It used to be for cempasúchil, but nothing grows down there now. You can take them down there tomorrow in my little carretilla.
Why does nothing grow there? I asked. He turned to me and grinned widely, showing a full row of Disney villain teeth.
Why do you think?
Sunday, the 20th of January. Hacienda Santuario. 1. D.I. Neddy Jericho. 2. Guy Majors. 3. The actress on that bloody annoying hay fever advert with all the bees. 4. The actor on that other ad for toilet paper who can't get over the softness of his own arse. 5. Justin Timberlake. I don't know what gives him the right anymore. Sky News. Breaking news. We go live to our Europe correspondent, Guy Majors, in Rome, where there's a new development on the whereabouts of serial killer Rhiannon Lewis. Guy? Cut to bouffant-haired white guy in suit, finger in ear, eau de gammon cologne.
Yeah, hi, Sandy. I'm here in Rome, Italy, where it's alleged Rhiannon Lewis was seen a couple of days ago, and it is thought she is still in this area. She was last seen in a cafe by two tourists, mother and daughter Lindsay and Kaisha Debenham, who are here on holiday for a fortnight, and they join me now.
Cut to close-up of two blonde women, the same blondes I'd seen in the cafe at the Pantheon. Scouse accents, deeper tans.
Kaisha, if I can turn to you, tell us what you saw. It was lunchtime, wasn't it?
Yeah, we were getting some lunch, and there was this girl and an old woman sitting on a table near us. I recognised her from somewhere, but I couldn't think where, and I realised I'd seen her on a newspaper that morning in our hotel.
Majors was practically creaming his chinos. And it was Rhiannon Lewis.
Yeah, it so was. She was with this older woman, and they were chatting like, and then Mum turns to me and she says, "Hey, look, Kaisha, looks like that girl in all the papers." So she recognised her as well.
The microphone switches to Lindsay.
Yeah, she had sunglasses on and a baseball cap, but I had this, sixth sense that she didn't want people to recognise her. And the longer I looked at her, like the shape of her lips and her nose and that, I remembered her face from the papers. And I got her picture up on me phone and I said to Kaish, "Hey, that's her. That's the one the police are looking for."
Guy brings the mic back to him, where it's most at home. But this was a couple of days ago that you say you saw her. Why have you waited until now to tell the police?
Lindsay's turn again. We didn't know what to do, because I'd read about what she'd done and I thought, Christ, I don't want to run into her, but when you look at it, she'd only killed a bunch of pedos and dirty old men.
A man in blue-tinted sunglasses and a white England shirt has been gurning behind the two women throughout the interview. He has a bottle of lager in his hand and starts doing an Irish jig. The camera pans round so he's out of shot. You were happy that she'd got away with it, says an appalled Majors.
Yeah, said Kaisha. We were. We thought, live and let live, But we heard what she'd done to that cabbie and the guy she'd had a baby with, and we thought we better say something in case she'd killed the baby or something.
Lindsay and Kaisha Debenham, thank you for joining me. Guy turned back to camera with a definite jump of eyebrows. What we know for sure is that Lewis got on a cruise ship at Southampton docks. The vehicle she'd stolen from Craig Wilkins's parents was found a few streets away, and it has been impounded by forensics. Cut to footage of Jim and Elaine's Ford Focus being lifted onto a low-loader. When the footage cuts back, the England shirt Gurner is back behind Majors, making a wanking gesture. A mate in a red England shirt and shorts is laughing beside him. Passenger lists are being trawled through in the hope of finding the route out of the UK Lewis took, the hope being that this will lead police to her exact location.
Cut to Sandy in the studio. The list of killings she mentions in her confession, Guy, they're horrific, aren't they? And they seem to escalate.
Yes, Sandy. The full awfulness of what Lewis did is only now coming to light, and if everything in the confession is true, they are looking for a highly dangerous predator. He consults his crib sheet. We all know the story of the man in the canal, Daniel Wells, whose penis was severed back at the beginning of last year. Several other stabbings, a suffocation, and at least one dismemberment. If the confession is accurate, this is a sick and vicious individual.
I think Majors had the hots for me. Are police any closer to locating her, Guy?
Cut to Guy again, stubby finger jammed in ear, smiling knowingly. The police aren't giving anything away as of this evening, but I do know they're putting extra powers behind this search,
and are keen to bring her to book as soon as possible. Members of the public are warned not to approach her if they see her and to call the police immediately if they have any information on her whereabouts. What about Rhiannon's baby, Guy? Are police saying anything about what might have happened to it yet?
Yes, I spoke to a senior officer today who intimated that the baby was born before Rhiannon left the UK and is in safe hands. That's all they're saying at this time.
The England shirts holler, "We love you, Rhiannon," behind the camera. Guy clears his throat.
Back to the studio.
Majors was all over my case in the UK. He popped up again on a search a couple of days later in a late-night topical news programme in the UK called Late Night Insight. He was interviewing D.I. Neddy Jericho, the detective who'd been assigned to my case over a year before.
D.I. Jericho, you interviewed Lewis twice, is that correct?
Said Majors, stack of papers before him, pen poised. That's correct, said Jericho, all the warmth of an ice sculpture.
Once when she was under arrest for her part in the death of Lana Roundtree, her fiancé's lover, and once when she was under suspicion herself.
Yes.
And on both occasions you suspected her of being more involved in the murders attributed to her fiancé, Craig Wilkins.
Yes, that's correct. Majors's tongue is poised inside his cheek.
Nearly a month since she skipped the country. You're no further on in locating her. What's gone wrong?
Nothing has gone wrong as such.
But you haven't found her, have you?
We are continuing to work with dedicated teams of law enforcement agencies, both here and abroad.
But you still don't have any idea where Rhiannon is, do you?
The teams we are working with, here and abroad, are examining the possible routes she might have taken.
You had her in the palm of your hand, but didn't connect the dots?
She had a non-consistent MO. She'd killed various different people in different ways. It's hard to track someone like this.
But you still didn't charge her with anything? And not long after you interviewed her under caution, suspecting her of some involvement with Lana Roundtree's death, she skipped the country on a false passport.
Yes, she did, but
there've been sightings of her in Rome, Barcelona, Thailand, and the Caribbean. It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack, isn't it?
Majors licked his upper lip, about ready to drop the mic. Jericho barely raised an eyebrow. There have been a lot of false sightings. This strange and disturbing fandom is growing up alongside the Rhiannon Lewis case, where some people, I should stress, are doing everything in their power to keep her at large. And they seem to think they're doing some kind of public service in hindering our work. Major's left eyebrow rises.
Why is that, do you think?
They think they love her, said Jericho. They think they know her.
And what would you say to those people?
I would ask them to remember that this woman is a dangerous predator, capable of killing anyone who gets in her way. Majors ran his tongue along the inside of his cheek again, like he was trying to winkle out a stubborn bit of biscuit.
She's making a fool of you, isn't she? She's got the public on side, and she's giving you the runaround.
Some people have ideas about Rhiannon Lewis being a sort of saviour of children and animals, but this is simply not true.
But she does admit in her confession that she has a special predilection for sex offenders and paedophiles, doesn't she?
Yes, but I must stress that she has also killed innocents. Julia Kidner, mother of 3, kidnapped, held for 3 months, raped post-mortem to plant DNA, and stabbed multiple times. Daniel Wells was mutilated and drowned. Dean Bishopston, father of 3, stabbed to death. Lana Roundtree was drugged and groomed into taking her own life. A.J. Thompson, 19, father of her child, was burned, stabbed and dismembered. I mean, need I go on? This is not a woman to be put on a pedestal. This is someone to be feared. Guy flicked a glance at the monitor. What do you say to this? Tonight's poll shows 92% of our viewers think she should be left in peace. 92%. So that would be about 184,000 people. And assuming your current ratings are correct, and that they're all watching, that could be 92% of 10 people. There are 66 million people in this country, Guy. Clearly alarmed by Jericho's fast maths, Guy changed tack. But what about the others, D.I. Jericho? What about the convicted sex offender Gavin White? Convicted paedophile Derek Scud? The two men who regularly patrolled country lanes, looking for lone women drivers to kidnap and rape? Is it any wonder the public don't have a lot of sympathy for Lewis's victims? Is that true? Jericho frowned. Have you met Sarah Bishopston? Or her fatherless children? Or A.J. Thompson's devastated family? Cue Guy's serious look right down the barrel with his steely greys. The consensus is that, right or wrong, Lewis killed more bad people than good. That's simply inaccurate, said Jericho, and I don't know how you can arbitrarily differentiate good from bad. You have, scoffed Majors. Yes, but how can you even begin to see the good in this woman? Well, if we look at what happened to Rhiannon at Priory Gardens... No, sorry, I refuse to turn this into This Is Your Life, Rhiannon Lewis. Right, and this isn't. This is about you, the British police, still not having a clue where this escaped serial murderer is, isn't it? Yes, but do you know where she is right now, D.I. Jericho? We have a number of leads we are following up, but you don't know where she is. Look, there are several key factors that need to be in place before we send a task force into any given region. We have worked with our colleagues at Interpol, putting out an all-ports warning, but what if she's in a country with no extradition treaty with the UK? Does she use the old Ronnie Biggs method and stay put, have surgery, and live the life of Riley? Until we have reason to believe, will it be a shoot-to-kill order if you do find out where she is? We want to bring Rhiannon Lewis to justice in the UK. That's all we want to do for the families of her victims. So you don't want her dead or alive? We want justice for her victims, Mr. Majors. You've no idea where she is, have you? We're undertaking a massive search, but you still have no idea where she is? No, we don't, but no, there it is, right there. No, the British police and their law enforcement partners, here and abroad, have no idea where Rhiannon Lewis is. Not reassuring for our viewers, but at least we got an answer in the end. You didn't let me finish. How can I get a word in? We've got to leave it there. My thanks to D.I. Jericho for popping in today. Stay tuned after the break as our syphilis test subjects return for their results. We have an appeal from the Love Island contestant whose pug was kidnapped, and we'll hear from the YouTubers who started the Set Fire to Your Head craze, which has claimed its fourth victim. See you in 3. So the police didn't have a clue. Any witnesses either weren't coming forward or were too stupid to call them, and there was a fandom growing up in my honour. How the hell had I done it? Got out of Europe unchallenged. That damned elusive Rhiannon. She was me. Everyone was talking about me. We love you, Rhiannon, that guy had shouted. I was adored. My back involuntarily arched like a cat's when it was stroked. Preen, preen. But once the laptop lid was shut, and I looked through the window at the dry, remote surroundings of the hacienda, where there was no other person but Tenoch for miles, I couldn't help feeling ever so slightly lonely. and that never ends well. Monday the 21st of January. Hacienda Santuario. 1. People who look at their phone when you're talking to them. 2. People who tap their feet when they're watching TV, even when there's no music on. 3. People who drink all but the dregs of a bottle of orange juice and put the carton back in the fridge. 4. People who talk and eat loudly through a movie. 5. People with body odour but who don't know it. 6. Tenoch, thanks to all of the above. I had settled into the spacious ensuite bedroom 4 at the end of the upstairs corridor and into Tenoch's routine. He kept himself fit with 2 or 3 workouts in his gym every day, and when he wasn't doing that, he liked watching the news, The View, and repeats of The Golden Girls. It was pretty funny, the first time I heard the jokes anyway. After the 5th watch of the same episode, I couldn't find the joy in it like Tenoch could. When he wasn't watching that or pumping iron, Tenoch would be in his office, doing work. I didn't know what this work was, but I got the impression it had to be dodgy to account for the 4 dead men stacked in his pool house, the clandestine phone calls at odd hours, and the shadowy man in the black BMW who kept coming to the gates to exchange packages through the bars. I got the impression that the less I knew about it all, the better. Besides which, I still had a fucking gigantic hole to dig. One morning, a few days into the big dig, I was woken around 7 a.m. I was having a dream in which a man was continually yelling at me, "Rhiannon, come here! Come down here!" It was my dad in the dream. But in reality, it was Tenoch. My eyes snapped open, and he kept calling,
"Rhiannon, where are you? Get down here."
I scrambled into my hoodie and ran downstairs, across the lounge, and out onto the pool terrace. Tenoch stood at the entrance to the pool house. He snapped his head round and saw me, eyes wild.
"What the fuck is this?"
"What?" I said, still creaking my eyes open to see what he was seeing. "What's the matter?" He gave me the look. The look people always give me the moment they find out how batshit I truly am.
"Why have you done this?"
Done what? I tugged my sleeve down over my hand and shoved it against my mouth. The body smelled real bad now they'd begun to liquefy in the already intense heat of the morning. "Oh, you mean the Sylvanians?"
"Why you got the TV on for them? Why is this one dressed up in my dead wife's clothes?"
I found the dress in one of the bedrooms. It's moth-eaten, so I figured it wasn't a big deal. He's experimenting with his gender. Nothing wrong with that.
"They are host."
Yeah. The one with the maggots likes the baseball results, and the bloated one's having a nap after reading the paper. Something had been nibbling at his exposed ankle. Probably a rock squirrel. I call him Rodrigo, and that one, John.
"And the one on the toilet with his teeth on the floor?"
Dwayne? He's a binge eater, always in the lav. I don't know why his teeth have fallen out, though. Tenoch rubbed one hand down the length of his face.
"I don't understand. They should have been buried or burned. You fucking loca."
Well, yeah, ovs. I haven't dug the hole deep enough for them yet.
"I see you coming in here. Do you talk to them?"
A bit. If you don't actually look at them, they could be alive. I mean, when I'm watching TV with them, it's like sitting there with a family. He stared at me. He paced. He stared at me a bit more. Then he said,
"Clean this up."
And he went inside the house. The next few days were all about stiffs and shovels and scratching itchy bumps all over, courtesy of the damn mosquitoes. After the first day's dig, I could barely move for lower backache, and my fingernails were caked up with mud. But after a while, I paid neither much mind. My back got stronger, my shovel technique improved, and the hole finally expanded. I was allowed to cut a gap in the chicken wire fence behind the pool house and peel it back wide enough for me to drag through each of the dead men. Some afternoons, between workouts, Tenoch would sit on a poolside lounger and watch me struggling, sweating and swearing. "You could help a bit, you know. They're pretty heavy," I called out to him as one of the guy's hands came away from its skeleton. "You shouldn't rely on anyone, Rhiannon. If you worked on your upper body strength, you wouldn't need to." "Why do you work out so much if you don't use your muscles for anything other than showing off?" I said, squinting in the baking heat. "I'm saving my strength for other things," he said, which I didn't get, but I couldn't be asked to have him clarify either. Yeah, I huffed, heaving the third man out of the Wendy house, across the terrace, round to the fence, and yanking his feet through the gap, pushing him down into the shallow ditch at the bottom. I didn't have the strength to heave each of the bodies into the wheelbarrow, let alone wheel them all down into the field, so instead I had to rely on the old drag, roll and heave technique, muttering all the while. "I'm supposed to be on my holidays. I fucking paid to be here. Why have I got to do this as well? I mean, is that fair?" I was directing my questions to the vacant expression of the fourth man as I dragged his sorry ass through the fence and rolled him down into the ditch. I clambered down into the ditch and grabbed his wrists, pulling him up into the field. I mean, shouldn't he be waiting on me? I've paid an arm and a leg to be here. When I kill a guy, the least I do is bury him myself. Why doesn't he do his own dirty work? What am I, some kind of skivvy? Oh, prick. I got back to the pool house to find Tenoch waiting in the doorway. I yanked down my face mask. "Is that what you think this is? A holiday?" "No," I said, sweat trickling down my forehead into my already stinging eyes. "To be honest, I don't know what this is." "You are helping me, like I am helping you." "I've paid you to help me. And I don't know if you've ever dug a grave before, but it is bloody hard work in this heat. I've been at this for days." "So?" "So you didn't tell me there was rattlesnakes in those fields either." "I don't expect they caused you much problem. A couple of little snakes. You're a serial killer after all." "I didn't kill them. I don't kill willy-nilly." "You just let Willy and Nilly bite you?" He chuckled. "No, I stayed away from them." He looked at me funny. They weren't doing me any harm. He shook his head. "You are more loca than I gave you credit for. If you didn't do so much pissing and whining, that hole would be done by now." "Yeah, whatever," I griped, wiping my brow and grimacing at the caked mud under my fingernails. "It's harder to kill when you are the one who has to dig the graves, eh, Rhiannon?" This little exchange stayed with me all day, seeing as I had a ridiculous amount of time and space to think about it. Why did he care who I killed or if I killed? What did it matter to him? And I wondered if it was some sort of lesson. Hard labour for my crimes against humanity. It didn't make sense. It came up again a few days after when I was walking past his office. "Hey, Rhiannon, you are blowing up in Europe." "What, literally?" "Your story. You're everywhere. Every news show is your face." "Cool," I said, settling into his swivel chair. "Should we be looking for me online, though? What about the search getting flagged by the police?" "Oh, don't worry about that," said Tenoch. "My computer has a rerouted IP address. Means the searches are coming from somewhere else.
You're safe here, I promise. Take a look.
Almost a week after my confession broke, the UK was suitably obsessed with me, and America was waking up to Ripperella too. I was everywhere, every thread, every paper, all the headlines. British bobbit who cut off man's penis is child bravery award winner. Let him out. Wilkins expected to be freed from jail this week. It was me, Rhiannon Lewis confession. Boyfriend innocent reveals diary. Exclusive by local newsman who got the full confession. I was the subject of endless chats, Twitter threads, Facebook discussions, YouTube crime enthusiasts creaming their mum-ironed jeans over my magnificence, my audacity, my savagery. There were more fan pages, thousands of new site members every day. Memes created of my bored little face taken from one of the Pixo's parties with the tagline, "It's Monday again, kill me now." Someone had even made a gif of me walking across the farm shop car park from the CCTV footage with the tagline, "Big Dick Energy." "Wow," I said, looking up at Tenoch, who had his arms folded and was squinting down at the screen over my shoulder. "I'm famous."
"Yeah, you are. You like it?"
I did like it. It had got my adrenaline pumping, my heart thumping. It had brought back that rippling, crippling, can't do anything else but kill sizzle. Every thread, fan site and Reddit thread was a tiny back pat, a tickle under the chin, some human acknowledgement of appreciation, that I was admired, that I might even be loved. Caro said I deserved to be loved. I wanted to believe that. A small group of kids in the UK were calling themselves the Deadheads and had set up a Tumblr, posting daily pics they had drawn of my killings, imagining what it was like to cut AJ into pieces. Imagining they were there, standing at the quarry, when I pushed Julia down, when I torched the blue van. They all said they hoped I was seeing this. They all said they loved me. It's better to be sick with someone than healthy and alone, I suggested. Tenoch's face was blank, like Mum and Dad's when I swore or did something to get a reaction, like smashing a glass or cutting Seren's hair. But my growing crop of deadheads were giving me inner strength. Right or wrong, they renewed my belief in myself, refreshed my energy for getting the hole dug. And they made me think, just for a short while, that someone truly cared about me. And that feeling is fucking addictive. Thursday, the 24th of January. Hacienda Santuario. Reddit. Posted by Rhiannon Lewis I Love You 666 1 day ago. 1.2k comments. I'm in love with a serial killer. Okay, so I know this is going to sound nuts, but I think I am in love with Rhiannon Lewis. I sleep with a photo of her under my pillow. The fact that her sister lives like 600 miles away from me is so incredible. I think if I met Rhiannon, we would get along. I think she might even be my soulmate. I'm thinking of getting a sweet pea tattoo on my ankle. What do you think? 498 comments. Joe DiVaggio, 39 points. Check out the Wikipedia entry on hybristophilia and see a psychiatrist ASAP. Kendrick LaMarshmallow, 24,965 points. I totally get that. She offed sex offenders, so if I had the chance to date her, I totally would. I'm fascinated by her, and her diaries are so charismatic. I totally get her. Is that wrong? The Overlord Shall Cometh, 23 points. Anyone know where we can write her? There's a lot of fake social media accounts pretending to be her at the moment, but I'd love to get a message to her and tell her how much I love her. Rhiannon Lewis, I love you, 666. 12 points. Glad I'm not the only one. I've written letters to her and sent them to her bitch sister in Vermont. I know a ton of people on Tumblr who've done the same. And I sent some gifts too, but mainly letters. Binge drinker for life, 729 points. I know a guy who once wrote to Dahmer and he got a response. A good guy by all accounts. Apart from the whole pesky murder, pederasty, rape, and cannibalism thing. Joe DiVaggio, 4 points. Probably not to the people he murdered or their families. Miss Magic Pluto, 96,122 points. I relate to Rhiannon a lot because of the bullying aspect of her life talked about in the confession. I totally see why she did that to Julia and why she tried to pin the thing on Greg. I think when you've experienced early trauma, it's bound to F you up. Rhiannon Lewis, I love you, 666. 7 points. I think I do have that hybristophilia thing because I had a huge crush on Dylan Roof when that whole thing happened. I had like a ton of pictures of him on my laptop, and my mom found them, and I had to pretend they were for a school project about mass shooters. I love how unpredictable mass killers are. I never liked a female one, though, until my beautiful Rhiannon. Rhiannon Lewis, I love you, 666. 2 points. Rhiannon Lewis is a hero. She never did what she did because she enjoyed it. She did it to get the scum off the streets. Jojo Mama Baby, 61,614 points. OMG, I love her too. And I'm like in my 40s now, but she's so amazing, isn't she? In a way, I kind of hope she is caught, so she's sent to prison so then we can all write to her and she will see our words and know how much we love her. Saturday, the 26th of January. Hacienda Santuario. 1. Every single one of the Golden Girls. 2. The singer of the theme tune to the Golden Girls. 3. The sadistic motherfucker who wrote the Golden Girls. 4. Guy Majors. 5. Tenoch. The temperature in Rocas Calientes rarely dropped. It was sweltering all day and stifling all night. The sun went down, but the heat lingered, close and uncomfortable like a scratchy blanket. Coupled with my copious mosquito bites, it made for regular bouts of irritability. But hey, what's new? Anyway, I got used to it all. To Mexico. I knew my place. Digging the hole. I knew my master. Tenoch. By and large, he left me to my own devices, but he was always there somewhere, and that made me feel sort of safe. It took me a full week to finish the hole and push each of the men down inside it, and having shovelled the earth on top of them, I stood back in the fading sunlight on the Saturday afternoon, leaning on my shovel, a week to the day that I had broken ground. My spine was like jelly, my arm muscles on fire, and I stank like a walking armpit. But I had finished it. I had done it, all by myself. Tenoch had given me his little DAB radio, which I had placed on the side of the pit to listen to while digging, and the song playing was oddly catchy, some jam I'd never heard of called Ophelia. I danced up and down the plough lines, stamping out a rhythm, windmilling my arms and laughing manically into the warm air until it echoed between the surrounding hills. It was the first time in a long time I'd actually enjoyed my own company. And when I walked back up to the pool terrace, I dived in the pool, fully clothed, soothing my itching, aching, dirty body from head to toe, coming out the other end like a whole new girl. Nearly. As I slapped into the kitchen, Tenoch was browning the meat for our evening tacos in a skillet. The theme song of the Golden Girls trilled in from the sitting room. He didn't so much as raise an eyebrow at my soaking wet state. You did a good job. I could barely hear him over the sizzling skillet. Huh? The feel. It looks good. Oh, right. Thanks. There are girls' clothes in the cabinet in Marisol's room, next to the one with my wife's dresses in. Take a few for yourself. Are you sure? Yes. Do you want another little job? My heart sank. How many more stiffs have you got around the place? No more, he laughed, juicing a lime. I see you dancing in the field. It makes you happy to be outside, doesn't it? Keeps you out of trouble. I guess. That why they call you the sweet pea killer? Because you like flowers? They called me sweet pea at work, and I hated it. When I catfished men, I made some of them carve flowers into their skin. But you know that, right? You like the flowers, though, yes? He threw the spent lime half in the trash behind him without even looking. Hole in one. My dad used to do the same with apple cores. Yes, I love flowers. I'll order you some plants and